our party and our movement. And that hurts. And it should hurt. And I take responsibility. When voters send a message like this, we must reflect and we must respond. I think the vast majority of people do understand that we face huge challenges as a country. We've had a series of economic shocks in recent years, and there's a very difficult international situation that we face. They know that. But they still want their lives to improve. They still want to see the change that we promised. They know the status quo is letting them down and they're frustrated. They don't feel the change. I understand that. I get that. I was elected to deal with these challenges. We made some big calls to stabilise our public finances, to invest in our public services, not to get dragged into a war in Iran. But we also made unnecessary mistakes. One of which was that although we were right to level with the public about the scale and depth of the challenges we faced, we didn't do enough to convince them that things will get better, that things will improve. The hope. And that is why in coming days I'm going to set out the steps that we will take to deliver the change that they want and that they deserve, so that every child can go as far as their talent or ability will take them, not held back by poverty, so that every community can have what it needs, a secure, safe place for everybody to live. Households and families not feeling constantly held back by a cost of living crisis. And a Britain where everybody can feel proud of the place where they live and they work. So these are tough results. But tough days like this, they don't weaken my resolve to deliver the change that I promised at the general election. They strengthen my resolve to do so. Thank you so much for listening.
So, Keir Starmer there, talking to Labour activists. Just want to bring in this, I was going to call it a tweet, can you call that? And a post on X from Diane Abbott, Labour MP, of course, saying there's no denying that these election results are going to be very bad for Labour. Yes, Keir Starmer is very unpopular, but it's the policies that drive that unpopularity. Simply changing the leader without changing the policies will not avert disaster in 2029.
Yeah, kind of fascinating. Diane Abbott's the mother of the House, of course, longest-serving MP in the House, who's still sitting as an independent, having had the Labour whip taken away. So no reason necessarily for Diane Abbott to be loyal to the Prime Minister, but not taking the opportunity on social media to get in and give him a kick and say he must go, rather saying that it's about policy and not changing the leader and changing the leader won't avert that disaster. Let's get the sense from our correspondent Lucy Midday to where we are right now. Lucy, so give us, we heard from the Prime Minister there, where are we at this point at 9:45 in the morning? The results in England in many places. We're expecting more, of course, and we've heard from the Prime Minister saying that he is not going to be going anywhere.
Well, there's been such a build-up to these local elections for weeks and months even, so much so that the Prime Minister's fate has now been tied to the results, what we will see throughout the day. And that is the problem for Keir Starmer now. We heard him there commenting about the results, saying that Labour has made mistakes, that these are a very tough, upsetting set of results. The problem is we are going to get more that could make things even worse for Labour. Let's not forget, you mentioned the Diane Abbott post on social media there. I think she kind of cuts to the question that a lot of MPs will be asking themselves today. Yes, in Westminster, we can talk about leadership speculation, whether it's Wes Streeting, Andy Burnham or Angela Rayner having private conversations about what happens next. When you speak to people outside of Westminster, a lot of the things they bring up are policy decisions that this government has made, whether it's over winter fuel, whether it was over inheritance tax, the U-turn over welfare. Time and time again, the Prime Minister's judgment has been called into question because of certain policy decisions. I've had a couple of texts from Labour MPs this morning who are making that point, that actually replacing the leader might not necessarily be the best thing to do. Having said all of that, there are still some big results to come. I mean, look at Wales, for example. Wales has been winning, Labour has been winning elections in Wales for more than 100 years. Nigel Farage, the Reform leader, you heard him this morning saying that in terms of results, Wales will be the most historically significant. So I think a lot of people are waiting to see what happens. Therefore, the Prime Minister's fate, I think, depends on what happens over the next 24 hours, whether or not restless MPs come up and decide to put their heads above the parapet. What could save Keir Starmer? We've said this before, and we may be saying this again come the end of the weekend. What might save Keir Starmer is the fact that there is no clear successor to take over from him. What he has made very, very clear is that despite a bad set of results, even if they will get worse, it is a Prime Minister that is going to come out fighting and isn't going to go very quietly.
Thanks very much indeed, Lucy. Really interesting. More analysis throughout the day, of course, as those other results come in from England, Scotland and Wales.
Really looking forward to seeing those results, seeing what it tells us about future British politics. Now, as we've been saying, it's been a really bad night for Labour across the country. The Prime Minister claims that he takes full responsibility and admits, he says, that he must reflect on the message that's been sent. Now, as we've been saying, more results will come in throughout the day. Now, Nigel Farage has called what's happened an historic moment in British politics.
Yeah, certainly a successful night for Reform. Let's speak to former Reform UK Director of Communications, then Gawain Towler, and journalist and broadcaster Sonia Soda. Very good morning to both of you. And Labour and Reform very much in the headlines as the main part of the story from overnight, the results so far. Sonia, let's talk about Labour first of all. Just how disappointed will Keir Starmer and the Labour Party be?
Well, I think we've already heard Keir Starmer talking on your programme, very disappointed. I think people knew rationally that the losses were going to be bad. And as you say, we've only had some of the results in so far, but the indications aren't good for the other council results we're going to be getting today and for the Scottish and Welsh election. I think the issue is if you're a Labour MP and you're in your seat, there's only ever been a Labour council, and you're now seeing swathes of your councillors being swept away by Reform. Emotionally, that's like a gut punch, essentially, and it's also going to leave the party in a significantly worse state in terms of its electoral machinery going into the general election, because these councillors were the backbone of, doing the local voter ID, getting people out to vote on the day of elections, figuring out where people, where your voters are and who you should be getting out. So I think it's really disappointing for Labour, even though people knew it was going to be a very bad set of results in advance.
Gawain, let's bring you in at this point then. We've heard from Nigel Farage, and I spoke to Robert Jenrick a little while ago. A big night for Reform, so can this continue?
Well, yes. I think it's going to. Of course it is, because we've only had a small number of the seats that were voted on being counted. And you've got to look at, coming up, it's going to be things like Norfolk, Suffolk, Essex. These are Tory-facing rather than most of the places being Labour. But I think Labour must be breathing a huge sigh of relief in some ways that most of the councils that are being fought yesterday and being counted today are only going up in thirds. Wigan, we won every seat that was contested. But Labour holds the council because the council only up in thirds. And so therefore you can see, though it's been a pretty bruising night for Labour, it could have been one awful lot worse. And it's been an excellent night for us, but it could have been a lot better.
Interesting you say it could have been a lot better. Obviously, the results still to come in later on today. To what extent is this a midterm protest vote? Some Labour supporters might say, you always get people voting against incumbent parties in local elections, and they'll come back to us in the general election. What would you say to them?
I think that could be quite a vain hope. I mean, last year a midterm No, but Reform stormed it last year, winning 10 councils. We've won 2 councils so far. No, this isn't midterms. This is a fundamental realignment of politics in this country. And I know we keep on talking about how the vote is splitting in various different ways with the five parties. But my suspicion is what we are seeing is the chaos before realignment. And I wouldn't be at all surprised to see there being 2 major parties going into the next election. It just won't be the 2 major parties that we have today.
Sorry, go on then. Who is it going to be then, Gawain, in your opinion?
Well, I think it could well be Reform and the Greens going into the next election.
Fascinating.
And I think, what's very interesting so far, and again, the counts are very limited so far, is that in London, Reform on 13%, which is 13 points up, but it's still only 13%. However, outside London, we're on 34%. And that is a massive, and it's way above our polling nationally.
Sonia, what do you make of that prediction that Reform and Greens could be dominating politics in future rather than that traditional Labour-Tory divide?
Well, I definitely think it's looking existential for the 2 main parties, and it has been for a while in the polls. However, I would probably sound a bit more of a cautionary note. I don't think this is just a midterm protest against the Labour government. I think people are feeling really cheesed off with mainstream politics, but I think there is always inevitably, at the next general election, there will be a bit of some people returning to the 2 mainstream parties. I'm pretty sure we're going to see that effect. Whether it's enough to really materially change the result, I don't know. I think what's interesting projecting forward is that if you look at Reform's polling, it does seem like they've sort of topped out a bit and even declined in the polls in recent weeks and months, very slightly, even though they are still topping the polls. So that may not be too much. That may not be too much of an issue in a first past the post system where you've got 5 parties effectively competing in England, because actually, sorts of levels at which Reform is polling right now, it could even be enough, say 30%, to give it a majority in Parliament potentially. But there is that. With the Greens, what I think is quite interesting in the last couple of weeks is that you've seen Zach Polanski's personal ratings take quite a nosedive. So again, I think there are questions about longevity there and what these polls will look like going to the next general election. But without a doubt, this is really seismic for our 2-party system. And if you look at the polls and you've been reading the polls, it's been a long time coming. And I think what it represents is that people were very cheesed off with the last Conservative government. That's why they voted Labour in 2024, why Labour got that massive majority on actually not that big a share of the vote. But now people have fallen out of love with Labour pretty quickly. And I think you've seen increasing levels of disillusionment in politics and decreasing trust in political institutions. And that is driving people to the populist parties of the right and left, to Reform and the Greens. They think, hey, the 2 mainstream parties haven't delivered. We might as well give these people who've never been in government a chance. They may find themselves disappointed.
Let's bring Gawain in, because he was chuckling to some of what you had to say, Sonia. But Gawain, look, you chuckled when this idea, Sonia said, about you guys sort of levelling off in your support. But that was actually reflected in when we spoke to Kelly Beaver from Ipsos, who said that while the polling high has come down a little bit, there does seem to be a slight levelling off of Reform support. We don't have loads of time, Gawain, so about 45 seconds if you can.
Well, I think one of the things everybody always says, is don't believe the polls. You've got to, the only poll that counts is the ones that are counted in the vote. The only poll that counts is the vote. And in the vote, we're significantly up on our current polling. The idea of there being shy reformers, I think, has been borne out in these results overnight. So, yes, there has been some dipping in the polling, absolutely. But I think it's the voting that matters. And in the voting, as I say, outside London, we're on 34%. That's way up on our polling. So I'm sanguine. We've got a long way to go.
Sonia, I think we have to come back in, but we're just completely out of time. I'm so sorry.
You guys can pick this up again another time.
To pick up the phone to each other. But we are out of time. Sonia and Gawain, thanks both very much indeed. We're out of time. Leah is up next with the latest and a special programme with Sophie at midday. Don't go anywhere.
The best thing about being a Sky News journalist... Hi, darling.
Beth Rigby, Sky News.
Is being a Sky News journalist. You said to people, I'm not coming back for more, but you have come back for more. Well, let's kick off and make a statement. What can our Prime Minister say to you to not impose tariffs? He's coming out! What more do you need?
This is Sky News Today. It's 10 o'clock, the headlines. Sir Keir Starmer says he takes responsibility for Labour's dismal local election results in England.
These are really tough results. I'm not going to sugarcoat it. And we have lost brilliant Labour representatives.
Reform UK see big gains, with Nigel Farage claiming a historic change in British politics. Counting has now begun in Scotland and Wales, with polls suggesting that Labour could lose its dominance in the Senate. Also this morning, a new suspected case of hantavirus for a British national is reported on a remote island in the Atlantic. We'll have the latest from Tenerife. And President Trump says the ceasefire with Iran is still in place despite strikes in the Strait of Hormuz. Hello, good morning, everyone. Well, it's a big day in British politics as the results of the elections in England, Wales and Scotland come in. And so far, it looks like it's been a terrible night for Labour. We've heard from Sir Keir Starmer this morning. He says he takes full responsibility for his party's tough election results in England. Scotland and Wales have begun counting now, and the picture so far is clear. Reform have made huge gains in England, with Labour bearing the brunt of the losses and the Tories suffering too. Now, the results will no doubt pile pressure on the Prime Minister's leadership. It's a dynamic day ahead, so do Stay with us. Let's take a quick look at the state of the parties right now. We've only had a fraction or so of the results so far, little over a fifth, but we're already seeing Reform UK pull in that clear lead, having gained almost 400 seats. Well, let's take a listen to what the Prime Minister had to say this morning.
Let me be clear, these are really tough results. I'm not going to sugarcoat it. And we have lost brilliant Labour representatives, people who put so much into their communities, so much into our party and our movement. And the voters have sent a message about the pace of change, how they want their lives improved. I was elected to meet those challenges, and I'm not going to walk away from those challenges and plunge the country into chaos.
Yeah, they've sent a message that they want to change you.
Well, they've sent a message that the change that we promised isn't being delivered in a way they can feel, and also, frankly, they're fed up with years of the status quo. But we were elected to deal with those challenges, and I'm not going to walk away from that and to plunge the country into chaos.
Reform UK leader Nigel Farage described his party's results as a historic shift in British politics.
I am delighted to be here in the sunshine outside Havering Town Hall, which I can now say is under new management. And it's significant. It's our first win of a borough in London, and that in some ways goes against the trend, because the pattern that's emerging over the country is that Labour are being wiped out by Reform in many of their most traditional areas, and what you're going to see later on today is the Conservative Party being wiped out in their heartlands like Essex. So London goes a bit against the trend in that the Conservatives and Labour have held up in some of the other boroughs. But I think overall what's happened is a truly historic shift in British politics. We've been so used to thinking about politics in terms of left and right, and yet what Reform are able to do is to win in areas that have always been Conservative, but equally we're proving in a big way we can win in areas that Labour have dominated, frankly, since the end of World War I. At the moment, we're winning 1 in 3 of all the seats that are up, but I genuinely think the best is yet to come. I'm very excited about the North East results, the Yorkshire results, some more to come in the West Midlands. Essex, we're feeling supremely confident, and that's significant given that half the Shadow Cabinet have seats in Essex. So it's a big, big day. It's a big, big day, not just for our party, but for a complete reshaping of British politics in every way. And it all goes to show that over the course of the last 2 years, since we made that breakthrough in the general election, we have professionalised the party. We've done it at a very, very rapid rate.
Let's talk to our political correspondent, Lucy Midday, outside Downing Street this morning. Lucy, we heard from Keir Starmer earlier this morning. He says, look, the results hurt, but it won't weaken his resolve. But when you look at the state of what we're seeing this morning, the results can only be described as terrible. Morning.
Yeah, and the challenge for Labour and the Prime Minister personally is that we only have a small England snapshot as it stands right now. There are many, the majority of England council seats yet to be declared. We've also got the devolved elections, so Scotland and Wales. Labour, particularly in Wales, looks set to do really badly, losing there for the first time in more than 100 years, losing control of the Senedd, the Welsh Parliament, for the first time since devolution began. So yes, we are talking about a negative set of results, but ones that are likely to get worse. We've been talking about these elections for months and months, and so what has happened is that the Prime Minister's fate has now become tied to what we see play out over the next 24 hours. For the Prime Minister and for Labour in government, this set of elections is the biggest test yet of how they are doing with public opinion since the general election of 2024. and what we can see playing out, not just Reform doing very well, but a fragmented political landscape that shows voter opinion, voter support splitting to new parties. That is a problem for any Prime Minister, any party leader working out how to move forward, but particularly a Prime Minister that whose position has been in peril for quite some time now. What this election is about as well is not just how voters have chosen to go, but it's also how the MPs decide to respond. Many have been having conversations for some time about whether or not Keir Starmer should lead the party into the next election. Those conversations are happening right now, and we will see over the next few hours, over the course of the day, whether or not any decide to publicly call for the PM to resign, aside from those kind of typical handful that we've heard from already. The bad thing for the Prime Minister is that even after local elections, you've got things like the Mandelson files. We expect a new dump of those. So this is a Prime Minister that whether he does limp on after today, things aren't necessarily going to get much better.
Yeah, the Prime Minister saying, look, I'm not going to walk away. But some of the papers reporting this morning, Lucy, that individuals close to the Prime Minister have spoken to him directly about his future. What could save Keir Starmer? Can he hang on?
Well, the interesting thing is that when Keir Starmer was being interviewed this morning, he didn't deny the fact that those conversations have taken place, and certain names have been swirling around Westminster for months, haven't they? Andy Burnham, Angela Rayner, Wes Streeting, Ed Miliband as well. He's the one reported to have had those conversations. So you're right that the question comes down to whether the PM can survive. He is coming out fighting this morning. You know, number 10 saying that he's not hiding away, he's not ducking responsibility. We heard him there talking about mistakes that Labour have been made, but it will come down to whether or not he's pushed out of number 10, and we will know that over the course of this weekend, just how many, if any, decide to come out and say we've had enough now.
OK, Lucy, for now, thank you so much. We'll speak to you later on in the programme. Let's speak to our correspondent, Shaman Freeman-Powell, who's in Birmingham today for us. Shaman, 101 seats up for grabs. Set the context to where you are today.
Yeah, that's right. It's a big day in Birmingham. 101 seats up for grabs, but it's Labour's to lose. They currently hold a majority, but it is a pretty slim majority, I must say. They've come into this local election holding just 51 out of those 101 seats. Now, to put that into perspective, in the last local elections, they actually held 65 seats in total, but they've lost some councillors due to resignations and defections too. And I suppose is unpredictable. No one really knows what's going to happen. It looks very different to the last set of local elections that we saw. Labour are having to not only compete with the Conservative Party, which is the second largest party here in Birmingham, but they're also having to contend with the rise of the Reform Party, with the Green parties, with Lib Dems, and with a plethora of independent candidates. Now, as you can imagine, here in Birmingham, the bin strike has been one of the main focuses on the doorsteps when people have been campaigning. Obviously, Birmingham being seeing one of the longest running bin strikes, with lots of residents still not having a fully functioning service. But you have other issues too. Deep-rooted deprivation is a problem here, with child poverty also a real problem in many wards. You also have issues such as potholes, and also lots of those independent candidates campaigning on issues around the conflicts in the Middle East too. So it is going to be unpredictable here in Birmingham, and the real question is not really who will win, but can any one party win a majority?
Yeah, really good to get that insight. Shaman, thanks for now. We're going to move on now and speak to our correspondent, Shingi Maurike, who's in Walsall. Shingi, where you are, its existence, Walsall, has swung between Labour and the Conservatives. What's the story today? I know the result won't be until later today, but what's the atmosphere like?
Morning, Leah. What you said there was interesting, is that this seat, since its existence, or this council since its existence, in 1974, swung between Labour and Conservatives, but The conversation nationally is about the end of the two-party system, and here we might see the same thing as well. This has been Conservative held since 2019, but if the polls are to be believed, there could be a swing to that turquoise of Reform, and we're expecting them to potentially pick up 15 of 20 wards. There are 60 seats in total here available up for grabs in an all-out election. And the reasons that Reform might move into power here in Walsall are twofold. There's the fact that this demographic here is slightly different to the demographic in the rest of the West Midlands. It is less ethnically diverse. It's an older demographic who tend to vote Reform. But then also, this is a Brexit-leaning part of the country. 68% of people here voted to leave the EU, and Reform might be able to lean into that, as well as other local issues, like issues on the high street, deep deprivation, but then also issues like the leather industry and the industry here that has powered Walsall now falling behind, and people wanting to see change, see something different. But there's also a story within that, which is the fact that this council also has a strong assortment of independent candidates. A number of them are pro-Gaza candidates. The fact that that exists here is a reminder of how the national picture has been shaped by that debate and that conversation. And we also know that a number of those MPs who are independents are sitting as members of Jeremy Corbyn and Zara Sultana's your party as well. And that shows you how there is that rainbow coalition we've been talking about, that kind of patchwork politics underneath this council. And we could see Reform win here. Their declaration is expected to come between 5 and 6:30, but that might be a shallow majority, which is representative of the rest of the country as well.
All right, for now, Shingi, thanks so much. And just a reminder, we do have a special election programme from midday here on Sky News with Sophie Ridge, and full coverage, of course, through the day here on Sky News. Now, a third British national has suspected hantavirus on the remote island.
Iranians is that they caused damage to those US naval ships, and the US says otherwise, that there was that those US military assets weren't hit in any way. Nevertheless, it really does underscore just how tense and volatile this situation remains in the Strait of Hormuz and in the wider region. Neither side willing to accept that this ceasefire is unravelling, because, of course, the alternative is a return to all-out fighting, which neither side appears to want at the moment. And, of course, diplomatic efforts are still underway, at least technically. We're still waiting to hear a response from the Iranians to the latest US proposal, but all of this is now happening in the backdrop of an exchange of fire.
OK, for now, Sally, thank you so much for that update. Sally Lockwood there. Let's get your latest weather.
Dinner under the stars tonight?
That reminds me of our travel insurance.
You mean All Clear Skies?
All Clear Travel Insurance sponsors Sky News weather.
Well, the next few days will be fairly changeable, with rain at times, but plenty of dry spells, and it's a little on the cool side with some frosty nights. For many, it's a cloudy picture today with outbreaks of showery rain, focused across southern Scotland, northern England and central parts of Ireland, and there will be a few showers elsewhere, but also some sunny spells, and the best of the warm sunshine will be across southern England and East Anglia. Now, through the afternoon, some heavier showers will break out across northern England, Wales and the Midlands. And skies will brighten in northern Scotland, but it's a cold wind here. And most of today's showers will fade to leave clear spells, and then just a few fog patches overnight. And rain will persist across the Scottish borders.
All Clear Travel Insurance proudly sponsors Sky News weather.
You're watching Sky News. Coming up after the break, we'll continue our coverage of the election results. Stay with us. Well, it's a big day in British politics as the results of the elections in England, Wales and Scotland come in. And so far, it looks like it's been, well, a terrible night for Labour. We've heard from Sir Keir Starmer this morning. He says he takes full responsibility for his party's tough election results in England. Scotland and Wales have begun counting now. But the picture so far is clear. Reform have made huge gains in England, with Labour bearing the brunt of the losses, and the Tories, well, they're suffering too. Well, let's take a look at the state of play of the parties right now. Labour have lost around a half of the seats that they were defending so far. Reform, as we said, making massive gains in council elections for the second year running. We've only had results in for around a third of councils that voted on Thursday. But if the results continue like this, Labour could lose upwards of 1,000 seats. We'll keep monitoring all of this throughout the day for you. Let's have a listen to what the Prime Minister had to say this morning.
And I just wanted to say a few words to you about the results, because the results are tough. They are very tough. And there is no sugarcoating this. We have lost brilliant Labour representatives across the country. These are people who put so much into their communities, so much into our party and our movement. And that hurts. And it should hurt. And I take responsibility. When voters send a message like this, we must reflect and we must respond. I think the vast majority of people do understand that we face huge challenges as a country. We've had a series of economic shocks in recent years, and there's a very difficult international situation that we face. They know that. But they still want their lives to improve. They still want to see the change that we promised. They know the status quo is letting them down, and they're frustrated. They don't feel the change. I understand that. I get that. I was elected to deal with these challenges. We made some big calls to stabilise our public finances, to invest in our public services, not to get dragged into a war in Iran. But we also made unnecessary mistakes. One of which was that although we were right to level with the public about the scale and depth of the challenges we faced, we didn't do enough to convince them that things will get better, that things will improve. The hope. And that is why in coming days I'm going to set out the steps that we will take to deliver the change that they want and that they deserve, so that every child can go as far as their talent or ability will take them, not held back by poverty, so that every community can have what it needs, a secure, safe place for everybody to live. Households and families not feeling constantly held back by a cost of living crisis. And a Britain where everybody can feel proud of the place where they live and they work. So these are tough results. But tough days like this, they don't weaken my resolve to deliver the change that I promised at the general election. They strengthen my resolve to do so.
Well, in the last few minutes, we've heard from the Liberal Democrat leader, Sir Ed Davey.
It's a fantastic result here in Portsmouth. The Reform threw everything at it, but we won. We've taken control of this council, and we've shown across the country that it's the Liberal Democrats who can hold off and beat Reform. We took control of Stockport, even though Reform tried there. They tried in Sutton, and we had fantastic results. So we're really, really proud of what we've done in Portsmouth and across the country.
And building on that, Lib Dems are now the biggest on Hampshire County Council. What do you make of that?
Yeah, on Hampshire was great results. The Tories have lost control for first time for many years, and that builds on our great results of the general election less than 2 years ago when we took control and won seats across the county. We think we can build on that, but we also want to say to the Labour government that their local government reorganisation is wrong. Here in Portsmouth, the message is hands off Portsmouth, and I think the way the Labour government's gone about changing local government here is completely wrong.
And your reaction to more generally across the south and the southeast, how the Lib Dems have done?
Well, we're on for a historic gains. This would be a record 8th year of consecutive gains in local elections for the Liberal Democrats. That's never been done before, and we've still got great results to come in places like Surrey and Sussex and Huntingdonshire. So, we're feeling very bullish tonight.
And how do you think about how Reform have done?
Well, there is a sense in the whole country that Labour and the Conservatives have let the country down, and people are looking for change. Now, sometimes they go for change which I think is from extreme populist parties like Reform and Green, but their message of change is quite destructive. It's burn it all down change. I think Liberal Democrats offer a different change, which is a build-up change that's more in tune with British values of decency, tolerance, respect for individual freedom and the rule of law. And I think I'm really proud of that message of change that we have, and only the Liberal Democrats can do that. We're the only non-populist party that can offer change. We're the only non-extremist party that can offer the change that people want.
And what is your message to the Conservatives?
Get out of the way. You have failed as a party. You've failed in government nationally. You've failed in local government across the country. And it's the Liberal Democrats who can take forward the change that people want. Change in our economy, building back our relationship with Europe so our economy grows and we deal with the costs of living. Making sure we can change our health service by investing in family care and social care so we can rescue our NHS, which the Tories did so much damage to, and also building up our defence here in Portsmouth. We have a proud history of the British Navy. I know Donald Trump, Nigel Farage's friend, insulted our Navy, but Liberal Democrats won't get behind our Navy and our Air Force and our Army. We want to invest in defence of our country, which the Conservatives failed to do.
Do you believe Keir Starmer should resign?
That's up to the Labour Party, but I personally think he hasn't delivered the change that Labour promised, and therefore he should get out of the way. The Labour have been very disappointing. They were going to change away from the Conservatives, but have failed. The economy was going to grow. It hasn't. We were going to build back properly with Europe. They haven't. They've put up taxes on ordinary people and families. Cost of living has gone through the roof. So I'm afraid Labour has failed the country and let them down badly.
Well, let's speak to our political correspondent, Ali Fortescue, who's in Barnsley for us this morning. This has been a continuous Labour administration since 1973, Ali, but Reform will be very interested. Tell us the story of Barnsley.
Yeah, that's right. This is a place that is Labour to its core, as you say. But first, I'll just give you a bit of a sense of what's going on here, because the doors have only recently opened. They are starting to verify those ballots. Then we will see them counting. And you might be able to just about spot behind me lots of turquoise and red rosettes and lots of nervous faces from those Labour and Reform candidates, because this really is seen as a straight race between Reform on the one side and Labour on the other. This is a clear Reform target. This is a predominantly white, working class, Brexit voting council. And as I say, it's traditional Labour heartlands we're really talking about here. It is a council that has been controlled by Labour since it was first created. The man that's in charge, a man called Stephen Halton, has been the council leader, the Labour leader, for 30 years. So if he loses control of that council today, that is a very big deal. I should also say, if you look at the parliamentary seats around here, we're in cabinet territory here. I mean, this is the seat Barnsley, Dan Jarvis, a security minister who attends cabinet. We're not far away from Ed Miliband in Doncaster, John Healey not far away, the Foreign Secretary, Yvette Cooper. So, yeah, this is where, Labour candidates were traditionally sent for those safe seats. A Reform source texted me earlier saying they're excited, the mood felt very good. They think that they can take control here and that this can be a kind of blueprint for what they want to achieve in those so-called red wall seats that march through traditional Labour territory. I think the challenge for them is they've set the bar expectations quite high. If they don't get control of this council, which is a really big ask, is that going to be seen as a disappointment? And of course, all the challenges that come with actually governing if they did get into power, and they've seen that in councils up and down the country. But we wait for the results. Nothing is set in stone yet. About 2:30, so come back to us and we will give you the results as we get them.
Brilliant stuff. We will be there. Ali, thank you so much. We can now speak to Scarlett Maguire, the director of Merlin Strategy, which is a polling and research consultancy. Scarlett, great to have you with us on such an important day. Right, let's talk about numbers then. We know Reform over 300 seats, Labour down over 200, and I know that your team have been tracking this type of polling for months. What's your assessment of where we're at? Did your tracking suggest this, or is it worse than it suggested?
I think it is genuinely still too early to tell, which is, I know, an annoying answer at this stage. But what we can see is that it looks like, especially from rough estimates of the national equivalent vote that we've had so far, rather than just overall council seats numbers, is that Reform are on for a very good night. But actually, it's a more complicated picture than lots of people thought. So where it's a fight between Reform and Labour, Reform are doing incredibly well, something that I'd be very, very worried about if I was the Labour Party. Where it's been a Reform Conservative fight or Reform Liberal Democrat fight, the picture has become quite a lot more complicated to them. And actually, it looks like in very specific geographical areas of the country, the Conservative vote is holding up much better than expected, even if they are still suffering losses to Reform elsewhere. And I think this is a very interesting picture, because one thing we did see going into these elections, and we were doing lots of polls and focus groups, was that voters incredibly frustrated with the state of the country and voting most of all for change. And I think when you look at the results so far, that's the biggest thing that I can see consistently throughout the seat numbers that we have so far.
Really interesting, because I know that your research, Scarlett, suggested that 68% of people say that the country is in decline. Another 65% say it's already broken. And you've argued, haven't you, that one of Starmer's fundamental errors was not actually telling voters that he didn't say that they were wrong, essentially, didn't understand that sentiment of the country. We're going to have to pause it there, actually. I'm just being told we've got a clip from Kemi Badenoch, the leader of the opposition. Do stay there, Scarlett, because we're just trying to line that up, and we'll get your reaction after that point. Kemi Badenoch.
Party that actually has a plan to get Britain working. We are the only party who does any work. We're the only ones who do any work. Reform, talk, a good game, but actually all the places that voted for Reform last time are kicking Reform out. People who experience Reform don't like it, and we know that that's going to happen again this year, but we need people to know that hope is coming. The Conservatives have to come back, because, my goodness, this country needs us. We are coming back to fight for our high streets. We are coming back to fight for hard-working people. We are coming back to fight for businesses. We are coming back to fight for veterans, for parents, for farmers. We're coming back to stamp out anti-Semitic hatred on our streets. We are coming back to deliver a stronger economy. We're coming back to deliver a stronger country. And we are coming back to get Britain working again. Thank you, everybody. Thank you. Thank you all. Thank you.
So that was Kemi Badenoch there. Scarlett, you saw that clip. And just to your point, we were talking earlier about the research that you did, saying that actually 65% of those people that you polled believe that the country is already broken. Was that a big error of Keir Starmer to sort of say people were wrong, and is that a consequence of what we're seeing today?
I think there was a general sense of complacency amongst Keir Starmer's top team when they came into government. They knew, they campaigned on change, but I don't think they appreciated the urgency with which voters want change. And actually, if you look at Reform and Green voters, it might sound silly on the face of it, but there's actually an awful lot that unites them in terms of what's driving their vote. And you can see consistently on questions about how broken they think the country is, whether they think the economy is fair or unfair, how much they think they are personally struggling, if the system's rigged against them, they actually overlap a lot more than your Labour and Conservative voices. So I think Labour's now in this position, and there will be calls for it to go either to the left or to the right after these elections. As nearly always happens, I think that is a total misreading of the problems they are in. And yes, I think it goes back to your point, which is that fundamentally they did not grasp the urgency through which huge amounts of their voters, some of them might be more, traditionally left-wing inclined, some of them more traditionally right-wing inclined, were just desperate for something to really change.
Yeah, that's interesting what you say there. So essentially your tracker found that Reform voters bear more resemblance to Green voters than to Conservatives in terms of, I suppose, pessimism and anger around the current situation. That's extraordinary. Where do you think that's coming from?
Yeah, I think it's a great question, and you see it consistently. As I said, it's sort of pessimism across the board. Now, there are some things that Reform voters and Green voters disagree vehemently on. So if you think about the question of immigration, for example. But we are increasingly seeing this overlap, and I think it's underappreciated. And look, actually, as well, when you poll this, a lot of these voters say, and I don't think it all comes down to economics by any means, but these are the voters that are also most likely to say that the economy is unfair, that things are unaffordable, and that they themselves are struggling. At the same time that Labour is increasingly, in fact, it's only really leading with higher earners, and the only education group it's leading with are those who are privately educated. So I think they are losing a huge amount of voters, or lost the appeal to the public who are struggling to make ends meet. And I think that's just an underpriced in factor of what's going on. Now, again, different voters have different responses to that, but I think undeniably that the combination of like a distrust in politicians, in the sense that politicians of all stripes have failed to deliver for the past few years, and this precarity they feel due to the cost of living crisis is causing a lot of Labour's woes.
So interesting. Scarlett, we'll have to leave it there, I'm afraid. Great to get your take today. Now we're going to turn our attention to some other news for a moment, and a runner who is nearing the end of an incredible challenge, running 5,000 miles around the Great British coastline, or the equivalent of 200 marathons. This is after being diagnosed with multiple sclerosis, by the way, and struggling with her mental health. So Megan Boxall says the epic run has been a healing experience. And just a warning, this report from Emma Birchley contains references to suicide.
Probably is the lonely times that have been the hardest.
It was never going to be easy, running the country's entire coastline. But for Megan Boxall, coping with her mental health was an even bigger battle.
Yeah, it was awful. Like, it was significantly harder than running the coastline of Britain. I did attempt suicide twice, and I couldn't see how the world was better off with me in it. Bye. Bye.
So in mid-October, she set off from Sizewell in Suffolk, heading clockwise.
1k down of 5,214 miles.
Her goal, 200 marathons in 200 days.
In 2024, I'd been diagnosed with MS. I was in a really bad place and relying on the Samaritans quite a lot in that time. And it was one day in January 2025, I was running. I just felt better, and I realised that would be my why. My reason to run around the coastline of Britain would be to celebrate it and raise money.
At times she's had company, but much of it has been alone, often against a breathtaking backdrop.
It's just been amazing. Friends and family, old friends, new friends, but the thing that's really blown me away is the strangers who've turned up and supported.
Follow Sky News as we give you the best seats in the House.
From voting to the results,
the analysis,
and what comes next.
Join us for Vote 26.
Get the full story fast on Sky News.
After losing her daughter to a rare brain condition, Jackie Carwin has been able to hold her hand once again while meeting the woman who received it in a rare transplant procedure. Kim Smith, who lost her limbs to sepsis, waited 4 years for a hand transplant and says it's been the most wonderful gift. Our health correspondent Ashish Joshi has this report.
So when I hold her, I automatically stroke her hand, because obviously she was a child and you hold the hand then. And then it was when she'd had seizures and she was confused.
The last time Jackie held her daughter Georgie's hands, she was saying her final goodbye. On her deathbed, they were donated to sepsis survivor Kim Smith, a rare operation that needed extra consent from Georgie's family. Now, they're reunited.
Amazing. It's just like holding, well, it's Georgie's hand, isn't it? So it is like holding. And it was cold. She always had cold hands.
It's just such an incredible gift and the best gift I've ever received in my life.
Sky News followed Kim's emotional journey on the transplant register last year. She had no idea who her donor was.
I'm sitting here now. I still can't believe it's actually real.
Georgie was only 33 when she passed away. She'd lived with a rare neurological condition which left her suffering up to dozens of seizures every day.
Human sunshine. She was brilliant. You would never know what she struggled with, what was going on, because she was always happy, always wanted to help other people.
And now Kim bears the evidence of Georgie's courage.
It says noli timere, which is Latin for do not be afraid.
She said, I want to get a tattoo, I just want something that's fitting. And she went, this is absolutely the one, do not be afraid. She wasn't afraid of anything, she would have done anything.
Georgie repeatedly told her mum that if the worst should happen, she wanted her organs to be donated.
She has helped a lot of people and that was her dream, that was her wish.
They've both given me this incredible gift and I will be forever grateful, so she can hold her hand as much as she likes.
Ashish Joshi, Sky News.
Let's take a look at the latest weather.
You're looking happy.
Well, the forecast looks good.
So you've sorted the travel insurance then?
All Clear Travel Insurance sponsors Sky News weather.
Well, the next few days will be fairly changeable with rain at times, but plenty of dry spells. It's a little on the cool side with some frosty nights ahead. For many, it's a cloudy picture today with outbreaks of showery rain focused across southern Scotland, northern England and central parts of Ireland. And there will be a few showers elsewhere, but also some sunny spells. The best of the sunshine will be across southern England and East Anglia. And then through the afternoon, some heavier showers will break out across northern England, Wales and the Midlands, and skies will brighten in northern Scotland, but there's a cloud wind there too. Most of today's showers will fade to leave clear spells and a few fog patches overnight. Then rain will persist across the Scottish borders and northern England, and it will be a cold night in northern Scotland with just a touch of frost. A zone of cloud and outbreaks of rain will move southwards. That's your weather.
All Clear Travel Insurance proudly sponsors Sky News weather.
So you're watching Sky News today. Coming up after the break, we will have continued coverage of the local elections in England and those parliamentary elections too in Scotland and Wales too, the Senate. We'd heard from Keir Starmer earlier this morning saying that the results hurt, but he will not walk away. Reform UK, well, a clear victor, winning 2 full councils. Meanwhile, the Conservatives, well, they've lost Hampshire. They did gain Westminster. And as I said, we'll have more throughout the morning. Do stay with us. This is Sky News Today. It's 11 o'clock. The headlines. Sir Keir Starmer says he takes responsibility for Labour's dismal local election results in England.
These are really tough results. I'm not going to sugarcoat it. And we have lost brilliant Labour representatives.
Reform UK see big gains, with Nigel Farage claiming a historic change in British politics. Counting has now begun in Scotland and Wales, with polling suggesting that Labour could lose its dominance in the Senate. Also this morning, a new suspected case of hantavirus for a British national is reported on a remote island in the Atlantic. We'll have the latest from Tenerife. Hello, good morning. It's a big day in British politics as the results of the elections in England, Wales and Scotland come in. And so far, it looks like it's been a terrible night for Labour. We've heard from Sir Keir Starmer this morning. He says he takes full responsibility for his party's tough election results in England. Scotland and Wales have now begun counting, but the picture so far is clear. Reform have made huge gains in England, with Labour bearing the brunt of the losses, and the Tories suffering too. Now, the results will no doubt pile pressure on the Prime Minister's leadership, so it's set to be a dynamic day ahead. So let's take a look at the state of play of the parties now. And you can see that Reform UK pulling clearly ahead, almost 400 seats there. And by contrast, if you're looking at Labour and the Conservative, well, they've travelled essentially backwards in these latest rounds of local elections, losing more than 250 and around 170 seats respectively. That's the state of play. We'll be covering more election results as they come in. But let's take a listen to what the Prime Minister has had to say this morning.
Let me be clear, these are really tough results. I'm not going to sugarcoat it. And we have lost brilliant Labour representatives, people who put so much into their communities, so much into our party and our movement. And the voters have sent a message about the pace of change, how they want their lives improved. I was elected to meet those challenges, and I'm not going to walk away from those challenges and plunge the country into chaos.
Yeah, they've sent a message that they want to change you.
Well, they've sent a message that the change that we promised isn't being delivered in a way they can feel, and also, frankly, they're fed up with years of the status quo. But we were elected to deal with those challenges, and I'm not going to walk away from that and to plunge the country into chaos.
Did you contemplate that the problem might be you, that you might need to go to help Labour win these seats back? Did you even contemplate it? Did you acknowledge it as a conversation even?
Look, I think it's absolutely clear that the electorate are fed up with the fact that their lives aren't changing quickly enough. And this has been going on for a very, very long time. I think that we were right to emphasise to the country the difficult inheritance we've had, the challenges we face, but we haven't done enough to convince people that things can improve, their lives can get better, the hope. And I'm not going to walk away from that challenge.
Okay.
We made a number of calls which were the right calls in terms of stabilising the economy, investing in our public services and not getting dragged into the Iran war. But we also made unnecessary mistakes. And my job now is to set out the steps that we will take to bring about the change that people want and deserve.
PM, to be clear, you are not going to resign.
No, I'm not going to walk away and plunge the country into chaos. We were elected to deal with these challenges, and that's what we will do.
Reform UK leader Nigel Farage described his party's results as an historic shift in British politics.
I am delighted to be here in the sunshine outside Havering Town Hall, which I can now say is under new management. And it's significant. It's our first win of a borough in London, and that in some ways goes against the trend, because the pattern that's emerging over the country is that Labour are being wiped out by Reform in many of their most traditional areas, and what you're going to see later on today is the Conservative Party being wiped out in their heartlands like Essex. So London goes a bit against the trend, in that the Conservatives and Labour have held up in some of the other boroughs. But I think overall what's happened is a truly historic shift in British politics. We've been so used to thinking about politics in terms of left and right, and yet what Reform are able to do is to win in areas that have always been Conservative, but equally we're proving in a big way we can win in areas that Labour have dominated, frankly, since the end of World War I. At the moment, we're winning 1 in 3 of all the seats that are up, but I genuinely think the best is yet to come. I'm very excited about the North East results, the Yorkshire results, some more to come in the West Midlands. Essex, we're feeling supremely confident, and that's significant given that half the Cheddar Cabinet have seats in Essex. So it's a big, big day. It's a big, big day, not just for our party, but for a complete reshaping of British politics in every way. And it all goes to show that over the course of the last 2 years, since we made that breakthrough in the general election, we have professionalised the party. We've done it at a very, very rapid rate.
And we've also heard from the Conservative leader, Kemi Badenoch, who spoke in Westminster a few minutes ago.
I want to thank all of the activists, supporters, candidates and councillors up and down the country who have been working so hard during this local election campaign. Thank you for everything that you have done. Thank you, Westminster. Thank you. Thank you, Paul, for your leadership. What did we say? We said Conservatives are coming back, and here we are. Just look at some of the great results that we have had up and down. Look at Harlow. People said that Reform was going to take all 11 seats in Harlow. How many did they get? No. 0. How many did we get? 11. We have done brilliantly in Westminster. We have taken back Wandsworth. People said no one even expected anything to happen in Wandsworth. Wandsworth is now under Conservative control. You look at... Just look at Fareham. Look at Fareham, where Reform said that they were going to be marching through. Conservative hold. We were told that we were going to be wiped out in Bexley. What's happened in Bexley? Conservative hold. And it's better than a Conservative hold. Our councillors there have actually increased their majorities. The Conservatives are coming back. I promised to renew this party. I said that we were going to rebuild after our worst defeat ever, and we can see those signs of renewal everywhere that we are standing. But I do want to say to those candidates and councillors who stood and who did not win, I am sorry. I wish you were celebrating with us this morning, but I want you to know that this is the beginning. This is not the end. Conservatives are coming back. We are coming back, and we're going to win those seats again. Thank you for everything that you did. Thank you. And I want you to know that we're going to be moving forwards because we are the only serious alternative to Labour. The Labour Party is getting kicked out. People do not like the offer that they have. People voted for change, and they got change for the worse with Labour. But we have to show that we are the only party that has a strong, united team. We are the only party that actually has a plan to get Britain working. We are the only party who does any work. We're the only ones who do any work. Reform, talk, a good game, but actually all the places that voted for Reform last time are kicking Reform out. People who experience Reform don't like it, and we know that that's going to happen again this year, but we need people to know that hope is coming. The Conservatives have to come back because, my goodness, this country needs us. We are coming back to fight for our high streets. We are coming back to fight for hard-working people. We are coming back to fight for businesses. We are coming back to fight for veterans, for parents, for farmers. We're coming back to stamp out anti-Semitic hatred on our streets. We are coming back to deliver a stronger economy. We're coming back to deliver a stronger country. And we are coming back to get Britain working again. Thank you, everybody.
Meanwhile, the leader of the Liberal Democrats, Ed Davey, said this year's results show record-breaking gains for his party.
We're on for a historic gains. This would be a record 8th year of consecutive gains in local elections for the Liberal Democrats. That's never been done before, and we've still got great results to come in places like Surrey and Sussex and Huntingdonshire. So yeah, we're feeling very bullish tonight.
And how do you think about how Reform have done?
Well, there is a sense in the whole country that Labour and the Conservatives have let the country down, and people are looking for change. Now, sometimes they go for change which I think is from extreme populist parties like Reform and Green, but their message of change is quite destructive. It's burn it all down change. I think Liberal Democrats offer a different change, which is a build-up change that's more in tune with British values of decency, tolerance, respect for individual freedom and the rule of law. And I think I'm really proud of that message of change that we have, and only the Liberal Democrats can do that. We're the only non-populist party that can offer change. We're the only non-extremist party that can offer the change that people want.
And what's your message to the Conservatives?
Get out of the way. You have failed as a party. You've failed in government nationally. You've failed in local government across the country. And it's the Liberal Democrats who can take forward the change that people want. Change in our economy, building back our relationship with Europe so our economy grows and we deal with the costs of living. Making sure we can change our health service by investing in family carers and social care so we can rescue our NHS, which the Tories did so much damage to, and also building up our defence here in Portsmouth. We have a proud history of the British Navy. I know Donald Trump, Nigel Farage's friend, insulted our Navy, but Liberal Democrats won't get behind our Navy and our Air Force and our Army. We want to invest in defence of our country, which the Conservatives failed to do.
Let's talk more about all of this with our political correspondent Lucy McDade, who's outside Downing Street this morning for us. We did hear, Lucy, from Sir Keir Starmer, who described the results as, difficult. He takes full responsibility. They hurt, he said, but he's not walking away. Many people have described these results as dismal.
You're right, and even though, as it stands, we still only have a fairly small England-only picture of these local election results, it is hard to say that they aren't terrible for the Labour Party, although one MP has just told me that they aren't as bad as maybe some of them were expecting. We've still got a whole day to go, though, so we will see what happens. Labour has rolled the pitch for these elections to be very challenging for the party. We are already seeing the spin operations in motion. Labour saying that midterms are often very challenging for a governing party, that these elections took place against a very difficult backdrop, war in the Middle East, the impact that it's having on the cost of living here. But when you look at some of the results, they are quite historic. You know, Tameside, for example, Angela Rayner's territory. Labour has lost control of that council for the first time since 1979. In Wigan, where Cabinet Secretary Lisa Nandy, that's her patch. Labour Labour losing 22 seats, all to Reform. So while midterms are usually difficult for parties, we are seeing Labour losing support all over England. Now, as you say, the Prime Minister today has come out fighting. He isn't going to duck responsibility. He acknowledged that Labour has made mistakes. And when you speak to people outside of Westminster, those mistakes come up time and time again, like winter fuel, for example, the U-turn that the government had to make over welfare, inheritance tax changes. Many of these things, MPs say, have really tainted the party and are proving very difficult to go away. I think this now, we will get more and more voter reaction. We will get the results coming in, but this is just as much about that as it is the response from Labour MPs. And there seems to be a number of camps. One, Andy Burnham backer, someone who wants to see the Mayor of Greater Manchester come back to Westminster, has said today that they now need to see a change of leader. Another has said they don't see what that would bring. So I think just how bad these results are at the end of the day will determine what happens next for the Prime Minister.
OK, for now, Lucy, thanks so much. We're going to speak to our correspondent, Shimon Freeman-Powell now, who's in Birmingham. This is the largest local authority in Europe, Shimon, but big issues, bankruptcy and bin strikes. Tell us more about the issues that face voters there.
Absolutely. Well, all of those 101 seats are up for grabs. Currently, Labour has the majority of 51 out of those 101 seats, but they're not only contending with the likes of the Conservative Party, with Lib Dems, with the rise of the Reform Party, with Greens too, but they also happen to contend with a plethora of independent candidates. And as you pointed out, on the doorsteps there's been a range of issues that have been mentioned. So first of all, of course, the fact that the council is still balancing its books after declaring bankruptcy back in 2023. You've got the longest running bin strike, with residents still not having access to a fully functioning service. Like many councils, potholes is also a problem in Birmingham too. And of course, Palestine. Politics in the Middle East has also made its way here, with many of those independent candidates, more than 70 independent candidates here in Birmingham, having issues and the conflicts in the Middle East as one of its main campaigning issues. So Labour really have it all to lose here. They'll be hoping, of course, to hold on to that majority. But I suppose the big question coming from Birmingham is not who is going to win, but it's whether or not, if multiple parties win, whether or not they are going to be able to work together in a coalition, especially with a range of issues that residents have at the heart of their issues.
OK, Shimon, for now, thank you. Well, let's go to our correspondent, Shingi Maurike in Warsaw. What's the story where you are, Shingi? Morning.
Morning. Well, I think it's a story that lines up with a story in the rest of the country, which is the end of the two-party system as we know it. Here, Warsaw is Conservative held. It has been since 2019, but before that, the seat flipped between the Conservatives and Labour Party. And now what we might see, according to the polling, is a switch to Reform. That polling is suggesting that they could win as many as 15 of 20 wards here. I think that's an optimistic prediction, but it's one worth thinking about and looking at the reasons why. And some of those might be to do with a demographic which is slightly different to the parts of the West Midlands like Birmingham, where Shaman is. It's a less ethnically diverse demographic in some places, slightly older demographic as well, who tend to lean towards Reform. This is also a Brexit voting region. 68% of people here voted to leave the European Union. Again, that's the kind of politics that Reform can exploit. And I'm also thinking about the wider picture in the region. So we know that Staffordshire County Council is now a Reform-run council, and that is not too far away. Different demographic, but worth thinking about. While tonight we know, or over the last few hours, we know that Newcastle under Lyme is also now under Reform control as well, also not too far from here in Staffordshire. But then there's also another thing about the vote here which sits within the national picture, and that is a politics of fragmentation. There are a number of independent candidates who sit on this council, some of them from Jeremy Corbyn's Your Party, while a number of them are also pro-Gaza independent candidates. And yes, we talk about local elections as votes on issues like who's going to take out the rubbish, who's going to fill in the potholes, but it shows that international politics is also influencing local politics at that as well. In terms of today, they're still verifying the votes behind me before they start counting the ballots. Those votes are expected to be tallied, and the polls expected to end between 5 and 6:30 p.m. And what we could have is perhaps a Reform council, but sitting on that patchwork of parties that we're seeing across the country, which could be a shallow majority, if one at all.
OK, we'll leave it there for now, Shingi. Thank you so much. And just a reminder, actually, we have a special election programme from midday with Sophie Ridge, and then full coverage through the day on Sky News. Do stay with us. But coming up after the break, we will have more coverage of the local elections, of course, but we're going to be covering this. The Hunter virus, it's an outbreak on a cruise ship, and it's heading for Spain. We'll have the latest.
I'm Adam Parsons, Sky's Middle East correspondent. We've just entered Gaza. The vista out there is complete destruction. I'll always remember going into Gaza City during the war. All around us was destruction and the sounds of battle. What you see a lot of here are military machines, soldiers, devastation and destruction. What you see very little of are the locals, the Gazans, the people who used to live here. the ghosts of this town. I witnessed the scars of the October the 7th attacks, burnt out homes, bullet holes in walls and bloodstains on the floor.
People were murdered. You have the black flag, you have the yellow flag, people were kidnapped.
Inside this convoy, prisoners released by Israel in exchange for their hostages.
The Israelis insist that many of these prisoners are terrorists, but here the Palestinians consider them a blend of freedom fighters and political prisoners.
There were tears and there was defiance. This land has been farmed for hundreds of years, but now it's a scene of conflict. Israeli settlers have come to this area to seize land.
They've taken the land that I inherited from my father, and my father inherited from his father.
What would happen if you entered?
Oh, we'll be shot.
This is a place where the past is cherished, but the future is feared. These are the settlers in waiting, keen to start a new life, to annex Gaza for Israel.
The least we can do is just kick them out of our land.
Gaza, which is just 2 miles in that direction, is under attack again. Sky News, get the full story first.
A lot of local and national seats are up for grabs.
Waiting for the people's vote on who will sit in them.
It's your chance to have a say
on who has a seat at the table.
Follow Sky News as we give you the best seats in the House.
From voting
to the results,
the analysis,
and what comes next.
Join us for Vote 26.
Get the full story fast on Sky News.
A third British national has suspected hantavirus on the remote island of Tristan da Cunha in the South Atlantic. Now, the number of confirmed cases from MV Honduras has risen to 5, and the ship is now on its way to Tenerife. Well, on the 24th of April, 30 people disembarked on the island of St Helena. This is in the South Atlantic. And one was actually accompanying her husband's body. She fell ill herself and then later died. And 3 people are in hospital in the Netherlands, and these include a 41-year-old Dutch crew member and a British man who both have hantavirus, along with one other suspected case. Let's get more from Sadia Chowdhury now.
So 2 things are happening at the same time that's keeping all of this on a very tight balance. The first is that we're finding out more details about how this transfer is going to happen. Yesterday we heard from the Spanish authorities and this morning from the UK health authorities, who gave us more details about how the transfer of passengers and crew from on board the MV Honduras is going to take place to get them all the way through to the airport. They said that UK government staff will be here on the ground on the island of Tenerife to help escort passengers and crew. Those who are not showing symptoms will be escorted to the airport for free passage, they said, on repatriation flights. And about these flights, they said they'll operate under strict infection control measures with public health and infectious disease specialists from on board to monitor the passengers and their health. They've also said that all British passengers and crew will be asked to isolate for 45 days upon returning to the UK. The other thing that is happening is that the number of infections is changing. We've seen this morning 1 new confirmed case of a British person who has hantavirus. We don't know exactly what the strain is. We don't have any more details about that person. But these are numbers that are making people here on the ground in Tenerife really nervous. They're watching those kind of numbers very carefully. What are the infections? What are the changes in symptoms for people? What are the changes in health conditions of those who are hospitalised? There is still a lot of local opposition against the MV Honduras arriving here. And I think those kind of numbers will make people even more nervous.
To the Middle East now, and President Trump says the US is still negotiating with Iran. This is despite both sides exchanging fire overnight. Well, the US Central Command said it targeted Iranian military facilities after responding to attacks on its Navy ships in the Strait of Hormuz. Well, Iranian news agencies said several explosions were heard near the city of Bandar Abbas and at a pier on Qassim Island. Iran accused Washington of violating the ceasefire, and the president called the strikes a love tap and said it remains in place. Our correspondent Sally Lockwood has the latest from Dubai.
There is a great deal of concern about just how tense things appear to be, but both sides maintain this ceasefire is still in place. I would say, though, here on the ground, it does feel like escalation in all but name. The UAE was attacked once again this morning for a third time this week. The Ministry of Defence confirming around 6:30 this morning that they were intercepting more cruise missiles, ballistic missiles and drones once again being fired at the country from Iran. Interestingly, we didn't receive any emergency alerts on our phones here in Dubai, and I've heard the same from people in Abu Dhabi, which suggests it wasn't near civilian or populated areas. But what I have heard from messages from many people on social media and on private messages is a collective cry from parents who are really concerned about homeschooling being extended into next week. Schools were closed after that first attack on Monday during this ceasefire. They'd only just returned. They're due to go back on Monday, and there is a lot of concern now that could be extended. But certainly both sides are maintaining the ceasefire is still in place despite these attacks this week. And this morning's attack, it seems, was in response to a significant exchange of fire overnight in the Strait of Hormuz. Both the US and Iran accusing the other of firing first. Iran is accusing the US military of targeting civilian areas. US Central Command came out and said that isn't the case. We were responding in self-defense to unprovoked attacks from Iran on 3 of our naval destroyers that were trying to pass the Strait of Hormuz safely. And the US said it targeted military facilities in the southern port city of Bandar Abbas, when normally you can get a ferry from the UAE in normal times, and also the island of Qashem, which is the largest of the Iranian islands in the Strait of Hormuz. Iran has also said that there were the sounds of air defense blasts heard over western Tehran, and that the US was targeting civilian areas. They also accused the US of doing this in coordination with other countries, which is perhaps why the UAE was once again targeted this morning. Iran has made multiple accusations against the UAE for somehow being complicit in this American action. The other thing we also heard from the Iranians is that they caused damage to those US naval ships, and the US says otherwise, that there was that those US military assets weren't hit in any way. Nevertheless, it really does underscore just how tense and volatile this situation remains in the Strait of Hormuz and in the wider region. Neither side willing to accept that this ceasefire is unravelling, because, of course, the alternative is a return to all-out fighting, which neither side appears to want at the moment. And, of course, diplomatic efforts are still underway, at least technically. We're still waiting to hear a response from the Iranians to the latest US proposal, but all of this is now happening in the backdrop of an exchange of fire.
Sally Lockwood there. Let's take a look at the latest weather.
I hope we haven't forgotten anything.
Travel insurance, I tick that box.
Yeah, but remember what you forgot last year.
All Clear Travel Insurance sponsors Sky News Weather.
Well, the next few days will be fairly changeable, with rain at times, but plenty of dry spells. It's a little on the cool side with some frosty nights. For many, it's a cloudy picture today, with outbreaks of showery rain focused across southern Scotland, northern England and central parts of Ireland. And there will be a few showers elsewhere, but also some sunny spells, and the best of the warm sunshine will be across southern England and East Anglia. Through the afternoon, some heavier showers will break out across northern England, Wales and the Midlands, and skies will brighten in northern Scotland, but it's a cold wind there. Most of today's showers will fade, leaving clear spells.
All Clear Travel Insurance proudly sponsors Sky News Weather.
You're watching Sky News. Coming up after the break, of course, we'll have more live coverage of the election results. Well, it's a big day in British politics as the results of the elections in England, Wales and Scotland come in. And so far, it looks like it's been a terrible night for Labour. We have heard from Sir Keir Starmer this morning, and he says he takes full responsibility for his party's tough election results in England. Scotland and Wales, well, they've begun counting, but the picture is clear. Reform have made huge gains in England, with Labour bearing the brunt of the losses and the Tories suffering too. Well, let's just take a look at the state of the parties right now. Reform hitting 105 seats, and as you can see, Conservatives and Labour going backwards in this latest story of those council elections for England. Well, let's take a listen to what the Prime Minister has had to say this morning.
And I just wanted to say a few words to you about the results, because the results are tough. They are very tough. And there is no sugarcoating this. We have lost brilliant Labour representatives across the country. These are people who put so much into their communities, so much into our party and our movement. And that hurts. And it should hurt. And I take responsibility. When voters send a message like this, we must reflect and we must respond. I think the vast majority of people do understand that we face huge challenges as a country. We've had a series of economic shocks in recent years, and there's a very difficult international situation that we face. They know that. But they still want their lives to improve. They still want to see the change that we promised. They know the status quo is letting them down, and they're frustrated. They don't feel the change. I understand that. I get that. I was elected to deal with these challenges. We made some big calls to stabilise our public finances, to invest in our public services, not to get dragged into a war in Iran. But we also made unnecessary mistakes. One of which was that although we were right to level with the public about the scale and depth of the challenges we faced, we didn't do enough to convince them that things will get better, that things will improve. The hope. And that is why in coming days I'm going to set out the steps that we will take to deliver the change that they want and that they deserve, so that every child can go as far as their talent or ability will take them, not held back by poverty, so that every community can have what it needs, a secure, safe place for everybody to live. Households and families not feeling constantly held back by a cost of living crisis. And a Britain where everybody can feel proud of the place where they live and they work. So these are tough results. But tough days like this, they don't weaken my resolve to deliver the change that I promised at the general election. They strengthen my resolve to do so.
Keir Starmer there. Let's speak to our political correspondent, Ali Fortescue, who's in Barnsley. And we know counting's ongoing, Ali. What's been the atmosphere? Who have you been speaking to so far?
Yeah, well, counting is about to start any minute now. We think they're just having a break. They've verified the ballots. You might be able to just about spot there are a lot of red and turquoise rosettes and nervous faces circling those counting tables, because this is a straight fight between Labour and Reform, and this is a real Reform target. They want this to be the kind of blueprint for their march through those so-called red wall traditional Labour seats. It is predominantly white, working class, Brexit voting Barnsley. So this is a really important place. And I should say, you know, it's all out. All 63 seats are up for grabs. And it is, I mean, it is really Labour to its core. This is a council that has been Labour controlled since it was created about 50 years ago. And the council leader here, a man called Stephen Horton, has been in that job for 30 years. And I should say, you know, he is seen by quite a lot of people as having done a pretty good job. This council won Council of the Year a couple of years ago. He says he would be heartbroken to lose it. I did actually have a chat to him earlier. Let's have a listen to that.
Of course, some of this is about Keir Starmer. It's all over the doorstep. But it's become Keir Starmer because of 30 years of neglect. So he didn't create this. Successive Labour, Tory, Lib Dem coalition governments have created this. And we need to get out of it. And Labour needs to start to get out of it next week and have a rethink. Just doing more of the same, either with the current leader or a new leader, isn't going to change anything. If I don't say that, then I think we're going to lose the next general election hands down, and we're going to see more days like this in local government.
So he thinks there needs to be a really big rethink. He did say he thinks that Keir Starmer should stay in the job. I should also say we just spoke to Ollie Coppard as well, who is a mayor here in South Yorkshire. He said he's expecting it to be a disappointing day, and he said that Keir Starmer needs to do some soul searching. So look, it is obviously a difficult day. The story of these local elections hasn't been fully written yet. We will get the results at about 2:30. I should also say before I go that we really are in, you know, cabinet territory here. This is the seat of Dan Jarvis, the security minister who attends cabinet. We're not far away from Ed Miliband's seat in Doncaster. John Healey, the defence secretary. Yvette Cooper, not too far away either. We are in cabinet territory, traditional Labour land, where Reform want to make their mark. The result here really could not be more important. We're expecting some of the results to start coming in at about 2:30, so we'll let you know when we get there.
Brilliant stuff, Ali. Thank you so much. Well, joining us now is Lord Hayward, Conservative peer and pollster too. Good afternoon, Lord Hayward.
Good afternoon. No, it's good morning still.
Oh, it's good morning. It is. It is. I've been up far too early watching all of these election results coming in. So, look, let's start with the Conservatives and how they've fared here. James Cleverly speaking to Sky News early this morning, sort of saying, you know, it's been mixed results, very disappointing in places. But we also heard from Kemi Badenoch, the leader, who says there's a sense of renewal everywhere. What's your take?
I think they're both right. James made the comments in relation to a whole series of different locations. I saw the interview. At every local government election, different parties pick out their best results, and James Cleverly's done the same. Kemi went to Westminster, no distance to go to it, for a Conservative gain. But overall, disappointing results, but some progress, I suppose, is how I'd summarise it.
And you have spent, Lord Hayward, decades, haven't you, analysing voting patterns. What are we seeing here? Is this a protest vote? Those people that have, you know, previously voted Tory turning Reform. Is this a protest vote?
Please call me Robert, by the way. But yes, it is. And there's a sense amongst the electorate, not just amongst Tory voters or former Tory voters, but amongst Labour voters as well, disenchantment with the two major long-term legacy parties. And people are going in very substantial numbers either to Reform or to the Greens. And certainly when I was canvassing on the doorstep, I got the message, look, you messed up in the run-up to 2024 in the years before. We haven't forgiven you. We like Kemi, but we aren't there yet.
OK, interesting point, Robert. So let's move on then to where Kemi Badenoch goes next in terms of, you know, it's emerging the votes at the moment, but there's a trend that Reform UK are the huge winners. And there may be a story in play whereby Conservatives and Reform potentially have to work together or to form pacts. What do you think about that move,
potentially?
I think both Nigel Farage and Kemi Badenoch have made absolutely clear that there's no intention of having some form of alliance at this point. They are setting out very different styles. You've been displaying Kemi speaking in Westminster, saying, identifying that she has a plan in a whole series of things. Nigel Farage, very different way. There's not likely to be any form of alliance at a national level. At a local level, there may well be circumstances whereby the numbers work out in such a way that there have to be alliances in a way that there wouldn't have been previously. And I think that's a case of watch this space to see who can work with whom, both on the left and the right.
There's been much conversation around whether Reform UK are the official right-wing opposition to Labour. Where do you stand there?
Well, I spent my time looking at the polls, and at the moment, Reform are clearly having a very, very good local election time. But having said that, Kemi Badenoch is actually well ahead in terms of personal ratings, in terms of, for example, managing the economy. So we're not in the field of merging or alliances, as I say, other than at local level where the numbers work in a certain way. We'll just have to wait and see how politics evolves. One interesting side point is that one of the best Conservative results today has been in Bexley, which Reform were nailed on to take control of. It's the place where the addresses all say Kent, although it's a London borough. Kent has been Reform run and has had all sorts of problems. And I think that part of the Bexley's Conservative success is a reflection of Reform's failure in Kent.
And do you think potentially that's what has to happen, that perhaps Kemi Badenoch needs to send a clear message to those who have voted Reform about intentions, about the cost of living crisis, about what she will try to change?
I think she is doing so. What's interesting about her ratings as an individual, as a party leader, and she is well ahead of the Tory party at the moment, but her ratings have been improving month on month since last September, October, and the message is getting across. And interestingly enough, her ratings with Reform supporters moved into the positive side last month for the first time. So she is getting her message across. The question is whether she can drag the Tory party with her.
I just wondered what you thought of Keir Starmer's speech also today. Bruising day for the government, of course. But what he's essentially said is that he won't resign. He'll carry on. The results hurt. And we know over 14 years, you know, the Conservatives saw their fair share of leaders in that time. What does all of this infighting about whether he stays or goes says to the public?
I think it's a very difficult message to convey when you are the party leader who is taking a hammering in local election results. It's a difficult message to convey. My expectation is that the Labour Party behind the scenes, particularly if these bad results continue, not only through English councils, but particularly in Wales and Scotland, then the arguments within the Labour Party as to who will lead, who should lead at the next general election will run right through the summer. I think you'll be interviewing many politicians from the Labour Party in the next weeks and months on that subject.
And when we do look towards getting those results from Scotland, from the Senedd too, where are the biggest trigger points for the Conservatives, do you think?
For the Conservatives, they're expecting dire problems. The Reform have eaten massively into the Conservative vote in terms of opinion polls in both Scotland and Wales. And whereas Kemi may have got a message across in parts of England, London and the South, where she's doing better than the Tory party is in the North or the Midlands, for example, she is also going to have to convey a very firm and understanding message to the Welsh and the Scots to convince them to come back in some way or another to the Tory party. I'm making a comment before I know the results, but I'm guessing that that is likely to be the pressure on Kemi to communicate more successfully on behalf of the Tories in both Wales and Scotland.
And then just to wrap, what do you make of the dismantling of two-party politics as we move forward?
Oh, it's here. The two-party system has been written off on a number of occasions, but we are now in the midst of five-party politics in England and six-party politics in Scotland and Wales. And all politicians are going to have to get used to it. It's going to take a lot of adjustment, but it's here to stay for quite a long time at least.
OK, we'll leave it there, Lord Hayward. Thank you so much for your time this morning. This is Sky News Today. Coming up, we'll have, of course, more reaction and analysis to the local election results.
I'm Adam Parsons, Sky's Middle East correspondent. I've just entered Gaza. The vista out there is complete destruction. I'll always remember going into Gaza City during the war. All around us was destruction and the sounds of battle. What you see a lot of here are military machines, soldiers, devastation and destruction. What you see very little of are the locals, the Gazans, the people who used to live here, the ghosts of this town. I witnessed the scars of the October the 7th attacks, burnt out homes, bullet holes in walls and bloodstains on the floor.
People were murdered. You have the black flag, you have the yellow flag, people were kidnapped.
Inside this convoy, prisoners released by Israel in exchange for their hostages.
The Israelis insist that many of these prisoners are terrorists, but here the Palestinians consider them a blend of freedom fighters and political prisoners.
There were tears and there was defiance. This land has been farmed for hundreds of years, but now it's a scene of conflict. Israeli settlers have come to this area to seize land.
They've taken the land that I inherited from my father, and my father inherited from his father.
What would happen if you went over?
Oh, we'll be shot.
This is a place where the past is cherished, but the future is feared. These are the settlers in waiting, keen to start a new life, to annex Gaza for Israel.
The least we can do is just kick them out of our land.
Gaza, which is just 2 miles in that direction, is under attack again. Sky News, get the full story first.
A lot of local and national seats are up for grabs.
Waiting for the people's vote on who will sit in them.
It's your chance to have a say
on who has a seat at the table.
Follow Sky News as we give you the best seats in the House.
From voting
to the results,
the analysis
and what comes next.
Join us for Vote 26.
Get the full story fast on Sky News.
Hello again. We've had a result in Hackney, so let's get the very latest from there.
Trust in me today. I've always stood up against injustice. For over a decade in the NHS, being a councillor in Dalston to sitting on the London Assembly, all the work I've ever done has been to change the system and services that let people down, harm people and widen inequality. Our borough is home to over 250,000 people. So many people are being failed by the government and the systems, whether it's parents, migrants, trans people, disabled people and young people. The list goes on and on. Across London and the country, people have made it clear that they are desperate for an alternative to this failing Labour government. It's not old politics for parties versus new parties. This is about a system of fear versus a movement of hope. Hackney voters have said loud and clear that they are sick of politicians putting profit before our planet, and for supporting genocide and letting down so many people who are struggling. From our Latin American community events to walking down our streets to the estate that I live on, I've been in so many beautiful spaces throughout this campaign that show that Hackney rejects hate and division. Hackney has a history of solidarity between the beautiful mixes of people and communities making Hackney our home. Here, people's worries about immigration are worries about their neighbours being exploited and mistreated. But Hackney deserves better. I don't want to tweak around the edges. I'm going to change the system. That's why you've elected me to lead the fight back here in Hackney. This campaign has never just been about the Green Party. Countless people, movements, organisations, parties and communities have come together to make this change possible. Thank you to the whole team of candidates, volunteers, staff who have helped build this victory. Because this administration just isn't about Hackney Town Hall. It's about Ridley Road Market, Somerford Grove Estate, your local shop, your school and the school your kids go to. And just as Hackney should belong to Hackney residents, this administration is yours. Because the people of Hackney own Hackney, and it's time to take it back. That's why one of my first acts will be to do a full investigation into who owns Hackney, its buildings, its land, to begin getting these spaces back to the communities who desperately need them. Our plan is about getting the best basics right and making day-to-day easier, getting repairs done quickly, making food and energy cheaper, and rooting out racism in our schools. I'll fight the system that views housing as a way of making money rather than a universal right for every single person. I'll get more council houses from development. The people need somewhere affordable to stay. And I won't be silent about the government decisions that are harming Hackney residents, like continued austerity. It is both heart-wrenching and outrageous that something like 1 in 2 children in Hackney live in poverty. Every day I will work to fix this. Poverty isn't a fact, it's a political choice, and Hackney says no. And we will fix this by building a people-powered democracy. I need Hackney residents to hold me to account and to help me fight back against this broken system. I can't bring hope to Hackney on my own. We need to make hope together. Thank you.
Well, that was Zoe Garbett, the Greens' first mayor of Hackney there, responding to that win, talking about local issues. And the other news to bring you in the last few minutes or so is that Reform UK, you can see actually Zach Polanski there listening to that speech. Hackney was one of 5 London boroughs where council elections coincide with mayoral contests too. It's been Labour run since 2002.
I know how committed you are. I've seen it daily since I first became a councillor, and I know we're in for a long day, so thank you for all you do. To Zoe, you've shown great determination and resilience, and I know you'll have the support of the council to continue the good work we have done as a Labour administration over the last 24 years. To Sam, for your ideas, determination and tenacity, and to all of my Casno family who adopted me from day one, thank you. To Lewis, thank you to you, Corey, Lucy, and our networks across our CLPs and branches for the campaigning, creativity and sheer hard graft. To the number of doors you've knocked, the things you have learned from our residents, the casework you've raised, the strength you've shown, amazing. I have so much respect for each and every one of you. To our commitment to Hackney, the People's Borough, always leading the way. I'm proud of our investment in libraries, parks and play. Our leisure centres, Lido, canals, river reservoirs, our fantastic markets, great schools and nurseries, children and family hubs, new sites for children's homes, new GP surgeries where we brought the portico, a heritage at risk building back into use, council housing and local community energy to make us more secure. Our public realm, environmental ops team, climate leadership, happy birthday to David Attenborough, by the way, 100 years, and the talent everywhere in our arts, culture and businesses like a rising tide. To our incredible SEND, social care and here to help teams, so closely linked in with our voluntary and community sector to ensure support is always there for those who need it most. Thank you. It is a Labour Council that has made these things that we enjoy today possible. To our MPs, whether it's David as our Deputy Prime Minister, Diane standing in solidarity with us against the far right, Emily...
OK, that was just the very latest from the Hackney mayoralty contest there, and Zoe Garbett from the Greens winning that from Labour, who have held that contest since 2002. We also heard earlier that Reform UK have won the Essex County Council from the Conservatives after securing at least 40 of the 78 seats up for that. We also heard from Sir Keir Starmer earlier today saying the results, well, they have really hurt, he said, but it won't change his resolve. He says he will stay and continue to run Labour despite those results. We heard from Kemi Badenoch too today, who said there are signs of renewal for the Conservative Party. Well, next up, we'll have a very special edition of the local elections with Sophie Ridge. Stay with us.
Nearly 30 million people had the chance to cast their vote yesterday in the elections, which could see the end to British politics as we know it. Is this the new era of multi-party politics? Will the Prime Minister face a leadership challenge in the coming days? Well, we'll try and answer those questions for you. Plus, we'll bring you all the results from England, Scotland and Wales, and they're about to come in thick and fast. I'm going to be here for the next 7 hours, so get comfortable. This is Vote 2026.
You have given us a clear mandate. The work of change begins immediately to restore service and respect to politics.
all the questions are about Peter Mandelson.
Are you considering your position?
That I wasn't told that Peter Mandelson had failed security vetting is staggering.
The leadership in Downing Street has to change.
Unfortunately, Keir is not Winston Churchill.
Are you the problem? Do you have much faith in politicians?
Disgusted.
They're letting everybody down.
Get rid of Starmer, two-faced, conniving weasel.
I don't see how he survives that set of elections and stays on.
Kemi Badenoch, welcome to the scrap heap.
There are no safe seats for any party. You have to fight for every vote.
Does it annoy you when journalists ask you about, Zach Polanski and the Greens?
I couldn't be more relaxed.
I think we're doing very, very well.
Do you think you've got a Trump problem?
No.
You don't?
No.
Labour has dominated Welsh politics, but that could be all about to change.
I think MPs will be watching the capital very closely. Keir Starmer, his future depends on what happens there.
Whatever the results, you're not going anywhere.
No.
Well, that was the story so far, and this is the picture this afternoon in Westminster, where today the top job in politics is under question, a Prime Minister under pressure. Good afternoon. Up and down the country, from the Scottish Highlands to down here in London and to the Welsh Senedd in Cardiff Bay, you've been casting your vote. Well, Reform UK are looking very strong so far, taking more than 300 seats and control of 3 councils, Havering and Newcastle under Lyme, and in the last few moments, Essex as well.
I think overall what's happened is a truly historic shift in British politics.
And this is the live shot from Downing Street. Labour has lost control of 9 councils so far. A very bad night for the Prime Minister. Catastrophic, how it's been described by some.
I was elected to meet those challenges, and I'm not going to walk away from those challenges and plunge the country into chaos.
But there's lots more still to come. Coming up on today's show, we're going to be live around the country with our team of correspondents in Barnsley, Walsall, in Birmingham, in Camden, in London, Glasgow, and in Wales as well. Now, in the studio, Beth Rigby and Ed Conway are going to be giving us their analysis. We'll also be joined by some special guests for the reaction to what is already turning out to be a seismic set of results. And we're going to bring you every result live as it comes in. You can see the lower third with all of the seats so far from England, Scotland and Wales. Will keep you up to date as well with the state of the parties. I think you should be able to see on your screen as we speak too. So you'll be able to see exactly how those major parties are performing as well. Now, we're joined, of course, with our political editor, Beth Rigby, and also our economics and data editor, Ed Conway. Before we look at the picture so far, we've had a result come through, and I want to bring it to us straight away because this is quite an interesting one. It's Essex, so home to Kemi Badenoch's constituency, home to Nigel Farage's constituency, and as you can see there, Reform have gained control of Essex County Council from the Conservatives. In many ways, this is even more kind of friendly Farage territory than Kent. Beth Rigby, our political editor, is here to give us some results. I mean, they threw a lot into Essex, didn't they? And look, it's paid off.
Yeah, they've just taken Essex and there's still well over a couple of dozen seats to declare. So that is a real emphatic win. When I last looked, just before they declared, Reform, I think, were running on 43% of the vote in Essex against 10% for the Conservatives. And that just gives you a sense of, in Kemi Badenoch's own constituency, this is where, in Essex, she is an MP. Nigel Farage already out of the blocks to say, based on this, Kemi Badenoch would lose her seat in a general election. So they will take that as a big win. They've also taken overnight Newcastle upon Lyme. That's the second outright council they've won. But this turquoise wave going around the country, they are winning hundreds of seats and they are really taking on Labour too. I mean, we're talking about the kind of Conservative heartlands around London, but they're really taking chunks out of Labour up in Manchester and around the north as well. So, you know, they're taking big chunks in Wigan. They are hopeful about St Helens later. They've taken seats in Salford. So it's not just in the south It's not just in Conservative heartlands. They are really eating into that red wall. And that is obviously causing a lot of alarm for Labour, where those seats that flipped to Boris Johnson in the 2019 Brexit election came back to Labour in 24 under Starmer, and now they're going again and they're going to reform.
Look, I mean, Essex, like that we were just lingering on there, as you say, Beth, that is the real story, isn't it, of that kind of turquoise wave in classic Tory heartlands, but it has been replicated in those northern seats as well. Ed Conway is here as well. What do you make of the results so far, Ed?
Well, I mean, the thing about this is it is an extraordinary kind of tidal wave of data, of numbers, the state of the nation.
We love it.
Yeah, and it's going to, looking at the numbers there, so there's Essex, we're going to have so many more results coming through, obviously what's going on in Scotland, what's going on in Wales as well. And it might feel quite overwhelming over the course of the next few hours. And I guess, to some extent, my job is to just try and take a step back and just ask the question, what does this mean for us as a nation? Because it is rare to have this amount of new information about what people feel. Obviously, these decisions in this election that you've just voted for, it will potentially affect what's happening with your local services. But it's also this sense of, how popular is the government or unpopular. And shall I show you? We've got a few toys. A few graphs, a few bits and pieces that we can show you, which will hopefully over the course of the next few hours will give you a sense maybe of where we are, where we're kind of heading in the future. Well, a little sneak preview. I'm going to show you that one in a second. But for the time being, so this is the big picture, and I'll whiz through this stuff just so you know what we've got, and there's more to come. But this is seats so far in these English council elections, and let's take a step back and you can kind of see the big picture here. The big winner by far, Reform. Two big losers, Labour more than the Conservatives at the moment, and it'll be interesting. I'll show you the chart potentially later on about how to gauge, success or failure for the Labour Party. I mean, it's failure in one respect, but is it failure in line with what they were kind of expecting? We'll have a look at that. Lib Dems obviously picking up seats. The Green Party yet to have their potential kind of race, winning many seats as expected in London. And then that Essex result. So this is just now. So that Essex result, Reform taking control in Essex. But what's interesting about this, OK, so it's not just Essex. I mean, look, for instance, at Hartlepool, which is a result that we had a little bit earlier on. It's kind of no overall control because a lot of those seats, only a third of those seats are actually up for election this time around. But just look at how many of the seats that are contested this time were won by Reform. Look at that. It's 12-0 elsewhere. And what's interesting, in terms of what we can show you this time that we didn't necessarily have in the past, because we've got more data, we've got ward-level data, excitingly, for those in the know. This is the map, ward by ward, of Hartlepool in the seats that were contested last time. So it's 2022 was the last kind of comparable local elections. And you can see, look, it's Conservatives around Hartlepool and then Labour in the middle. And now look at this time. This is of the seats that are contested. So there's still some Labour councillors, obviously. But nonetheless, of this election, just look at the difference between that map and this map. And we're going to be able to show you that for different councils around the country. It's going to be really interesting just to see that. As well, have a look at this, OK? This is the big picture. I'm kind of skipping through a few things, OK, because we're just giving you a sense of what we have, and there'll be more to come. But big picture, and I know, Sophie and Beth, this is one of the numbers we're going to be looking for, is what does this say about the national appetite for these parties? And these numbers will change as the counting goes on, because we're still, in preliminary numbers now. So far, that's only kind of 1,000 of about 5,000 declared. But this is what's known as the national equivalent vote. So it's the share based on what the numbers we had so far and what that might mean if you extrapolate it across the country. And you can see how Labour's share, previously high, previously kind of above the 30%, has dropped down. And then look at the dotted lines. It's dropped down even further to around 15% so far. This is based on the calculations, based on the results we've had. Conservatives kind of ticking along, maybe up a little bit. But really, that big picture is the Reform Party, still more or less the same as 2025. So that was the last local elections. Still around the same level, but still so much clear water between them and the rest. And then the Green Party ticking up. We're going to have more of this stuff, OK? So there's your kind of like sneak preview of some of the stuff that we have. But we'll have more charts over the course of the day. And, We're hearing this kind of history being written about the politics here.
It is such an important thing, though, isn't it? Like, these are the early results coming in. They've already had these dramatic changes, but the story could really, really shift over the next few hours.
If you don't mind, just to jump in on Hartlepool, what's so fascinating about Hartlepool is I remember back in 2021 when Boris Johnson won that by-election. Do you remember it was a massive moment, and Keir Starmer was then the leader of the opposition, and then he admitted a couple of years later he had contemplated standing down after those local election results and Hartlepool lost because he thought maybe I am the drag on the Labour brand.
I remember
yes, a couple of years ago. And now, look, they're losing Hartlepool, but he's got a very different message today.
Yeah, we've got
interesting.
We've got the screen up, but, I think that in some ways this doesn't tell the full picture, as Ed was saying, because if you look at that wall-by-wall breakdown, it is just this sea of turquoise, right? It's dramatic.
Because those are the ones that are contested this time around, that's the key thing.
What we don't know, because actually, and someone messaged me today about Manchester and Greater Manchester saying this idea that somehow Labour are going to let Andy Burnham stand down as the Greater Manchester mayor and contest either a by-election or the mayoralty with results like this are for the birds, because it looks like Reform are taking all of this area. But actually, what we haven't worked out yet and what we're looking at, so it's very early days, is there's some evidence that it might be that actually the progressive vote, if you like, is splitting between Labour and the Greens, and that's allowed Reform to come through the middle. So we haven't got the data on it yet, it's too early, but that's another interesting trend to look out for in the coming hours.
The other thing, of course, is that we've only got a slice of the English Council results in so far. I think those London results are going to be absolutely critical. I mean, this really is Keir Starmer's backyard, right? How are the Greens going to do there? And then, of course, we have Scotland and Wales, where Labour are really expecting a battering to come in Wales too. So I guess it feels like quite early in the journey. Although I should say that we've got so excited already by Ed's wall-by-level charts that we've already spilt the water over the table. So
I need a big working space.
Is that what was
happening? This desk's quite tight for me.
I was over there thinking, OK, something's happening out of my peripheral vision.
It was Diet Coke last time, and it's water today.
So that's probably slightly better, potentially. What kind of things are you looking out for later then? Because I guess we've got, as we were just saying, London, Wales, Scotland, things could change a lot.
I mean, for me, and also for the bond market. So I'll kind of have half an eye on what's happening here, but obviously my other job is looking at economics, and there are a lot of people looking towards the UK right now as this kind of test case. What does this say about the appetite for reform? And I mean, not just the Reform Party, but I mean for politicians who want to come in and reform the UK, because we have a big problem. We have an enormous public finance issue where the debt is rising, some big concerns about that. Interest rates are on the rise. When I talk about interest rates, I'm talking about government bond yields. I've been looking at those and just seeing the reactions. So far, actually, relatively sanguine. We haven't seen those gilt yields tick up, which is famously what happens in the kind of Liz Truss period. But so I'll be looking at that, but then also it's this bigger picture. What about the two-party system? I think, what does this say about our appetite for the major parties at all? And again, we'll have some charts that can kind of illustrate that. And for me, it's kind of about the historical sweep of this. So, where are we now as a nation compared with kind of, a few years, a few decades ago? And the answer is, possibly in uncharted territory, and how do we begin to assimilate that in the coming years?
I mean, just some more updates. Hannah Woodward, who's our journalist in Wales covering the Senedd election, is saying telling me that Reform sources are telling her that Plaid Cymru has won it in Wales. That's what she's saying. We haven't had any results in, but this is what she's picking up from the ground. And she's saying that consensus is that Labour vote share has totally collapsed. And it's about Plaid Cymru and Reform now. So that is interesting. That is from the ground, from Hannah, who knows this election inside out.
And a historic moment there.
Exactly. We're just going to bring you a little result to come in. Labour have held control of North Tyneside. It was actually mathematically impossible for them to lose control here, I should say, because of the number of seats that were up for grabs. But you can see there, again, it's reflective of the overall picture. Labour losing one of the seats there to Reform. So again, it's Reform just nibbling away at that Labour vote, even though it was not possible for them to actually lose control in North Tyneside this time around.
And because we have that ward level data, I don't want to kind of bang on about ward level data.
You're excited, I can tell.
I'm a bit excited by the ward level data. But because what it means is we have a more granular picture of what people feel right now. And, that's it. To the extent to which this is kind of protest vote, the extent to which it reflects local issues, which, of course, it does. And we'll see that, look at Birmingham. There are really interesting, chewy issues kind of, in various different parts of the UK that will be reflected here. But it's that, that public opinion moment, and what do they think about Labour? What do they think about the Conservative Party, who at this stage in opposition, this is supposed to be good for local elections, and it's not that great for the Tories.
The interesting thing as well is it feels to me like the country is splintering as well. I mean, look, we've seen this happen. It's a trend that's been happening for a few years. But if we just a couple of the London results that we've seen coming in, even though the Conservatives are getting absolutely battered by reform in other parts of the country, in places like Westminster and Wandsworth, they've actually done OK. I mean, is there kind of a few green shoots there for them, or is that just overdoing it?
I think for the Conservatives, as of 9 a.m, they'd lost nearly 200 councillors. Now, they're going to lose hundreds of seats, but there are some crumbs for them in the sense that, yes, they've gained Westminster back, they've held on to Fareham, Harlow, Broxburn, they've lost Hampshire. But look, I think if you zoom out, we have been talking ever since the general election and the sort of surge of reform and the Greens and the Lib Dems actually in the polling of this multi-party system. And I think this will be looked at a seismic election, because I think that's the moment where that broke out into Technicolor, and we see it very clearly, and we're going to see it all across the country. And reform, which have been knocking on the door, it's been a party leading in the polls, you're going to have this situation where there is turquoise up and down the country now. Like, they've only taken 2 councils so far. They already control 12 councils, but loads are being thrown into no overall control where they're the largest party, so expect them to take more power in more local areas. And could they end up at the end of the day also the main opposition parties in both Wales and Scotland? And if you take that in, this is the moment where a country that really for a century has been painted at the end of it in red and blue, now we're going to have this rainbow of colours across the country where there isn't any safe or guaranteed territory. And it's fascinating to see that happen and see how the establishment, or the legacy parties, as some people are now calling Conservatives and Labour, like how they react.
Before we go around the country to our correspondents, we can hear a little bit more about what the party leaders have been saying this morning. Let's begin with the Prime Minister.
Let me be clear, these are really tough results. I'm not going to sugarcoat it. And we have lost brilliant Labour representatives, people who put so much into their communities, so much into our party and our movement. And the voters have sent a message about the pace of change, how they want their lives improved. Labour's elected to meet those challenges, and I'm not going to walk away from those challenges and plunge the country into chaos.
Yeah, they've sent a message that they want to change you.
Well, they've sent a message that the change that we promised isn't being delivered in a way they can feel, and also, frankly, they're fed up with years of the status quo. But we were elected to deal with those challenges, and I'm not going to walk away from that and to plunge the country into chaos.
Did you contemplate that the problem might be you, that you might need to go to help Labour win these seats back? Did you even contemplate it? Did you acknowledge it as a conversation even?
Look, I think it's absolutely clear that the electorate are fed up with the fact that their lives aren't changing quickly enough. And this has been going on for a very, very long time. I think that we were right to emphasise to the country the difficult inheritance we had, the challenges we face, but we haven't done enough to convince people that things can improve, their lives can get better, the hope. And I'm not going to walk away from that challenge. Okay. We made a number of calls which were the right calls in terms of stabilising the economy, investing in our public services and not getting dragged into the Iran war. But we also made unnecessary mistakes. And my job now is to set out the steps that we will take to bring about the change that people want and deserve.
PM, to be clear, you are not going to resign?
No, I'm not going to walk away and plunge the country into chaos. We were elected to deal with these challenges, and that's what we will do.
I am delighted to be here in the sunshine outside Havering Town Hall which I can now say is under new management. And it's significant. It's our first win of a borough in London, and that in some ways goes against the trend, because the pattern that's emerging over the country is that Labour are being wiped out by reform in many of their most traditional areas, and what you're going to see later on today is the Conservative Party being wiped out in their heartlands like Essex. So London goes a bit against the trend in that the Conservatives and Labour have held up in some of the other boroughs. But I think overall what's happened is a truly historic shift in British politics. We've been so used to thinking about politics in terms of left and right, and yet what Reform are able to do is to win in areas that have always been Conservative, but equally we're proving in a big way we can win in areas that Labour have dominated, frankly, since the end of World War I. At the moment, we're winning 1 in 3 of all the seats that are up, but I genuinely think the best is yet to come. I'm very excited about the North East results, the Yorkshire results, some more to come in the West Midlands. Essex, we're feeling supremely confident, and that's significant given that half the Shadow Cabinet have seats in Essex. So it's a big day. It's a big day, not just for our party, but for a complete reshaping of British politics in every way. And it all goes to show that over the course of the last 2 years, since we made that breakthrough in the general election, we have professionalised the party. We've done it at a very rapid rate.
The Conservatives are coming back. I promised to renew this party. I said that we were going to rebuild after our worst defeat ever, and we can see those signs of renewal everywhere that we are standing. But I do want to say to those candidates and councillors who stood and who did not win, I am sorry. I wish you were celebrating with us this morning, but I want you to know that this is the beginning. This is not the end. Conservatives are coming back. We are coming back, and we're going to win those seats again. Thank you for everything that you did. Thank you. And I want you to know that we're going to be moving forward because we are the only serious alternative to Labour. The Labour Party is getting kicked out. People do not like the offer that they have. People voted for change, and they got change for the worse with Labour. But we have to show that we are the only party that has a strong, united team. We are the only party that actually has a plan to get Britain working. We are the only party who does any work. We're the only ones who do any work. Reform, talk, a good game, but actually all the places that voted for Reform last time are kicking Reform out. People who experience Reform don't like it, and we know that that's going to happen again this year, but we need people to know that hope is coming.
We're on for a historic gains. This would be a record 8th year of consecutive gains in local elections for the Liberal Democrats. That's never been done before. And we've still got great results to come in places like Surrey and Sussex and Huntingdonshire. So, we're feeling very bullish tonight.
And how do you think about how Reform have done?
Well, there is a sense in the whole country that Labour and the Conservatives have let the country down, and people are looking for change. Now, sometimes they go for change which I think is from extreme populist parties like Reform and Green, but their message of change is quite destructive. It's burn it all down change. I think Liberal Democrats offer a different change, which is a build-up change that's more in tune with British values of decency, tolerance, respect for individual freedom and the rule of law. And I think I'm really proud of that message of change that we have. And only the Liberal Democrats can do that. We're the only non-populist party that can offer change. We're the only non-extremist party that can
said that results will be coming through thick and fast, and that has certainly started. So Labour has lost control of Blackburn with Darwin. They only had a majority of 2 seats, so it's not a real surprise. But just look at the results there. Again, Reform eked into their vote share there, but other party, there's a lot of independent candidates in this area too. And they have gained 6 seats on the council, the Conservatives losing ground too, but Labour down 9. I want to bring you the result in Manchester as well, where I think it is fair to say that Labour have run since 1973. They couldn't lose control here, but they have lost a seat there to Reform. They've been really battered around the Greater Manchester area with Reform surging there. West Oxfordshire remains no overall control. Welling and Hatfield... there's a West Oxfordshire result there. Conservatives gained 2 there, interestingly. Welling and Hatfield also remains under no overall control. The seat there in Hertfordshire, Reform gaining at the expense of the Labour Party in Welling and Hatfield. We'll bring you more results as they come in. But in the meantime, we are joined by the Shadow Education Secretary, Laura Trott, who's joined our little table for a moment. Well, look, you're getting hammered by Reform. It must be disappointing.
I think what we've seen overnight is a wholesale rejection of Labour within England. I think who people want instead is all to play for. We've seen some real progress for us in Westminster, in Wandsworth, in Bexley, which is great. Obviously, Reform have had a good night, but let's see how they then govern. And if we take the evidence of Kent, that is not going to be very well.
At the same time, if you look at the state of the parties, you say that it's all to play for and that the only message so far is that people don't like Labour. Well, if you look at the state of the parties, you've lost 191 seats so far. It doesn't look like people really like the Conservatives either, does it?
Well, you've had a lot of people saying to you about the fact that this is obviously of a historic high for us. And we have lost councillors who are absolutely incredible and have done a brilliant job. But we are seeing those green shoots. We are seeing some progress. And that is really important because the only real alternative to Labour is the Conservatives. Look who's been doing all the running all the way through.
How can you say that you're the only real alternative to Conservatives when Reform are clearly outperforming you in the polls, but also in actual votes as well when it comes to council seats?
Nationally. Like, who are the people doing the stuff on winter fuel? That's us. On social media? That's us. On farm tax? That's us. Where are they? What are their positions? They haven't got any. And where they do get into local councils, where they have in Kent, they have been a total disaster. I mean, they've whacked up council tax, they've put up their own allowances, they're all fighting amongst themselves, effing and blinding. Nobody wants this, and I'm really sorry.
A bit like the Conservatives as well, then. People didn't like how you were all fighting among yourselves and effing and blinding and kicked you out, and they haven't forgiven you yet.
Well, that took us 14 years. Labour have done it in 2. I guarantee you Reform would do it in months if they were to be elected.
If you can I ask, if you look, so maybe we can put this chart up on the screen behind me. If you look at the kind of where we are on the national equivalent vote share, which hopefully we can show, there's an enormous gap basically where Reform are up here, and and obviously this is preliminary, and the numbers are going to be kind of, we'll see how they are by the end of the counts, but there's just so much kind of clear space between Reform and then you and Labour Party. And yes, Labour kind of going down further. You might be going up a little bit.
Yes, we are. Look at that. That's up. That's progress.
That's enough.
Oh, no, it's not enough. Of course it's not enough. But we are 2 years after a historic defeat, right? We all get that. We all get that we lost trust. We all get that we failed in many senses by the end. But we are rebuilding. Kemi has shown a new type of leadership, a leadership which the British public are responding to. She's known on the doorsteps now. When you knock on doors, people like her. They want to hear what she has to say. That is important. And as I say, we have shown some progress. And I think what we will see...
Even if it's a teeny bit.
Yeah, but Westminster is important to us, right? It's one of our flagship councils. It shows how the Conservatives would govern in office, which is well. Kent is how Reform would govern in office, which is badly.
Is Essex important to you? Because you've just lost that.
I know, it's really, honestly, Beth, it is really upsetting because they've got some brilliant councillors in Essex.
I mean,
but I do think it will show...
about 10% of the vote against about 40% for Reform.
But the same thing happened in Kent, right? And the biggest recruiting sergeant for us in Kent now is the Reform County Council. I mean, we keep winning by-elections on the basis of Reform are dreadful. And I really feel for the people in Essex because I don't want that for them. It shows what they will do and it'll be bad.
But what the country is showing is you might be the official opposition in Parliament, but around the country, the actual opposition now is the Reform Party, it's not the Conservatives. You are the official opposition. The opposition in this country to the government is Reform, and voters are voting for Reform in a way that have just blown you out of the water.
But that's just not true everywhere, though, is it?
Did you see the
Westminster,
vote projections?
Bexley, all these places that we've seen, and where it was still early on, it does show that we are people, where there is some progress, where people are putting their faith in us. Now, you're right, Beth, that Reform have had a good night, but that doesn't mean, A, that we've given up, and B, I think what we've shown, and you must admit nationally, where are Reform on all of the big issues? Who have been the people who are holding Labour to account? It's the Conservative Party, it's not Reform.
I mean, just to pick up on Beth's point, Is the biggest problem for the Conservatives that you become a bit of an irrelevance in big parts of the country? Like, I went to Tameside and I spent a long time talking to voters, and people just didn't talk about the Conservatives unless I directly asked them, what do you think of the Conservatives? They just weren't really thinking about the Conservatives.
That's definitely not true everywhere. I've been all over the country during the course of these local elections, and we are very much still on people's minds. I bet if you spoke to them about Kemi, they would know who Kemi is. They know the big issues that we're talking about up and down the country. However, of course, we had a terrible election defeat. Nobody's denying that. Coming back from that is tough, but we're showing some progress.
OK, Laura, thank you very much indeed. Laura Trott speaking to us there from the Conservative Party. Well, let's have a little look now, shall we, at where our correspondents currently are around the country. An awful lot of results still to come in, not least, of course, in London, Keir Starmer's backyard. We can talk now to our political correspondent, Rob Powell, who's in Camden for us. Rob, how's it looking where you are?
Yeah, well, they've verified quite a few of the votes and they're starting counting in quite a few of the boroughs here as well. We're right next to St Pancras train station, as you say, so Keir Starmer's backyard. He is the local MP for this area. He also lived, until he moved into Downing Street anyway, not far from here, just a little north of here as well. But I think the reason why we're interested in patches like this electorally is it will start to give us an indication of how much the Labour vote and the left-wing vote is splintering and breaking to other parties in the left-wing bloc. I think most obviously the Greens. Now, chatting to someone from Labour that's been out on the doorsteps throughout this campaign, they said that the Greens had been showing quite a lot of promise in places like Highgate. The Conservative I spoke to here said as well, Highgate had a high voter turnout figure, which indicated to them anyway evidence of a Green surge as well. But the picture is more complicated in Camden. In areas around here, around Euston Station, around St Pancras, a local grouping, an independent grouping is running candidates, and the Greens have stepped aside. The Lib Dems also have a presence here as well. In 2006, after the Iraq War, that was one of the few times, I think only one or two times, Labour has lost control of this council because of a Lib Dem surge amid the unpopularity of the Iraq War. So I think what this will really indicate, along with the results that we've already seen in Hackney and the wider council result in Hackney and the results in places like Islington, Newham and Haringey as well, is how real the Green threat to Labour is. So far, I think areas around London have shown more willingness, really, to stick with the two main parties, Labour and Tories, than maybe other parts of the country. But I think when these inner London borough results start to come in, we'll get an idea of whether that narrative will hold true or whether Zach Polanski really does pose the threat to Labour and the threat to Sir Keir Starmer that he claims he does.
Vaping line on Rob Powell, thank you very much indeed. Rob Powell there for us in Camden. We'll, of course, bring you more of those results as they come in across the country. Pleased to say, however, that we're joined now in the studio by Steve Reid, Community Secretary, who is here with us today. I mean, it's been pretty catastrophic so far, hasn't it?
Well, it's a tough set of results, and it would be very stupid indeed to try and deny that. You know, I've been in government and local government a very long time. I know a lot of the councillors who have lost their seats, and it hurts to see them lose in that way. Some people that work really hard for their communities, but every election teaches you things that you need to know. We need to take the time to reflect and learn on what's happened. And you know, from the results, from the conversations I've had on the doorsteps, people are very impatient for change, and we need to reflect that impatience and drive forward the things they elected this government to do just under 2 years ago.
The thing is, the change thing feels like the key point here, because that's definitely what I found when I've been, out and about talking to voters. It's like they were promised change that hasn't happened. But we've heard this from you before. That's kind of the point. You can't just say, oh, we're going to listen, things are going to change, and then nothing. It's like a bad boyfriend. I mean, at what point do you just, say that's enough? Well, I mean, there have been mistakes. We have to acknowledge that. I was speaking to a guy on the doorstep in my constituency, a retired bloke, and he said to me he was disappointed in the government. I asked him what about in particular. He mentioned the winter fuel allowance. We recognise that's a mistake. That is why we didn't go forward with it. He didn't know that his pension last month went up by £550, or that it was the government that was responsible for the £100. So it's a comms problem then? That's been said before.
I wouldn't be quite as glib as that, but I think it's, the difficult things have cut through, the problems that we've recognised. We're making change happen, but people aren't perceiving it because I think of the bigger context of difficulty. People see what's happening in the Middle East, the impact that's had on prices at the petrol station, and they're not seeing some of the things we're doing that can help with people. We need to drive change faster, if I'm really honest as well. You know, if you look in the northeast, where we've had some poor results, and I'm sure there would be more coming through today, when you're visiting those places and speaking to people, as I've been doing over this election campaign, people are really upset about the state of their high street, the state of their town, the lack of investment, wherever the job's coming from. We need to show people we can make a tangible change you can feel, if you like, in the places people care about the most and belong to.
Just to jump in, the PM was talking about not delivering change fast enough, but on the doorstep, actually, what a lot of Labour MPs tell me, that it is a Keir Starmer problem, that Labour have a Keir Starmer problem.
Well, I must have had hundreds, if not thousands, of conversations. Keir barely came up.
What, Keir Starmer's barely come up on the doorstep? Is that what you're saying?
Barely came up. I mean, the other thing I thought would come up, but doesn't, is the Mandelson situation. Winter fuel allowance did come up. But it felt to me like there's a sense of disappointment.
So this is Councillor Sharon Hoffman, a Labour councillor in Hull City Council. This is what she said. Yeah. Many people mentioned they would not vote for Keir Starmer or for anybody that represented Keir Starmer.
Well, I'm giving you my experience. Literally, I was all over the country speaking to hundreds, if not thousands, of people.
So you don't have a Keir Starmer.
It's barely
Labour
come up.
doesn't have a Keir Starmer.
I think right now, whoever is each of the last few prime ministers has in turn been the most unpopular prime minister, and that's because people are unhappy with the state of the country and the state of the economy, and it gets vested in the individual of the prime minister.
That is quite important to say that, isn't it? No one has been as unpopular as Keir Starmer.
Well, each of them in turn has been more unpopular than the last, but it's because people are unhappy with the state of our public services, their high streets and the economy. I know what you don't do. I know that we don't doom scroll through prime ministers like the Tories did, because in their last 10 years, since 2016 to 2014, we went through 5, and that chopping and changing led to a flatlining economy and then their worst result for 200 years. We're not going to copy that.
Yeah, but this is. I mean, some of your colleagues are messaging genuinely worried today, saying Keir Starmer is going to hand the country to reform. That's what they are saying, that they're worried that if you continue with Keir Starmer as Prime Minister, you will bring in a reform government, which many of your MPs clearly do not want to happen. Do you not see that it is a problem?
I speak to my colleagues all the time. The idea that if we sort of swiped out Keir Starmer and brought in somebody else, everything would be fine is it's nonsense. Whoever was Prime Minister right now, given the challenges that we face, would be finding it difficult and would find themselves unpopular. What we need to do is to get on and deliver the changes people want. They want more money in their pockets. They want their high street to look better. They want public services that work better for them. All of that we can do. We're starting to see some of those changes coming through now. You know, the wages went up more in 1 year with this government than in 10 years under the Conservatives. But I get that people don't feel that yet.
Can I ask, given all that, do you feel quite angry towards Labour MPs who are angling for a change of leader? Do you feel frustrated at them?
I think they're wrong, but I also think they're a pretty small minority, because I speak to my colleagues all the time in the tea rooms, on WhatsApp.
They might think you're a Keir Starmer loyalist and not be telling you what they really think.
I've known a lot of these people for a very long time. We all get on much better than you might think from some of the things I read in the papers. You know, I read in the Times recently how badly me and Angela Rayner get on. We were due to have dinner a couple of days later. I think we talked about it on your show. In fact, so you know, it's quite often not quite right. The vast majority of Labour MPs know that the best way to deliver change is stability of leadership. Of course, we need to look at the situation as that shifts. The war in the Middle East has changed things dramatically since the Chancellor gave her spring statement and was able to point to inflation coming down, interest rates being cut. We know the war in the Middle East has changed that, but we have to look at the situation as it is now and how we can make sure we deliver the change that people voted for in the general election.
Can I just jump in there? Because the Prime Minister clearly said that this morning, he said, I appreciate people haven't felt the change more. I'm going to say more in the coming days about what the next steps for this Labour government will be. How much longer do you think the party will give him to actually change things, to turn things around? How long has he got? Till party conference? To the next general election?
He's going to take us through to the next general election. We are already starting to see some of that change coming through. As I said, pensions have already gone up £550 just this month. Every household has had a cut in their energy bill. Families have got 30 hours free childcare, which they didn't have previously. Working mums and dads were having to spend all their pay, all their income on childcare. That isn't the case anymore. But people don't feel it yet. People don't see it on their street and in their high street. They need to. We know they need to, and we will push it further and faster to deliver the change that the British people expect to see. I think the British people, though, they want change, not reform. That's a very important point too.
No matter how bad things get, is Keir Starmer going to continue being the Prime Minister? Is he going to fight off any challenge?
We're not going to doom scroll through Prime Ministers like the Conservatives did,
That's
because
a
it meant
question.
they didn't deliver anything. No, it is the same thing.
So is that a yes?
You can't switch out your Prime Minister and expect everything to be better because you've got a different figure sitting at the head of the cabinet table.
So
we have to focus on. My job is to get more homes built, particularly social housing, so that we have more places that people can afford to rent or live. Changing the Prime Minister isn't going to speed that up.
So just to be super, super clear, no matter what happens today, Keir Starmer is going to remain as Prime Minister.
Yes.
Is that what you're telling me?
Yes.
OK.
He was elected with a majority at the last general election to do a job of work for 5 years.
Because you're obviously clearly supportive of Keir Starmer. Is all the Cabinet going to come out and support Keir Starmer? You don't know that.
Of course they are.
They are.
Of course they are. We sit around the table and we talk these things through. As I said earlier on, I read things in the newspaper about different relationships in the Cabinet that I don't recognise, including about me and colleagues. It just isn't true.
But this talk about a leadership challenge, isn't it? It's not confected. It's been reported because it's been actively discussed in the party.
But of course, there's over 400 MPs. You're going to find people that will say things. But the fever pitch this reached in the weeks running up to the election, it isn't being borne out by the reality of what we're seeing today or tomorrow. I don't expect it to either. Labour MPs are very sensible people. They're really focused on how they deliver change for the communities and constituencies that elected them. We don't deliver that change by knifing each other. We deliver it by focusing squarely on the interests of the British people and how we make their lives better.
OK. Thank you very much indeed, Steve Reid, speaking to us there for the Labour Party. Well, of course, we'll bring you more results when we get there, and we can just see at the bottom of the screens there the Lib Dems holding on to the constituency of the Orkney Isles. I mean, that's one of their safest seats, has to be said, for the Scottish Parliament, but that is a hold there in Scotland. Let's go to Hackney now, shall we, where the Green Party leader, Zach Polansky, has been speaking in the last few moments.
Historic victory. This is the first time the Green Party have ever won a directly elected mayor. And two-party politics is not just dying, it is dead and it is buried. And actually, whether it's here that Labour have been rejected or whether we're seeing around the country, it's very clear that the new politics is the Green Party versus Reform. I said that the Green Party were going to replace Labour. That's exactly what we did in Gorton and Denton. It's what we've done in Hackney, and we're seeing that right across the country. In fact, in almost all of our seats, right across the country, whether they're target or non-target, the Green Party vote share is rising.
It's a good result for you here. Labour haven't done quite as disastrously so far as many were expecting. Does that mean that you're not quite as popular as you thought?
I think the Labour Party have done a good job of expectation management, and actually the fact they've had a terrible result rather than an existentially bad result, I don't think is particularly good for them. But I'm not interested in just criticising the government. What Zoe has done in Hackney, and we're seeing right across the country, is the Green Party are offering a tangible plan for change, alongside hope. That's such a powerful combination. And what I see all across the country are people saying they're feeling hopeful for politics for the first time. Some people, yes, were disillusioned with Labour and are now voting for the Green Party, but lots of people are voting for the Green Party for the very first time who didn't vote before, and that's really exciting.
In many places, your biggest contribution might be splitting the progressive vote, paving the way for reform. Are you comfortable with that?
I would reject the idea that the Labour Party are a progressive vote. The Labour Party, since they got into office, have continued austerity. They tried to cut disability benefits. We had more children going into poverty for far too long. They brought Peter Mandelson into the heart of government, and we've seen an ongoing genocide in Gaza. So the idea that this Labour government offers any kind of progressive politics, I think, is for the birds. And actually, anyone who's on the left in politics, progressive, or even just wants a politics of common sense, where we're redistributing power power and wealth away from multimillionaires and billionaires and putting it back into our communities. That's a vote for the Green Party. And what I'd say to anyone is we need your help, and today is a brilliant day to join the Green Party.
OK, strip away the label progressive. You might be splitting the left vote and paving the way for reform. Are you comfortable with that?
I still reject the idea that the Labour Party are in any way a left-wing party. Keir Starmer was a man who echoed the words of Enoch Powell. We've seen in Shabana Mahmood increasingly anti-migrant rhetoric, and as I've said, we've had the ongoing genocide. I think a left-wing government, or anyone who wants to change anything in this country, would look at how much communities are suffering right now, and they would work to end rip-off Britain. We have this toxic combination of low wages and high bills, and it feels like the Labour government haven't done anything to get a grip of that. The first thing they should be doing, for instance, is freezing energy bills. It's outrageous that we've got this illegal and unpopular war, and there are people working 2 or 3 jobs who are going to be having to pay even more for their energy bills that they just can't afford right now. We need to make sure we have elected Greens in office who actually look out for people who are working so hard and aren't being rewarded for how hard they're working.
Do you think this was a positive vote for you, or protest votes across the country with people sick and tired of Labour?
I think people are undoubtedly sick and tired of Labour, but actually people who are sick and tired of parties often just don't vote. And what we're seeing is a rise in the Green vote. And I think people are both sick of Labour, but also actually really excited by a Green alternative that's ultimately about protecting our communities and protecting our planet. And when I meet people all the time on doors, on the tube, on trains, people say over and over again that they're really, really excited. And I think that's a really tangible feeling, that when you combine hope and a plan, that's when you win elections like Hackney.
A lot of what you've been talking about, both in this interview and over the last couple of weeks, have been national issues, not so much local issues. Lots of what you'll be talking about, you're not going to be able to deliver just by being in control of a couple of councils.
Well, I think Zoe in Hackney already has a huge plan at the local level. Yes, it's attached to the national picture that we've got right now, but she's already talked about launching a commission about who owns Hackney, so we're immediately getting into conversations about inequality. She's also looking at food poverty across Hackney, a real huge issue with that inequality. So there is lots that councils can do. And also, it is true that I know Zoe Garbett as Mayor of Hackney, and in fact, so many people who run councils or indeed Green councillors will be holding the government to account from a local level to say it's outrageous that decades of austerity have stripped councils of funding. In the 5th wealthiest economy in the world, where 50 families own more wealth than 34 million people, that's a political choice. So the national government need to make different political choices, and local councils can hold their feet to the fire on that.
Lots of the national issues you've been talking about have been social issues, not environmental issues. So are you really still the Green Party, or are you a reincarnated Corbyn's Labour Party just by another name?
Well, you can't separate the environment from inequality, because actually corporations are destroying our environment, but they're also destroying our democracy and destroying our communities. So actually tackling the cost of living often creates the same solutions to tackling the climate crisis. A quick example, if we insulate every single home in Britain that needs it, we have some of the leakiest homes in Europe where they're not energy insulated, so people have high bills. That's terrible for people's bills, but it's also terrible for the climate crisis. Insulating every home is a triple win, reduces bills, reduces climate emissions, and creates hundreds of thousands of good green jobs that could be in the public sector where people are treated with dignity and care. That's the way to tackle the climate crisis, and that's the way to make hope normal again.
That's a really good answer, but we haven't heard an awful lot of that during the last few weeks.
Zach Plansky speaking there. I just want to bring you our first result from Scotland. This is the Orkney Islands. So this is the safest Lib Dem seat, and no surprise is a hold for them. Liam MacArthur there winning that seat. But let's get a little look, shall we, under the bonnet, because there's getting a few clues about what is happening in Scotland. Let's look at the vote share first. Massive win that you can see there for the Lib Dems, the SNP in second place. But look at the change in share, because I think this paints quite an interesting picture. The Lib Dems are up 7.8%, Reform up 8.2%, so Reform doing quite well from a low bar there. But look at the SNP change in share. They're down 12.9%. So the Lib Dems really consolidating the hold of their seats there in the Orkney Islands. And I think it'll be interesting what happens after that when we look at other seats that are less I guess, more marginal than the Orkney Islands there. Well, let's bring in our political editor, Beth Rigby, again at this point. Interesting to see the first kind of glimmer from Scotland. It's just one seat, of course. But
and also, I've just had one of my sources of Labour saying that apparently the Scottish results are really bad for Labour, worse than expected. That's just one source. But you can see on there what's really interesting about Scotland is that if you think about it, July 2024, when Labour won a majority government in Westminster, won a lot of seats in Scotland, really pulled the SNP back in the National Parliament in Westminster, it looked like Labour could actually, for the first time in nearly 2 decades, take back the First Minister position in Scotland, in Holyrood, in the Scottish Parliament from the SNP. That is like long gone now. And look at that. You see Reform coming from nowhere, 8.2% gain. And it could end up at a situation where Reform become the official opposition in Holyrood. Take that in. I mean, the Labour and the Conservatives pushed out of the game, really.
We've got Dundee City West that has just come in as we've been talking as well. So we're starting to get these results coming in. That is an SNP hold. I'm hoping we can give you the vote share change in this as well. Let's have a little look. So this is the vote share. The SNP winning 49.1%, Labour in second place. Share. Look at the change in share again. This is quite interesting.
And look where it's going.
It's going to Reform.
It's going to Reform.
So 12.5% down for the SNP, 12.8% up for Reform. I mean, look, in some ways, the SNP are now the establishment in Scotland, right? They run the Scottish Parliament. They've been in power for a long time. And Reform, if they can position themselves as the anti-establishment upsurgents, the people to vote for, if you're unhappy with politicians, then it may be that we could start to see some really surprising results in Scotland. Let's bring in our Scotland correspondent, Conor Gillies. He's in Glasgow for us. We haven't had any changes in the seats so far in Scotland, but if you just look at the change in share in Dundee and also in the Orkney Islands, are the SNP, I guess, on slightly shakier ground than last time?
Well, they're confident of substantiating what the polls have been saying throughout this entire pretty lacklustre campaign, that they will win this election. The question that they have to answer today, and that the electorate has already delivered a result in, and they're counting here, is how does that win look? They have said throughout the course of this campaign that if they get a majority of seats here in Scotland, then that would be a mandate to open day one negotiations on a second independence referendum, because that was what they call the gold standard that was set back in 2014. So the question is, how big will that win for the SNP be? Because if they don't make that majority, where does that put the question of a second vote? Does it put it into the long grass? Because essentially it would be stalemate when it comes to nudging it forward. This election in many ways has been seen through the prism of an anti-Westminster vote. More frustration with Labour, as you and Beth were saying there, and UK politics as a whole. And there is this paradox that, yes, you've got the SNP now who have been in power, who have dominated Scottish politics for 2 decades. They were absolutely hammered at the general election coming up for 2 years ago, dropping down to fewer than 10 seats. Yet here we are talking to potentially today about them regaining control here in Scotland and even potentially getting a majority. It's an extraordinary turnaround of events if they do pull it off. And then if we look at the two characters at the centre of this, John Swinney, he has positioned himself as the calm, authoritative voice after years of instability within the SNP. Let's remember the ongoing police investigation that witnessed Nicola Sturgeon, the former First Minister, being arrested and then released without charge. And clearly there was a lot of controversy and issues there for very many years. John Swinney's come in, he thinks he's stable and he is a calm presence. Then the position of Keir Starmer. He promised stability when he won the general election in 2024. And at the moment, for people here in Scotland, according to what the polls have been suggesting, Westminster feels chaotic. And he feels, Keir Starmer feels like a weakened Prime Minister even after last night's results in England. So the question is, as you were just alluding to a second ago, if the SNP win, who comes in second and third place? Now, Reform and the emergence of Reform here in Scotland has split the unionist vote, and that has made it even trickier for Labour, who were one time hoping to get the keys to Bute House, the official residence of the First Minister of Scotland. That looks like pie in the sky thinking right now here in Scotland. And the question is, where will Labour sit? They could slip into fourth place, according to some of the polls, and they are trying to manage expectations here, according to sources in Glasgow and across the country. Anna Sarwar, the leader of Scottish Labour, he's distanced himself from the Prime Minister and election strategy in recent months to try and see if that would bolster his support. The question is, has that worked, given a dominant and resurgent SNP here in Scotland? Anna Sarwar is due here at the Glasgow Count around 2 o'clock, and we'll be asking him those questions and whether he feels vindicated given the disastrous night for Labour south of the border.
Well, will be very interesting to listen to that, Conor, when it happens. Thank you very much indeed. Conor Gillies there, and of course we'll bring you all of those all-important results from Scotland as they come in too. Me and Beth just wanted to talk to you for a moment about Hackney. We heard from Zach Polanski there. It's kind of his backyard, isn't it, Hackney? But it could be one of those key battlegrounds.
Yeah, look, we've just heard from Zach Polanski. He lives in Hackney and they have just won. The Greens have just taken the Hackney mayoralty, Zoe Garbett, taking that from Labour with a 9,000 or so majority. And just like Nigel Farage earlier, there are two leaders this morning calling this a historic moment and a historic vote, because this is what Zach Polanski's saying as well, saying their two-party politics not just dead but buried, a historic victory for the Greens. They take their first ever directly elected Green mayor in Hackney. The council was also up. It has been die-hard Labour for decades, and they are very confident that they are going to take that council. And this is part of the Green wave in London, where just like core Labour seats all scattered in the inner boroughs of London, be that Islington, Camden, you've got Southwark, Hackney, whether or not they can begin to take some of those councils. So quite a big moment there in Hackney. I mean, I live in Hackney as well, and I can tell you it is die-hard Labour territory, but there has been this green energy around Hackney in recent weeks with this election, and Zach Polanski is looking to take that council. It'll be a big moment if they get it.
I bet you've been bombarded with leaflets
in
a way that you've never been before.
I've had so many leaflets.
We're going to bring in our panel in a moment, but just first, we've got a result to bring you. This is Pendle, the District Council of Pendle. It was no overall control before. It is going to stay that way, but you can see there the Conservatives have lost all three of the seats that they were defending. Reform have taken 3 seats. Labour have lost both of the seats that they were defending. Lib Dem's down 1 as well. So you can see the Independents have gained 3 seats and Reform really making the weather there in Pendle. It was never really going to change because not enough seats were up. But you can again see this narrative of the Conservative Party and Labour as well, just shedding seats around England. Right, let's bring in a panel now, shall we? We're joined now by the former Labour Shadow Chancellor, John McDonnell, and the former Conservative Minister, Michelle Donnellan. Great to have you with us.
Hey.
John McDonnell, is it time for the leaders to change?
I'll try and keep this short, OK? I've been talking to a lot of my colleagues. Everyone is taking the same view. Don't panic. Everyone's also saying we do not want a precipitous leadership challenge from either Wes Streeting or Andrew Rayner or anyone else. Let's have a proper discussion and analysis of how this has happened, why it happened, what are the reasons for it, and what should we do about it. But also, everything should be on the agenda, policies, decision-making, and also, yes, the leadership. You can't avoid that. And if you try and avoid it, it won't be a real analysis and proper debate. If there is as a result of that analysis, there is a view amongst the party overall, and I mean the party overall, party members as well as MPs, that there needs to be a change of leadership, well, it should be an orderly change. It shouldn't be some coup or anything like that. But the key period at the moment is that let's just hold back, don't panic, let's have a proper discussion. Usually, I'm a London MP, usually when we have bad results elsewhere, London's the silver lining. This might be a pious hope, but I'm still hoping that's the case. I'm anxious about what's happened in Hackney. Of course they are, because it demonstrates the squeeze we're under, both Reform and the Greens themselves. And part of our analysis has got to be, why is that happening? The Persuasion UK, I don't know whether you saw the report the other day, it was saying this, that for every 10 Labour votes since the last general election that have gone to Reform, we're losing 16 to parties on the left, Greens, Lib Dems and others. We need to take that into account when we're determining our policies and the pitch that we make. I'd rather we had that sort of debate than any form of sort of riotous coup or whatever, or the statements that are coming from some people about there's nothing going to change. It's got to be changed. We've got to listen to people.
So you're effectively saying, like, no panic over the weekend, no one go over the parapet.
Yeah.
But does Keir Starmer need to set out at some point, are you saying, a timetable to leave?
My view is I think the party members and the Parliamentary Labour Party should have that discussion, put the leadership on the agenda, because you can't avoid
How do you have a discussion, though? I mean, you're having discussions all the time.
Well,
what does that mean?
Well,
does that mean chats and tea rooms?
Everything. The reason we've made our mistakes we've got it on the doorstep. I listened to Steve Reid. On the doorstep, what amazes me, you can have a recitation, winter fuel allowance, 2-child limit, cuts to disability, appointment of Peter Mandelson, even the gifts of the suits and glasses comes up. How have we made those mistakes? Let's go back to our members and talk about that, because the debate has been closed down. So let me just finish this if I can, sorry. I don't want to interrupt her. I think the debate has to be right the way through the whole of the party, from grassroots right the way upwards, about where are we going and what do we need to do. And if we come to the conclusion, yeah, change of leadership is necessary, let's do that in an orderly fashion and do it in a way in which actually we hold together on divide.
Should Andy Burnham be given the time to come back?
Look, I think blocking Andy Burnham was a real mistake. It demonstrated, again, a sort of a weakness in Keir as well, doing that. It didn't help us. And if Andy wants to run, if anyone wants to run, after Keir got elected, if you remember, at Bethlehem, they changed the rules.
I know,
who
but John,
could stand to protect him? So let's have an open debate with as many candidates as possible.
Look, if Andy Burnham were in Parliament right now, he would be challenging Keir Starmer.
I think Keir would have been gone by now. That's the reality of it.
So when you say you should have let him back in, if you're a Prime Minister that wants to keep your job, you're not going to let him back in,
What I would have done, Beth, is let him stand, brought him back in and give him a job straight away. Give him the elections job. Get out there and win us this next election. Andy would have been faced with a choice then about are you going to engage or not. And that's what a leader should have done. And by blocking, it just caused more division within the party. It was unnecessary.
Can I just ask, sorry to jump, can I just ask one other thing? Because what you're saying is something I have picked up from other Labour Party figures. You seem to be saying, let's not rush to judgment on Keir Starmer, let's have a proper debate. Yeah. When does that debate happen? Do you think there needs to be a decision on this by conference? Is that is that the timetable you see, that it needs to be resolved by, or that's a moment for the PM?
Realistically, my view is we have to be realistic. I don't think it could be by conference. It's more likely towards in the autumn or end of the year. But let's have the proper debate. We can still govern. We've got a King's Speech coming up. We can still govern. We can still demonstrate we're in government. You know, the Labour Party leader, I've said before, we can walk and chew gum at the same time. Let's do that. But in the meantime, let's not run away from the debate that we have to have.
We need to bring Michelle up a bit. Just very, very briefly, is Keir Starmer going to lead Labour into the next election?
My own view at the moment, I can't see it, but let's ask the members.
Okay. I feel like the discussion so far has mirrored the problem the Conservative Party has, being a bit irrelevant to the debate. Is that true, do you think?
No, I think that the discussion is focusing on the governing party facing a catastrophic result leading from both sides, both from the left and the right. And it has somewhat appeared as almost like a referendum on Keir Starmer. That has dominated the last few days. How will his premiership survive this? Will it survive this? That has been the talk of the town. And his words so far today have been quite negative in tone, in terms of, I can't go, in essence, because it would be destabilising for the country. That's not really a positive vision. And I disagree with this view that the Labour Party should now take a period of reflection, because the last thing the country needs is a party that's navel-gazing. You know, I'm from a party that did quite a lot of navel-gazing while it was in power, and if I can impart any lessons, it would be not to do that.
So do you think you should stick with the leader then?
No,
stop changing.
No, I'm not suggesting that they cycle through 5, but I am suggesting
didn't work so well.
No, exactly. But I am suggesting that it is impossible for his tenure to continue. I think there is something in keeping him until the next set of Mandelson files comes out. But after that, it will be just impossible, because if you've got somebody that can't win electorally and also is very unpopular, the two don't combine.
Just to jump in and bring you a result, this is South Cambridgeshire District council, and it is a Lib Dem hold, so it was a Lib Dem majority before, and they've strengthened the hold that they have there. You can see there they've gained 4 seats at the expense of the Conservatives. I mean, the dominance there in South Cambridgeshire, you can really see. They took control here post-Brexit, and they've strengthened their grip since. It's almost a Lib Dem one-party state there, 25 seats to just 1 held by the Conservatives so far in South Cambridgeshire. You were saying there, Michelle, that it's like a referendum on the Labour Party, but, you know, when Keir Starmer and the Labour Party are doing this badly, it's pretty awful for the Conservatives to also be losing seats too. I mean, it's Reform who are benefiting by far.
It's Reform's night, you know, and obviously the Greens so far are doing exceptionally well too, and there's no other words for it. It really is Reform's night, and Nigel Farage has done exceptionally well, and credit to him for that. And it's a challenging set of results for the Conservatives. However, you've got to remember where we've come from. If you look at that catastrophic election result just under 2 years ago, there was never going to be some remarkable recovery within that period of time. What you have seen today is green shoots appearing, Westminster coming back under control, etc., shows that it's on the right track, that Kemi's message is cutting through, and that the direction of travel is the right one. But nobody in the last few weeks was predicting that there was going to be some kind of Conservative massive landslide. That wasn't on the cards. That wasn't the goal, if you like, for the Conservative Party here.
Just to bring you one more result at Sheffield. These are not completely counted yet, but Sheffield is going to remain no overall control. Labour just making it the largest party so far. They've lost 5 seats, though, and again, it is a story that we keep seeing replicated. Reform picking up 4 seats, the Greens picking up 2 seats, and Nick Clegg's old patch, of course, not much sign really of a Lib Dem surge there. They've lost the 1 seat that they were defending that's been counted so far. Big student population, perhaps explaining part of the appeal of the Green Party there as well. John, are you saying that if you're looking at the results, Labour needs to be more worried about the parties on the left? Because there'll be some who say that actually, ignore the Greens, it's Reform that you guys need to worry about.
The way the votes are splitting, when it comes down to the party strategy, it's been largely focused on trying to win Reform votes back. I think some of those sort of Brexit Reform votes are beyond our reach now, and we have to accept that. And the biggest damage that's been done to us is from parties to the left, and that's partly because we haven't shaped a programme to attract it. It's interesting, if you look at the analysis, it's largely millennials that have gone that way as well. And again, what they're looking for is, basic, wages, prices, price controls, rents, mortgage, that sort of thing, as well as other progressive causes like climate change, and of course Gaza has been an issue. So what we need to be doing is looking at that sort of programme of how we radicalise our programme to win that vote back.
Just to bring you another result that's coming, they're coming thick and fast now. This is Cannock Chase District Council, a bit of a bellwether seat really in Westminster as well, remaining no overall control. But look at the numbers there. Reform up 9. I mean, they really are having an excellent night so far when it comes to those England Council results. Labour are down 6. The Conservatives are down 3. So that is going to remain under no overall control. If you look at the state of the parties, you haven't done that for a while, let's have a little look at the state of the parties if we can, and we can see, as soon as we bring that up, that Reform are really the big winners so far. They are on 508 seats. That's up 506. They've won control of 3 councils. The Lib Dems in second place. They're up 33 seats and up 2 councils overall. And the Greens also are doing very well too. They've put on 48 councils. But look at the Conservatives and the Labour Party. The Conservatives are down 232 seats. Labour down 328 seats, and they've lost control of 10 councils so far. Could Birmingham be one of them? Let's bring in our Midlands correspondent, Shamam Freeman-Powell, who is in Birmingham for us now. What's happening where you are, Shamam?
Yeah, well, we've had some results come in over the last hour or so. We've seen here that Reform has taken its first seat from Labour. I can read you some of the results now. So in Perry Common, Reform took that seat from Labour with the share of 1,020 votes. That's compared to just 487 votes that Labour candidate received. In Gravelly Hill, Labour were able to cling on to that seat with 620 votes. In Tyseley and Hay Mills, the Greens party took that one. That's quite interesting because Tyseley is an area that does have one of those depots, and of course the bin strike here in Birmingham has been one of the key issues on the doorstep. Reform also took Shard End, and the Conservative Party, Adam Higgs, was able to cling on to his seat in Hyters Heath. So it's a mixed picture at the moment, and I suppose this reflects, doesn't it, what we're seeing nationally as well. There are 101 seats up for grabs. At the last local election, it was the Labour Party who had that majority of 65 seats, but since then lots have changed. Many of their councillors have resigned or defected, meaning that they were only just able to cling on to that majority of 51 seats. And since the last local elections, lots has changed as well on the ground in Birmingham. The year after those elections, so in 2023, the local council had to declare itself bankrupt. It's still having to manage the books following that. Of course, I've just mentioned the bin strike, which is still a big issue here in Birmingham. Lots of residents still not able to access a fully functioning service. And also what's changed is the fact that the Labour Party are no longer only having to contend with the Conservative Party, which is the next biggest party here in Birmingham, but they're also having to contend with the rise of Reform, with Lib Dems, with the Green Party, and with a plethora of independent candidates as well. And those candidates have campaigned on a range of issues. Some of the issues I've mentioned just now, which really are local issues, and also international problems, specifically about conflicts in the Middle East. So what's interesting about these first five results is the fact that it is those main five political parties that have won seats, but what we're expecting today is to potentially see quite a lot of independent candidates as well. So it's likely to be very unpredictable, and I suppose the big question isn't who will win Birmingham City Council, but if anyone will get a majority, and if it is a hung council, how those parties will work together.
Iman, thank you very much indeed. Shimon there in a very busy counting hall there in Birmingham. Well, let's stay in the West Midlands, shall we? You can go to Shingi Marike, who's a Walsall for us in the West Midlands. How are things looking there?
Afternoon, Sophie. So the counting here is underway, but there are no results as of yet. I'm sure we're expecting some of the first ward results to start coming through imminently. And here in Walsall, it's an election in which all 60 council seats are up for grabs, and that is a council in which the polling is suggesting will move from being held by the Conservatives to Reform. And the reasons for that are multiple, but some of those include the fact that the demographic here is slightly different to the demographic in the rest of the West Midlands. Take Birmingham, where Shimon is, for example. This demographic is less ethnically diverse and slightly older, and those are where Reform can expect to pick up votes. And it's also a Brexit voting area. 68% of people here voted to leave the European Union, and Reform will lean into that sentiment as well, I'm sure. And over the course of the morning and now into the afternoon, we've had the chance to start speaking to people who are here, the various election agents, the various members of each party. And we spoke to the leader of the council, who's a Conservative, and he told me a couple of things I thought were quite interesting and quite telling. First of all, he told me that the campaign itself has felt quite divisive and quite difficult, which I think tallies up with the wider conversation around politics on the ground in the country at the minute. And he also said to me that people here are still relating to larger national issues. These local elections are about things like potholes and bins and local services, but somehow those national issues are cutting through. He was talking specifically about Reform, who are threatening to take the council here, and he was telling me about how people on the doorstep were telling me about migrants. People on the doorstep were telling me about immigration issues. But I can't deal with those, and I don't deal with those. So it's a reminder of the fact that Reform are picking up on the wider national sentiment on a ground level. And I also wanted to talk about the politics of fragmentation. The council here is made up of a number of independents some of whom are pro-Gaza leaning, a reminder of how that issue is also cutting through, and a number of whom are also part of Jeremy Corbyn's Your Party, the party he launched with Zara Sultana. So we could get a Reform council here. Whether it's overall control, we don't know, but it'd be on top of a patchwork of other parties, just like the rest of the national picture. As I say, results are still yet to be declared here, but the overall result is expected to be declared between 5 p.m. and 6:30.
Yula. Shingi, thank you very much indeed. Shingi Mariki there speaking to us from Walsall, where it's going to be a really interesting result coming in, I'm sure, when they do get speeding up with that counting going on. Right, let's go to Essex, shall we? Let's go to our chief political correspondent, John Craig, who's in Thurrock for us. Well, Essex, of course, absolutely critical council, and it's gone Reform. John, how are things where you are?
Well, I'm at Thurrock. The Sky News Essex Roadshow has moved from Basildon to Thurrock, where we're at the count for Thurrock Council. Here, unlike Basildon, where they're only electing 14 of the 42 councillors, here they're electing all 49 councillors in I think it's 10 wards or so, perhaps more. And the results so far, they had a break for lunch a short time ago. They're about to start again. So 20 results declared so far. And listen to this, 16 Reform, 2 Conservative and 2 Labour. So a Reform looks set to do very well here, as they have in Basildon, in Brentwood and Rochford and other parts of Essex. They look set to do very well in the election for Essex County Council. The only place they've not done well in Essex was Harlow, where the Conservatives did well and defeated Labour in some of their wards. I'm joined for some expert local knowledge by James McMurdoch, who is MP for South Basildon and East Thurrock. Why do you think Reform are doing so well here?
Well, Essex is just the capital of Alarm Clock Britain. The people of this area, they work hard and they expect to be represented. And there's really 2 things that are been swept under the carpet for too long, and that's the cost of living and the pace of change. Reform UK is really the only party that's been brave enough and honest enough to pick up both those problems and tackle them head on. And people want to be represented, they want to be heard, so I'm not in the least bit surprised that they've done very well here.
I should say you were elected as a Reform MP in 2024, but you're now independent. But you've been I know you were campaigning in Basildon, you've been campaigning here. You say that Essex is Alarm Clock Britain, but of course Thurrock is a parliamentary constituency has been represented by Labour, Conservative, and I think this council has been led by Labour and Conservative in recent years, hasn't it? It's a big change. I mean, it's not just minor gains for Reform so far. Is that the returning officer? No, I'm not sure. Anyway, we'll carry on.
We'll get there soon.
We'll carry on. Yeah, I mean, 16-2-2, I mean, that suggests a big majority for Reform UK. I mean, is Reform very strong in this area? Is the turnout high? What else? What has happened here?
It's both those things. Reform are very, very strong in the area, and the turnout's high, but the turnout is high because of Reform. No one else could have done this. It's Nigel's hard work that's done it, and people really are resonating with him and his message. Look, Basildon, Thurrock, South Essex, it's a bit of a bellwether for the country. It's a place that's willing to take on challenges head on, doesn't want to muck about, wants to move forward, improve the country. It's a very patriotic place. So I'm not in the least bit surprised that Reform are doing so well, and I hope it continues for the rest of the day.
Mr Farage told me a few weeks ago that he was pretty confident that Reform UK would win here. And you were elected as a Reform MP. Are you hoping to get back into the party? You just said nice things about Reform UK. Are you hoping to get back?
Look, I won't give you a very, very detailed answer on that, but I'm still very, very much aligned. Relationships are very, very good. You never burn bridges where you can avoid it, and I'm very, very supportive.
What are the issues here in Thurrock? I mean, I was in Basildon last night, and a lot of talk there about how the big parties have let Basildon down. I mean, what are the issues here that have made people turn to reform? Are we talking cost of living? Are we talking immigration? What are the issues?
It's both those things, but there's also some really, really serious local issues where there's just been failure from the Uni Party, frankly, all over.
Sorry, the Uni Party?
Well, Labour and Reform, Labour and the Tory Party, excuse me, round here, you know, for all the difference it's made, it's been pointless to split the hairs between them. You know, when it was the
I'm interested in this phrase, the Uni Party. Are you suggesting there's no difference between Labour and the Conservatives?
Well, look, apart from the fact that they're at each other like cats and dogs round here, no, not really. In terms of results, you know, under the Conservative Party in Thurrock, there was a financial scandal of £1 billion. You know, Thurrock and Basildon is not a huge place, and they managed to blow £1 billion in Thurrock, £700 million worth of debt in Basildon. And if you don't mind just me touching on local government reform, because I know Nigel's spoken about it, you know, this is the thing that drives me crazy about politics, and you just don't see it in business. They start off with an objective and they reach a conclusion which completely ignores it. Basildon and Thurrock combined is around 330,000 people. When they were talking about local government reform, they set a minimum floor of 500,000 residents. They're well under that, and it's two of the most indebted parts in the region. The whole thing's nuts, and it's done because it suits Labour.
OK, they're local issues, but when we were in Basildon overnight, the defeated candidates were saying that Reform had done well because of national issues, dissatisfaction with the Keir Starmer government, and it wasn't really local issues. And we've seen this before. I mean, back in, what year was it, 2022, when these councils were last fought, there was a vote against Boris Johnson, and now there seems to be a vote against Sir Keir Starmer. Must be national issues rather than local issues.
The national issues are very much playing into it, but they're not alone. And look, this is a very engaged community. You can see that by the turnout and why it's so high here.
Do you know the turnout figures incidentally?
It's around 50% in a lot of places, and some places even higher.
We found
it's
that
enormous.
in Basildon last night. I mean, in some of the wards it was over 50%, and a lot it was the high 40s.
Yeah, and look, we're picking. I like this phrase, but we're sort of eating everyone's sandwiches. You know, we're Conservative, Labour, but also, like I said at the beginning, with sort of the Nigel effect. We're bringing people out who'd given up and just didn't want to. You know, we've seen results where second place is 500 votes and we're getting 1,500. So there's a lot going on here, and people really need a bit of change.
James McMurdoch, thank you very much indeed. The Nigel effect. We heard about the Nigel effect when we were in Basildon overnight. Clearly the Nigel effect is working in quite a few places here in Essex. Back to you, Sophie.
John Craig, thank you so much. John Craig there in Thurrock. You know it's a serious election programme when you've got John Craig on. Can't get enough of it. Just looking at the bottom of my screen there, you can see Labour holding on control of Knowlesy. It has been a Labour majority since 1973. They would have lost control, though, if they'd lost 8 of the 10 seats defending, so perhaps a little sigh of relief in Knowlesy. Burnley also remaining as no overall control. We'll dive a little bit deeper into these results when we get them in. But we've got Ed Conway here. Ed, you were saying earlier that you just get so much data.
Yeah.
I guess the difficulty is pulling the narratives from it. What have you been looking at?
Well, you know what? It's like when you're looking at those results on Knowlesy and elsewhere. And, you know, Pendle was another one. Looking at Pendle, when you look beneath the surface, it looks you know, really tough for Labour, but you kind of have to look beneath the surface. And so it's only when you look at kind of some of the ward level data that you see there's some places where Labour were basically winning last time around, and this time around they are kind of in last place. And so we'll kind of have more of that dissection. But shall I do a little bit? I've got another map actually.
Let's go for it.
Maps are quite useful.
Let's buckle up. We've got a map. Let's do it.
Maps are good. It's quite a good way of just like seeing the shifts, particularly given that we have that extra bit of data. Actually, I'm going to just whiz past. There's a first bit which is just, you know, the state of where we are at the moment. Well, actually, no. I mean, you've got to talk about that, haven't you? You've got to talk about that turquoise bar. And just the extraordinary... I mean, you know, basically this is Reform kind of starting pretty much from scratch in terms of this election, but just look at how far ahead, by far and away the biggest gainer. It will be interesting to see whether, you know, where this bar goes in the coming hours as we get more results through from London, because this was always the moment when we get those London counts that everyone was expecting Green Party to kind of see their performance. Kind of Lib Dem's a bit of both, really, but obviously when it comes to, you know, the biggest losers... Conservative Party, and I'll show you something in a second that kind of gives you a gauge as to whether this is a good or a bad night or a good or bad, you know, day for the Conservative Party. But the Labour Party, it's hard really to I mean, not just down by 365, but maybe you can just make out microscopic 3 seats gained there along the way. Have a look at this. OK, so this was, I guess, one of the big moments that we've had in recent hours, Havering. So in London, Reform UK taking control of a borough council there in London, Havering. And here's what's interesting, OK? So not just looking at the extraordinary rise in the number of seats there. Of course, in London, it's all of the seats that are up for election. So 39 from 0, basically, for Reform. But looking at the change in the share, OK? So have a look at the map from last time around. We're zooming into Havering, and we're looking specifically at the different wards of this council. And you can see the way that they were controlled in the past, a fair bit of Labour, a fair bit of the Conservatives, this Independent Residents Party there. Now look at it this time around, and just look at the change in colour here. Isn't that extraordinary? The extent to which it has gone, I don't know if you can see, look, gone from being so dominated by the two parties, Conservative Labour Party, to all of those wards pretty much, apart from one shifting across to Reform. And not just looking, if you look, that's your kind of map of this. But let's just think about the history of it and look back over recent years. So this is going back all the way into 1973 and looking at the political evolution of this particular council and how it has changed over time. And just look at the extent to which it was dominated, wasn't it, by Conservatives and Labour Party in the 1970s, in the 80s as well. And you can see the Lib Dems, Liberal Party Lib Dems coming in there as well, and into the 90s. But look at how that vote share, and this is something we are going to come back to time and time again, look at how that vote share of the main parties, it's actually been falling over time. So, whereas, Zach Belansky talking about this being the end of the two-party system, really, it's been kind of shrinking for quite some time. And now we get to this moment here. So that's 2026. These are the results we have right here. And look at that enormous chunk for Reform. But look also at just how small, how tiny that the amount taken up by the Labour Party and the Conservative Party are there. This is in Havering, so we're just looking deep beneath the numbers at the history here. I mentioned a moment ago, we're going to try and give you some sense as to, because we're getting the numbers counting, and you can see on the bottom of your screen, you can see kind of where we are, the number of councils that we've got so far and how that's going to change over time. And also we've got the Scottish Parliament coming through, Welsh Senate coming in as well. But for the time being, OK, these are the numbers right now. And if you kind of look at where we are and extrapolate kind of where we might be heading in the future, here's a way of thinking about it. Now, this is not definitive because, as I say, it's just a relatively crude extrapolation of the numbers that we have so far and working out what that would mean if that continued over the course of the next few results. But if that continues to kind of work, once all the numbers are counted, then you're talking about Labour losing 1,330, give or take, seats across these English local elections. And that, broadly speaking, you can see here, if they lost fewer, it would be good. If they lost kind of that much, it would be OK. If they're losing kind of between 1,000 and 1,500, we're into bad territory. This is not super scientific, but bad. But they're not quite in terrible territory. So bad right now for the Labour Party. I know that you've got a result, Sophie, actually. So, do you want to do your result? I've got the Conservatives as well.
I love it. Let's.
That's the Labour Party, and that's kind of where we are right now in terms of our age.
I mean, bad, but not terrible. Not great, is it? But let's bring you a few more results, shall we? This is Himber. I'm going to go to Lancashire first. Labour have lost control of this council to no overall control. The Conservatives down 2, and again, it's just telling the story of the night, isn't it? It's a fracturing of the two-party system. Reform are up 8 seats. What's interesting here was that the Lib Dems didn't even bother fielding any candidates in Hinburn. So you can see there, Reform, the big winners there in Hinburn in Lancashire. We can also bring you, I think, a couple of other ones too. Let's go to Burnley first. Shall we have a look what is going on there? And again, Reform up 11. They've won 11 seats, so a really good result for them. Labour down 7. Everyone else down really 2. There were some, I should be said, some defections from Labour to the Independents. So the Independents quite good there in Burnley. And we've got a couple of Scotland results to bring you as well. Aberdeen Central. This is, of course, big port city, third most populous city in Scotland, and it's a hold for the SNP. Hopefully we should have a look at the share of the vote and the... So, yeah, I mean, very dominant, really, for the SNP. And this is the change in share of the vote, because this is really when you get the picture of what is going on.
That's the interesting one.
And this is the interesting one. Reform absolutely surging again in Aberdeen Central at the expense there of the Conservative Party in Aberdeen. And it will be an astonishing thing, won't it, if Reform end up being the opposition to the SNP in Scotland. It is not pie in the sky. I think... Oh, have a look. SNP have just gained the Shetland Islands, and well, they've had it in their sights for a long, long time. The Lib Dems have been in control of the Shetland Islands since 1999, and the SNP have kind of long lusted for this seat. The current Lib Dem MSP retiring, and it's interesting to say that the SNP leader did visit 3 times during the campaign, so they really did want to try and take it, which they have too. SNP also holding on to Kilmarnock and Irvine Valley, that seat coming into in Scotland. Hopefully we should be able to bring you there. So the SNP holding on to Kilmarnock and Irvine. Let's have a look at the vote share as well, shall we? And we don't yet have that, but there you go. There's another SNP hold there, Ed.
It's interesting, isn't it? And looking at that, you can see the vote share. But for me, the really interesting thing, first of all, look at the turnout on the bottom right. So turnout down quite considerably, and it was the same in Aberdeen as well. And look at the change in the share of the vote. So that's the SNP winning, in inverted commas, but seeing their lead falling significantly. Actually, the Labour Party up, but I mean, obviously it's based on the last elections to the Scottish Parliament, but there's Reform, and really striking to see Reform pushing into Scotland, obviously not winning in these constituencies, but I don't think that was the expectation. I think the interesting question, Sophie, is what happens when we get the next half of this, because it's a kind of semi-proportional voting system in the Scottish Parliament. So you get those constituency results, and then you get the kind of regional shares, where I think that's where Reform were expecting to show up.
And look at this. You say that Labour picked up, up 2.5% vote share, but when the SNP have been in power for this long, you would think that Labour would be starting to take root a bit more in Scotland, maybe a few green shoots glimmering there, and they're not. And the reason they're not is because Reform have become, I guess, the anti-establishment party. If you don't like the government, if you don't like the SNP, vote Reform.
And of course they were hoping to, given then 2024 such a strong result in Scotland. That was Anna Sowell's big kind of moment, and a lot of people back then talking about potentially Labour taking back the Scottish Parliament. But as you can see here, it is kind of going the SNP's way, but it's going their way with this enormous proviso, enormous asterisk, which is beneath the surface. Reform are there, and it's not all going their way on that front.
Well, let's talk now, shall we, to Lord McNichol, who was General Secretary of the Labour Party from 2011 to 2018. Great to have you with us. What's your reaction to the results so far?
Yeah, disappointing. I'm really disappointing. I think every government loses in the local elections following their victory at a general election. You just go back to 1999 when Tony Blair, Gordon Brown and that New Labour government won in 97. 2 years later, in 1999, in the local elections, that government, Tony Blair as Prime Minister, lost 32 councils and over 1,500 Labour councillors. We're in a similar situation just now. We're early into this government. We've had one King's Speech, which has delivered 54 bills, which were passed and finalised a few weeks ago. Many of those reforms, those changes, haven't come into effect yet. John McDonnell was talking about the millennials, and renters need to be protected, or millennials have got issues around rent. One of the bills that was passed was the Renters Reform Bill, bringing in protections for those who are renting. So the results are bad. I think, as the Prime Minister said, as Keir said, there's no sugarcoating them. But I think, for me, the big thing is our politicians, our government, this Labour government, just needs to be more honest about how difficult change is going to be and how long that change is going to take. We're in the middle of a war in the Middle East. We've got a cost of living crisis. The building blocks are being put in place. You've had a number of frontline Labour politicians. I'm going through the health service in education. Steve Reid, I'm in housing. We are less than 2 years into a 5-year term. It's going to take time. It needs to be speeded up, but it's going to be time. It's going to take time. So my advice is be honest with the public and offer hope. We need to offer more hope in this difficult world that we find ourselves in just now.
I mean, the question that many will be asking is that Labour have been telling us for an awful long time that things are going to change, that we need to change, that we need to speed up the pace of change. But at what point does that, I guess, time run out? Do you think there is an argument now that a lot of MPs are saying that actually there needs to be a change of leader?
I'm not sure a lot of MPs are saying it. You have a quote on your screen just now from Diane Abbott saying, no change in leadership. John McDonnell has just been on saying no change in leadership.
Just to come in, because I think it's quite important. I think that you're right that people aren't calling for an immediate change of leadership, right? Yeah. You know, I think that is fair. We don't expect to see a big coup over the weekend.
Yeah.
But what I think a lot of MPs are saying, or at least they're saying to journalists like me, is that Keir Starmer can't lead Labour into the next election. So they need to start thinking at some point about a change of leader before that time.
So what's the quote? A week is a long time in politics. We've got 3 years, over 3 years, between now and the next general election. There needs to be time for this Labour government to demonstrate the changes that it is putting in place for the country. I thought in Keir's speech this morning, I'm understanding and owning up to the mistakes that have been made, but then talking about setting out a vision and how it's exactly as you say, Sophie. It's how that change needs to be delivered, how we see the changes in our high streets, on our roads, in our communities. You know, we're starting to see it in the health service, but bringing in more GPs isn't going to happen overnight. Building council houses or building more houses is not going to happen overnight. Sorting out our education system is not going to happen overnight. I think we, the Labour government, just need to be a bit more honest about it, because every politician from Reform all the way through to the Greens have talked about change, including Labour, including the Liberals and including the Conservatives. That change means different things to different parties. For me, it's about delivering for the communities throughout the United Kingdom, and we just need to go on and do it.
Thank you very much. Good to speak to you today. Lord McNichol there from the Labour Party.
Take care.
Right, the results coming in, of course, thick and fast. If you're looking at the bottom of your screens right now, you can see them ticking over. Every new result we get, we will put there and we'll bring you the full details of them as soon as we have them in as well. But look, so far in England, it's been an excellent night for Reform in particular. Those Wales seats haven't started coming through yet, but we have started to get a few of the elections to the Scottish Parliament coming through. So joining us now is Neil Gray, who is the SNP candidate for Airdrie. Great to have you with us. Thank you for being with us. And what do you make of the results that we've seen so far? Just a trickle in from Scotland.
I mean, it's very early days, but I have to say I am absolutely thrilled to see the SNP take Shetland. Hannah Mary Goodlad is an outstanding candidate. She's going to be an incredible MSP. She has fought a remarkable campaign in Shetland. It was a target for us, but we felt, given the Liberal strength in Shetland for so long, that
I think we might have lost you there. I think we may have lost, I guess, sadly. We'll have a little go at getting back to that interview just as soon as we have it. But let's just bring you the state of the parties while we have, just to try and give you a bit of a sense. This is Scotland, the elections for the Scottish Parliament. Not many coming through yet, but look, The big one is the SNP winning Shetland from the Lib Dems. It's a seat that the Lib Dems have held since the 1990s, long coveted by the SNP, but actually that majority was getting smaller and smaller, so not a huge upset, but I think something that the SNP will be very glad to have taken from the Liberal Democrats. You can see there the vote share. The SNP won that seat with 47.5% of the vote. But let's have a look at the change in vote share. Really, you can see there it is a big fall in support for the Liberal Democrats. They're going to be disappointed with that in Shetland, a seat that they've held historically for so long. The current Lib Dem MSP, Beatrix Wishart, was retiring, so perhaps that fall in the vote share, a bit of a personal vote for her now leaving the party. Scottish Greens doing well, Scottish Reform doing well too, but it was the SNP who managed to gain that seat from the Liberal Democrats. I think what's interesting in the Scotland results we've seen coming in so far, and there is a big health warning on this because they've only started to trickle through, is the performance of Reform. It does certainly seem as though Reform outperforming so far in Scotland, their ambitions to perhaps become the official opposition to the SNP. But then overall, of course, in England as well, it's been an excellent night for the Reform. Right, let's bring you a little result, shall we? As I was saying, those results in Scotland really beginning to trickle in. We can bring you the result for Dundee City East. Stephen Gethin's has won that for the Scottish National Party with 12,969 votes. So really no one coming close at all. Labour in second place, Reform in third place. Let's have a look at the vote share there, shall we? So you can see there, the SNP nearly winning half of the votes cast in Dundee City East. Let's have a look at the change in share, shall we? And again, this is where things get interesting because, yes, the SNP have held it. Yes, the SNP have held it easily, but they are 10.4% down on what they were last year. And look at who was the beneficiary. Once again, it is Reform really becoming, I think, a thorn in the side of the SNP and hoovering up some of those results there in Scotland. Let's go back to Neil Gray, shall we, of the SNP. Thanks for bearing with us. Not sure what happened last time. I just wondered if you could comment on the performance of Reform in Scotland. Because, yes, look, the SNP holding seats. Yes, you managed to take that one from the Lib Dems. But, my goodness, Reform are doing quite well in these early results, aren't they?
I was sorry to be cut off there when I was talking about the result in Shetland. That was not a result that we were anticipating. This was a surprise for us. We hoped we might be able to do well, and I'm absolutely delighted that the SNP campaign, led so well by Hannah Mary Goodlad, has seen us over the line. But it is an incredible result. It overturns decades of Liberal dominance in the islands. I come from the neighbouring islands in Orkney, and I recognise how important and big a result it is. It is seismic for the SNP in
just
the
to come
Northern
in,
Ireland.
just to come in, because I absolutely understand. Historically, this is a massive gain, right? Taking Shetland has been Lib Dem for so long, but the majority was 806 votes, so it's important to say that as well.
Well, though, you look at the number of votes cast, you look at the share of the vote, the SNP moving to 47% of the vote in Shetland is a remarkable result. There is no way of sugarcoating this to say that it's anything other than a remarkable steal for the SNP, and I'm delighted for Hannah Mary Goodlad. I think in terms of your assessment of what's happening elsewhere, it's too early to tell in terms of the overall results. Reform appear to be doing well. However, the SNP is holding Reform off in these constituencies where they were perhaps fancied to do better. So I think what you're seeing is a bit more of a dynamic rather than this being a shift between the SNP to Reform. I think you're seeing a significant shift between other parties and the SNP holding its share of the vote well, standing up to Reform, standing against the division in politics and coming through as clear, hopeful winners in the constituencies we've seen so far.
Do you think that Reform are now, I guess, the opposition to the SNP? Labour, the Conservatives, are they kind of left the field, if you like?
Well, I think it's too early to say. Not all results have been carried, so we don't know the outcome of the election in Scotland yet. But there was your previous contributor from a Labour perspective It said about how difficult elections are after your election to government. We're 19 years into an SNP government, and we are performing well and doing well. And it is the other parties that are currently struggling. Labour's share of the vote in many of these places is down. We are seeing them in a difficult place today. And you should see, if the Labour contributor Pryor had his theory correct, you would see a greater challenge to the SNP. The reason that we appear to be doing well today is because we've listened to the people. We've taken forward a hopeful message, one with aspiration and hope at its heart. We have taken on the messages of division and hatred in our politics, and we have stood up with our values front and centre of our campaign, and that is what is seeing us through.
OK, great to talk to you. Thank you very much for taking the time.
Thank you.
Right, we've been talking an awful lot about reform so far today, and we're joined now by the Deputy Leader of Reform UK, that is Richard Tice. Great to have you with us. Thank you for being with us. So what do you make of the results so far? It's been a stonking performance so far, hasn't it, for reform?
Well, we're delighted, and absolutely delighted. You're just hearing there that we're doing well in Scotland as well, but I'm here in Birmingham at this huge count for Birmingham City, which is incredibly close, way too close to call, may end up in no overall control. But across the West Midlands, we are absolutely smashing it. We've won total control of, for example, Newcastle under Lyme, which was an example actually of a lower tier council under a reform county council elected last year, showing that voters, they're saying they want more reform. Despite all of the nonsense reported in the press, we're doing a great job running the councils, and voters in their millions are saying we want more reform to run these councils. And whether we're taking them from Labour, we've just taken Essex County Council. I think I've just been told that Kemi Badenoch herself would lose her constituency seats if there was a general election next week based on those results. So the two-party system is dead, and Reform are the big winners of these local elections.
You mentioned there what would happen at a general election, and it is always dangerous, as you know, of course, to kind of map across too closely how people vote in local elections to a general election. But, if you look at these results, is Nigel Farage on his way to being Prime Minister?
Yes, I think that's the confident signal that these results are sending. And we've always said this is like the midterm elections. And of course, we welcome the scrutiny of how well we run the councils, where we've got majority control. And, we're confident that we will continue to do a good job. Voters are saying you've got lots and lots right in the 10 councils that we currently majority control. Of course, we make mistakes. Everybody's human. But where we do, we learn from it and we keep pushing on. But that's the key message, is that voters are sending a message back to the establishment, to the Uniparty, saying, actually, we want more reform. Okay. People are feeling they're feeling poorer and they want change, and that's what we're delivering.
You say that you welcome scrutiny, but I guess I just wonder, how true that actually is. To be fair to you, you often come in, you give a lot of interviews. We've had a lot of interviews before. But many people would say that Nigel Farage is avoiding scrutiny over the £5 million donation that he was given before the election. At what point does Nigel Farage, if he does want to be Prime Minister, which we've got to take seriously at this point, have to actually act like most of the other party leaders and sit down for a proper interview about what exactly happened there?
Well, do you know what Nigel's been doing? He's been campaigning across the country and engaging with the people, which is much more important in the nicest possible way.
No, I'm just going to come in because I'm just going to come in because I absolutely appreciate how important it is to go around the country and talk to people, right? Obviously, that's so important. But if you've received a £5 million donation before an election,
it was a
and
gift,
you haven't
not
sat
a donation.
Down,
it was a very important.
It was a gift. Well, this is what I mean. He should come and sit down and talk to us about it, shouldn't he? Because this is also an important part of being Prime Minister. Well, it's about being scrutinised by journalists too, not just friendly journalists.
Of course, everybody in the media wants an interview with Nigel's, but his time is precious. He's talked about it.
I actually don't care who it's with, by the way. I'm not pitching for myself. I'm just pitching for somebody.
I know you're not precious, but
surely.
Well, he's talked about it. He's given interviews.
What interviews has he given about it?
There's no one who talks to the press more. He talked about it in a press conference just the other day.
What interview has he given on it? Like a sit-down interview? What interview has he given on it?
maybe he was standing up when he was busy between campaigning.
You know what I'm saying? Because a press conference is not the same as an interview, is it? You have one question and then the microphone's taken away from you. There's a lot of questions on this, isn't there? I mean, maybe he can clear them all up and it's completely legitimate, but shouldn't he give an interview on it?
Nigel has complied with the rules when the unconditional gift was made. He hadn't even made the decision to go back into politics, but what he was very concerned about was his personal safety and security. And I can tell you, having worked with Nigel for over a decade, that was and still is a huge issue. He is the most recognisable and probably the politician, and the politician that needs the most security, probably more than the Prime Minister, frankly.
Look, I absolutely appreciate the need for security for Nigel Farage. I just want to take that absolutely clear as well. And thank you for coming on and for giving interviews as well. We appreciate it. Any particular results we need to be watching out as the day unfolds?
Here in Birmingham City will be huge, but look for Sunderland, Gateshead later in the afternoon. And, of course, Wales. Wales is going to be devastating for Labour, absolutely devastating.
Richard Tice.
Vote just going on behind me. I'm hoping that it's good for us, but thank you, Sophie.
I'm going to let you go and have a listen into that. Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you.
Richard Tice, they're talking to us from Reform. Let's have a little look at, shall we, at some results. We can see there at the bottom of my screen, I'm reading off Nuneaton and Bedworth remaining no overall control. An awful lot, of course, riding on constituencies in Westminster like that of Nuneaton, always a classic bellwether, that remaining under all control. But just look at the change in votes there. Reform up 15 seats, Labour are down 8, the Conservatives are down 8, the Greens have added 1. And I think once again, this is adding to the narrative that we were just hearing from Richard Tice, that Reform are really picking up an awful lot of votes in these councils in England too. We can have a look at Basingstoke as well. Let's have a look at Basingstoke Council, shall we? So this is classic commuter belt territory. Basingstoke and Dean, and that is remaining under no overall control. It's a Lib Dem run administration. No change in the Lib Dem vote. Reform up 1, 2 independents winning there. So not a whole load of change, I think it's fair to say, in Basingstoke and Dean, which remains under no overall control. Well, let's bring back in our panel, shall we? Former Labour Shadow Chancellor John McDonnell and the former Conservative Minister Michelle Donnellan. Great to have you both with us. Michelle, the results are really starting to kind of trickle through. We've got a bit from Scotland as well. What's your kind of main takeaway?
I think the main takeaway for everybody is how well Reform have done and how devastating this is for Labour. What does the premiership of Keir Starmer look like now over the next few weeks as he tries to limp on? And I think having been an MP in a party which has been in turmoil and been unpopular at times whilst governing, it will be like a pressure cooker now for those MPs. They'll be looking at those results thinking, I'm going to lose my seat. And the anger and the concern will be whipping up. There'll be decisions being made that are much more reactionary, and there'll be a lot of pressure for change. And that's just going to snowball and snowball. And then we'll get that Mandelson next dump of files, and I think it will just intensify it to the point that something has to give. The challenge is anybody prepared to go over the top? Because the person who does is normally viewed as the traitor and not the natural successor.
John, what would you say to that?
Can I comment on Ian McNichol's
interview?
Sure. Is that all right before I come on to that? Ian was saying about, I think, a very valid point, that, we've only been in power 2 years, so people need to see the changes that we've brought about. And I think that's true. And he cited a good example of the Renters Reform Act that's gone through. But the problem there is that, I'll just give that as an example, it's a good piece of legislation, but actually doesn't go far enough. So Sadiq Khan, for example, Andy Burnham said, actually, welcome legislation, but what we need is rent control. So we always seem to pull back from what's really needed. And the second thing...
radical, basically.
Yeah, it is. And also the second thing is, when we introduce a good piece of legislation, alongside that, there's another mistake, almost on a monthly basis. And that's the reasons for that, I think, is because there is a lack of political nous amongst our leadership. That's one thing. That might be a lack of experience. And the other thing, just not listening to people, because a lot of the mistakes that you could see them coming, but the leadership never listened to the broad range of views within the party itself. And in terms of what's happening overnight, I'm still hoping we can pull something out of the fire in London. But it is serious, and it's serious in the sense of not just the government, it's serious about the future of the party. That's why we need a real discussion, because I don't want to go down the erosion that the Conservatives have seen again in this election.
Talking about the erosion for the Conservatives, we've got a result to bring you now, and this is Suffolk. Reform have gained control of Suffolk. This is a big one. Reform up 37 seats, the Conservatives down 37 seats. This has been run by the Conservatives since 2017. It's a rural constituency. There's been a kind of a recent Conservative dominance. We knew that Reform were going to advance here, but it absolutely wasn't guaranteed a majority. They've done that. They have got that. And it's very interesting to see, I think, the surge of Reform really in most parts of the country at this point. And Michelle, what's your reaction to that Suffolk result?
Well, look, it's not a good result for the Conservative Party, but I think that in Suffolk we did lose a number of seats in the general election as well, if I'm correct. So it's not a case of us going down. And as I was saying before, it was a really challenging general election, which was a catastrophic result for the Conservatives. It would be incomprehensible to think that we would have rocketed and that today would be our day. And the seats that are changing today are mainly ones when we were on a high before. So you've also got to factor that in as well. And what we are seeing is we're seeing some good green shoots. Look at Westminster, look at other areas where we're doing well throughout the country. It shows that the party is rebuilding, it is recovering, it is getting traction on the doorstep. And whilst the results are challenging, it's not a write-off.
That's a grim one for you, to be honest.
Well, it is, yes, but it's not that picture as badly across the nation.
No green sheets of recovery there.
In that particular area, no. But I think Labour have got some horrendous results.
We'll address it.
Yeah.
We'll address it.
Is it basically a story for both of you guys? I mean, you're sitting here as the party in government, the main part of the opposition. You're not on the map anymore. Is other parties taking that?
That's the worry.
Place?
No, that's the worry. We have to be honest about it, and we have to be honest about how we address that. And that's what I'm saying. To defeat the Reform, we have to assemble that progressive coalition again, and we've got to think hard about how we do that. It's a combination of admitting to mistakes, admitting about our processes aren't working properly to arrive at the right decisions, and it is about policy.
But if you want to do that, I interviewed Zach Polanski, and I talked to him about who he'd worked with. He said, absolutely not working with Keir Starmer. And then he said, yeah, Angela Rayner, yeah, Andy Burnham, potentially.
I think that needs to be thrown into the debate that we have with regard to the future of the Labour Party as well. All the factors need to be put on the table itself.
Okay. Yeah, and I think we do have to be careful to remember this is a local election, so this isn't. You can't then extrapolate it exactly into a general election. There was a lot of talk today, including from Zach Polanski, that the two-party system is completely dead. I don't think it is dead. It might be in a coma for a little bit of time, but I'm not convinced this is the death of the two-party system within the United Kingdom.
The only difference I have on that is sometimes these can be the canary in the mine. So they're actually giving you a warning that you need to take on board. And actually, if you don't take them on board, I remember in the 2008-9 period where we had pretty catastrophic elections, council elections then under Gordon Brown, and we lost in 2010. So they're messages you need to take on board, and it's how you analyse that message and how, therefore, you discover and discuss what the solution is, what the next path is. So that's why I think they're serious today for both Conservative and Labour overall.
Of course, local elections in England, we are getting national results through in Scotland and Wales. We've got one to bring you now in Scotland. This is Carrick, Cumnock and Doon Valley it's part of South Ayrshire, East Ayrshire, and you can see the results there. It's an SNP hold. Let's try and look under the bonnet, shall we? Let's have a look at the vote share. Let's have a look at the change in vote share. So this is the vote share. The SNP winning around a third of the votes there. Reform in second place. And once again, just look at that. It is Reform who are up. So even though the SNP are holding these seats, their vote is down nearly 10%. Reform are gaining. The Conservatives also down. And I think this is a very interesting result because the Conservatives in Scotland will be looking at this with worry. Again, are they seeing Reform cannibalising their vote in Scotland in the same way that they have done in other parts of England? Labour, no real change there, not really kind of on the map.
Could I say, actually, from Labour's thinking, the results in Wales and Scotland might be more influential than what's happening amongst the English councils, because certainly for Wales, because of our historic base, and also because of our expectations in Scotland, we thought at one point we could go into government.
Yeah, and I guess this is the thing, if the SNP have been in power there a long time, that's the point when you try and be the opposition party picking up in these kind of elections. Exactly. And it's not Labour, it's Reform, as you can see from there. We've been talking there about Wales. Let's go to Wales, shall we? Our correspondent, Dan Whitehead, is in Bangor for us. I mean, Dan, it's going to be a really interesting set of results in Wales. What's happening so far?
Yeah, I think we're due to get the first results probably in the next hour or so, but it is looking like it is going to be an absolutely awful day for Labour in Wales. Let me just bring you a note we've had from Welsh Labour in the last couple of minutes. They say that this has undeniably been a very difficult election for Welsh Labour. We now expect to lose several hard-working and respected members of the Senate. It's looking like, and this is their words, that Welsh Labour will return a group of around 10 members of the Senate out of 96. That is an end to Labour's domination of politics here for the last century. A real disaster is on the cards for Labour in Wales. Last couple of minutes, we've just been outside. The leader of Plaid Cymru, Rhun ap Iorwerth, who may well be on track to become the new leader of the Welsh Government. He's arrived in the last couple of minutes. I managed to get a couple of questions in with him. This is what he had to say.
Let's see over the next few hours. Positive? Ready to govern Wales? We shall see how it goes over the next few hours, but it's a good day, hopefully.
It's a good day, hopefully. That's the words from Rhun ap Iorwerth. He's just done a circuit of the hall here in Llandudno, one of the 16 new constituencies in Wales. Of course, look, politics to one side, Labour's potential demise, a two-horse race between Plaid Cymru and Reform UK. Everything else is changing in Wales here as well. The whole voting system, the constituencies, the number of politicians down in Cardiff going up from 60 to 96. That's been a real bone of contention amongst many of the electorate. Not happy that the number of politicians getting paid down in Cardiff is going to increase by so many. Look, we haven't got any official results yet, but let me just bring you a couple of sources we've had to Sky News. Plaid sources believing that they are, especially in Labour old heartlands, places like Blaenau Caerphilly Rumney, they believe they're going to get 3 seats there. Cardiff Penarth down in the south. We've got to keep a real eye on places like Merthyr, those post-industrial heartlands, which Labour have ruled for so many decades. That is where Nigel Farage has been over the last 6 months to a year, campaigning not just on Welsh policies, but he's been here launching stuff for England as well. He believes that the problems in Wales, the disillusionment felt in those valley towns is an example of Labour's failure since devolution began 27 years ago. But that note from Labour really is damning. They are predicting officially, Labour, that they're looking at 10 members of the Senate out of the new 96. It is an absolute disaster for Labour. And one final point, just having travelled the length and breadth of the country over the last 6 months or so, there is real anger at not just Labour in Wales, but at Keir Starmer. People have told me that what happens in number 10 directly affects how they vote in Wales, even though on many of those issues, it's not controlled by the Senate. But be under no illusion, what's been going on with Labour nationally affects how people vote in the local election here.
Dan, thank you so much. Dan Whitehead there on the picture in Wales, which I have to say is going to be all important when they do start coming through. I think we have... Oh, not yet, sorry. I'm teasing ahead. I thought we were going to have Anas Sarwar, the Scottish Labour leader. Very important to hear from him, of course, because I think it's been the early results in Scotland quite disappointing for the Labour Party, and we, of course, know that he's already called on Keir Starmer to go. So one of those voices it'll be interesting to hear from later on. Right, let's take a moment, shall we? It's been busy. We've got Beth Rigby, our political editor. We have got Ed Conway, our economics and data editor. Beth, what's your take so far? Take a breath.
I know, a lot, hasn't it? Yes. We all need a cup of tea, maybe herbal tea.
Can I be really annoying and slightly butt in? Because I've got something you might want to see,
okay.
which has just come through.
Exciting.
Which is, remember before we had the national equivalent vote, it's basically, when you're looking at these results, particularly from the results we've had through, how do they extrapolate to a national vote share? So shall I show you this, and then that'll be...
I'm literally like a coiled spring.
This will provide some food for thought for I think everyone. Okay, first thing, I'm going to show you last time around. Okay, so this was quite a few hours ago. This was how it looked. This is last time. Okay, so I'm going to update these numbers, but I just want you to remember that. That's Reform, 31%. More or less kind of in line with where they were last time around. And remember, what's happening here? This is Michael Thrasher, Colin Rallings, looking at the data that we're getting through from the local elections, extrapolating it out so that we have a sense of what this might mean if it's kind of mapped across the UK as a whole. That's last time, OK? Last time, 31% for Reform, and then there's the Conservatives down there, and then there's the Labour Party down there. We've had those numbers updated, OK? So here is the latest numbers as of, it's literally about half an hour ago. Ooh. It's a different story. Bit some noises off. Oh, interesting, isn't it? Because look at this. Look, Reform actually kind of coming down a bit off that high point in 2025. Still, enormous kind of clear water between Reform and the Conservative Party. But actually, the Tory Party are up a bit there. And actually, that Labour line, yes, it's still going down, but it's not going down as much, as steeply as it was before. So it's down to 16% now. And the Lib Dem's down a little bit as well. Green Party so far up to 13%. But, you know, a couple of things to note. OK, so these are the latest numbers as of about half an hour ago. We're gonna have one more update of this potentially as they start to settle. And, you know, you've got numbers coming through. Suffolk was a pretty good number for Reform. So who knows, that number could shift a bit. But so far, that's the big picture. And I'm going to show you one other. Can I sneak in one more chart?
Yeah, definitely.
I'm going to sneak in one more chart, which is when you take that and look at the state of all of these vote shares, what does that imply for the story, I guess the story we're going to be talking about for a while, which is about two-party politics and how that's shifted, you know, into historic territory? Well, look at this, OK? So this chart goes back to 1973, and what this is doing is basically taking the two-party vote share, Conservative and the Labour Party, and looking back from the 1970s through to the 80s, through to the 90s, through to the last few decades, and look at how that has come down. But more to the point, look where it is now. So that's 50%. So if you're above that line, that's half of the vote held by the main two parties, or at least historically, the legacy parties, as some people are calling them now. For most of, basically all of history going back to the 1970s, they have more than 50% of the vote. Now, the last kind of elections, local elections and this election, that's 36%. So 36% combined vote share. And that is what people mean when they're talking about this moment in history and how the history of politics in the UK has been all about two parties. And now here we are with those two parties having 36%, a third down from above a half of the share, just above a third of the share. So very striking numbers. As I say, you know, so that's the latest, and it will be updated. But what's interesting, I'll put it back on the screen just in case we're going to kind of swipe over to it.
You put it back.
I'm so interested in this.
I'm comparing it on last year now.
And this is, I guess, you know, it was a huge high point for Reform, wasn't it, last year? So were we expecting it to settle down a little bit, or do you think actually this may be a sign that it's peaked? I mean, who knows,
it's starting to settle down, OK? So 30... And at the start of the night, I mean, it was Sam Coates who was doing this job at the start of the night, thank God. At the start of the night, actually, it was looking even better for Reform, much worse for Labour. And since then, it's converged. And that's just that it's the nature of results.
I know, but look. So I mean, if you were to zoom out and go, what is this telling us? It is the kaleidoscope, isn't it? It is the moment where I know I'm going to bang on about this, but the big picture of this is a country that was, and I'm talking about England here because obviously Scotland has been a big SNP stronghold for a couple of decades, but it's when red and blue goes to all this. These different colours, this rainbow collection of parties. And going back on what you've got there, in 2025, so local elections last year, Reform came in on 32% of national vote share. Labour were on 19% and the Conservatives were on 18%. I mean, the reason I'm saying it's what will... So I think what will political parties take from this? The Conservatives will grab onto this and say, we're coming back, OK? So this helps that narrative. And Labour, I think, will seize on this and say Reform have peaked and they're slightly down. But for Labour as well, look at that, 16%. I mean, it's a worse performance on a national equivalent vote projection than 2025. But I
they're
think
the party of government.
But also, look, what is interesting in all of this is, whichever way you cut it, the official opposition, which is the Conservative Party, now have another national opposition, really, which is Reform. And Reform now, by this set of elections, it's not just the polling, it's the reality of the control that they will have across England's councils, the voice they will have potentially in Wales and in Scotland. And it's actually quite difficult for the incumbent party, be that Labour now or the Conservatives in the past, because they've never been tested. They don't have a record. Yeah, so it's actually quite... How do you fight an opposition when they don't have a record on which they have been tested? I mean, it makes it very difficult. Because they can say, well, we'll just come in and do things better, and you've got nothing to disprove that, really.
And it was interesting, Laura Trott basically saying, look at the job they've done in councils so far, but it's such tiny little kind of bits of detail, isn't it, for them to go at?
We can bring you Anna Sarwar now. Let's go to Scotland, shall we, and have a little listen to what the Scottish Labour leader has to say.
It's clearly a disappointing result for us as a Scottish Labour Party. We argued the case for change, made the argument for change, but ultimately it's an argument we lost. But I want to say thank you to our fantastic candidates, our activists, and all those people right across the country who vote for us and voted for us in this election.
Do you blame the Prime Minister?
Look, throughout this election campaign, I have tried to make this election about Scotland. I'm not going to change that today. Is there a national wave, though, that we tried to overcome but failed to do so? Yes, but right now my focus is on what this election means for Scotland.
Should he take responsibility?
Does he need to take responsibility?
I said what I said back in February, and I stand by that, but I'm going to focus on what this means for my party here in Scotland. And my party is hurting today, and it's my job to hold it together.
Will you stay in post, Anna Sarwar?
My party is hurting. We're disappointed. We advocated for change. We didn't win that argument, but it's my job to hold us together, and that's a job I intend to do, and we will continue to fight for the change we believe Scotland so desperately needs.
Does the SNP have a mandate for Indie Ref 2, Anna Sarwar?
I don't believe the SNP will win a majority in this election campaign. I don't believe this election was about independence. I think this election, to be honest, was about a general dissatisfaction with politics. And sadly, there was a national wave in terms of that disappointment, and that's a national wave we failed to overcome.
Did you get the strategy? Did you get your strategy wrong, Kieran?
Look, we were right to focus on making this a constituency-based election campaign, because I was very clear when I took on the leadership 5 years ago that my ambition and my intention was to change the government here in Scotland and to get to work to improve the outcomes for people right across this great country. And that's the ambition we had going into that election. That is clearly an ambition we have not met.
What needs to change in Scottish Labour after these defeats?
Say that again.
What needs to change in Scottish Labour after these defeats?
Look, we advocated and made the argument for change. The tragedy of this election campaign is that despite all the arguments we wanted to make about the National Health Service, the future of our schools, about tackling homelessness, building homes, having a government that works here in Scotland, sadly it seems that that's not what the election became about. It became about a national mood and a national dissatisfaction, and that was a mood that sadly we were not able to overcome.
Do you still reject the notion of a coalition with Reform?
Reform have no part in terms of any kind of ability to form a government here. I'm of course disappointed that we are going to see Reform MSPs elected, but let me make a broader point, and this goes beyond just the politics within the Labour Party. I think this goes for who we are as a country. I'm sick of politicians who want to use people's legitimate concerns to divide this great country. And sadly, it seems that those who seek to divide us and use people's frustrations to divide us are going to win the day today. But I still ultimately believe that the politics of unity and change will win this country, and I look forward to being part of that fight.
How will you feel if Labour finish behind Reform?
Anna Sarwar there, the Scottish Labour leader. My party is hurting. He said the tragedy of this election is that it became about a national route. Well, let's talk to Beth and Ed. I mean, it feels like he's saying...
Let me just move my makeup.
Love it. This
is actually real television.
This is the reality.
I just pop that there.
We're just trying to be real, guys.
We're just trying to do our lipstick. Anyway, sorry. Sarwar.
It feels... Oh, your mic's gone now, Beth.
Oh, now I've lost my mic.
I'm going to talk to Ed instead.
Yeah, just go to Ed. I'm not. Oh, no, I've got it back.
We've got it, it's okay. I do want to talk to Beth. The reason I want to is because it feels pretty clear there that Anna Sawar is blaming Keir Starmer. He's saying there are national factors here.
But, you know, you interviewed him as well. I interviewed him in the past month. To both of us, he said, I refer you back to February when I called on him to resign, and he didn't go any further. And he actually didn't go any further there, did he? He didn't stick the boot in, did he? What he said was, my party is hurting. That is very self-evident. And then he said this election was a general dissatisfaction with politics. That's a national wave we failed to overcome. We know what the implication of that is, but I thought it was quite telling there that he did not go in again on Keir Starmer. What did you think?
Yeah, I think that's right, but I think we should wait and see what happens over the next few days.
Yes.
I mean, I guess the problem that he had is he was kind of left sort of hanging in the wind slightly before, wasn't he? When he kind of went over the top and he said Keir Starmer needs to go, and then there was like a deafening silence and nobody ran for the leadership. So maybe he just want that to happen again.
I think that actually we're getting the results in now, and you saw from the national equivalent vote share, so if people vote in national elections, Labour coming in at the moment on 16%. I mean, take that one in. I mean, that's kind of what the Labour Party are dealing with. If they lose the Senedd in Wales, which I think Labour have pretty much said that Welsh Labour have said it's going, I mean, they've held that for 27 years since devolution. So imagine that hammer blow. And then in Scotland, the party absolutely destroyed. It's going to be really, really bloody, I think, and it's going to be a very tense.
I'm just going to
24
jump
hours.
in. This is Perthshire North that we're taking you to now. Let's hear from the SNP leader, John Swinney.
And to your team here at your centre and throughout the county yesterday for the efficient way in which this election campaign and election contest has been conducted, and for the efficiency of the declaration today. Can I also express my thanks to Police Scotland for, as ever, providing the important security around the democratic process upon which we all enjoy. It has been the privilege of my life to serve the people of Perthshire for the last 29 years, and I look forward to continuing that service in the next Scottish parliamentary term. I have always acted in a way to prioritise the service of the people who chose me to represent them in Parliament, and I will continue to do so. And I express my warmest thanks to my constituents for supporting me once again so emphatically in this election today. Can I also express my thanks to the SNP team in Perthshire North, led by my agent Pam Muir, who have, to say the least, run the campaign without me largely in attendance because of the requirement of me to be around the country leading the Scottish National Party campaign. But I could not have achieved this result without the steadfast support of Pam and my team around the constituency. So to each and every one of you who've worked so hard for this moment, please savour it and express my warmest and share my warmest thanks for all that you have achieved on behalf of the Scottish National Party in Perthshire North. Thank you very much. We are at the very early stages of the election count across the country, but it is becoming clear that the Scottish National Party is going to emerge as the largest party in this election campaign. That is for me something incredibly precious, because having devoted my adult life to serving the people of Scotland through the activities of the Scottish National Party, to have assumed the leadership of my party 2 years ago, and to take it to the position where I expect us to win the election today is a moment of enormous, enormous significance for me, and one from which I take enormous personal assurance and joy of the commitment that we've given to the people of Scotland, that they have rewarded us in the way that it appears they are rewarding us tonight and today. So to the people of Scotland, I express my warmest thanks for their support in this election campaign, and I look forward to following the results in the remainder of today and seeing more later on today. But I promised during this election campaign that I would devote my life to the service of this country, and I am profoundly grateful to the people of Scotland for indicating that they wish that to continue in the years to come. I will simply do all that I possibly can do to make Scotland a successful country and to improve the lives of the people of our country, and I look forward to doing that in the next Scottish parliamentary term. Thank you very much.
John Swinney there, speaking to us in Perthshire North. That result coming through, leader of the SNP, of course, speaking to us there. Well, we're joined now by the chairman of Reform UK, Dr. David Ball, who joins us here in the studio. Good to have you with us. Welcome to the big table.
Yes, thank you. Thank you.
What do you make of the results so far, then?
I'm really pleased, as you can imagine. In fact, it was many hours ago I was in this very studio saying that success for us would look like 1,000 seats. Some of the polls, as you know, are putting us higher than that. I said that was a hostage to fortune, but actually the way things are turning out is pretty extraordinary. For me, Suffolk is my home. We've just taken control of Suffolk Council. Now, this is a tribally very, very conservative seat, so that says something. So Suffolk and Essex, and then, of course, Havering and Newcastle-under-Lyme, these are great results for us.
What would you say to the Conservatives? Because the Conservatives are starting to say, look, you know, it's bad for us, OK, but there are the green shoots of recovery in some areas of the country.
Where?
What would you say to that?
I would say that I think they're in desperate trouble, actually. I think what you're seeing is actually almost they're being consigned to a footnote in political history. And certainly, am I surprised with these results? I think I said to you the last time I was here, I've been going around the country, 10 months I've been on the road, so I'm very pleased that's over. But actually, when I'm out and about, this is exactly what people are saying. It doesn't matter where I go.
You're pleased it's over? Didn't you enjoy it?
No, of course I enjoyed it. I quite like to have some sleep.
Fair enough.
But it doesn't matter whether I'm in the Isle of Wight or Hull or Liverpool or Scotland or Wales. The Westminster bubble is so disconnected to what is actually going on in this country. And so we were talking about potholes, we were talking about council tax, we were talking about bins, all the things you should be talking about in local elections. That's not what they want to talk about. They want to talk about national issues. They want to talk about the rudderless Labour government. That's what came up time and time again.
Do you not think, though, that part of what these results are is the country having voted out the Conservative government in 2024 and then voting in Labour and being disappointed by the change measures not delivered, that Reform is really benefiting from that dissatisfaction? This isn't just about potholes, and it is also about a dissatisfied public that have tried the Conservatives, they've tried Labour, and now they're turning to you, and you are benefiting from that.
And I think
that isn't Westminster bubble, that's a general feeling in the country.
100%. And so, essentially, what people are saying is that it doesn't matter who you are. What the Labour government has done is pretty much crippled you. If you run a small business, for example, they are really struggling. The employer national insurance going up from 13.8% to 15%. The fact is that they are saying, people who are plumbers, carpenters and electricians are saying, I can't actually afford to take on apprentices. The high cost of energy bills, that is massive in a rural community like mine. Also, Westminster doesn't understand that I heat my house with oil. You know, you can't have a heat pump in some of these very old properties. And then pretty much attacking the farmers with inheritance tax, then the fishermen, that signing away the rights for 12 years, that's played very badly in my neck of the woods. And you're right, of course, people are saying, this isn't working.
But the challenge for Reform, though, now is that you control 12, you run 12 councils currently. Yeah. It looks like you're going to be running a lot more. You could end up as the official opposition in Scotland and Wales. There's going to be much more scrutiny, not just on you criticising some of the government policies, but actually delivering yourselves. That is a challenge for the party, isn't it?
Absolutely right. And of course, it's worth remembering that when we founded this, it was 4 years ago. So we've come on leaps and bounds in that 4 years and professionalising. As you know, when I took over as chairman some 10 months ago, one of the things I wanted to do was to ensure that we had better vetting. We had 9,000 candidates through vetting. We've got a great slate of candidates. But you're right. The great thing is also they've had real life experience. And so they're going in to a job, a new job, which is going to be very challenging. As you know, in many of those councils, we've inherited terrible debts. You can see what we're doing in the councils we already control. But it will be challenging going forward. But we're determined to make big progress.
We're all crunching the numbers and trying to read into, you know, the results that come in. And Ed's got a couple of charts.
Can we put? We've got a chart here. I suppose the question behind this one. Okay, so this was the national equivalent vote number. Can you see it? I'm not in the way here. That was what we had a bit earlier on this morning. Look at how it's changed now. Okay, so this is the latest one. I mean, you're actually lower. So you were up above 30% on that. And this is the definitive kind of Thrasher Rallings numbers.
Right.
Obviously still early days, so we're still getting numbers. But you're down from 30 to 27. It's still a lot higher than everyone else. But do you worry you might have peaked a bit?
No, don't. Honestly, everyone says, for the last 10 months, people say, oh, you peaked at 4%, 5%. You've peaked at 12%. You've peaked at 27, 28. Look, we have consistently led these polls for the last 250 plus polls. So at that level...
it's a bit of a peak, though, isn't it?
Oh, come on, it's not a bit of a peak. No, I think we're on the upward trend, definitely. But also what that shows, if that is translated to a general election, you will say goodbye to Angela Rayner, Rachel Reeves, you'd say goodbye to Wes Streeting, Shabana Mahmood. On the Tory side, that means the end of Kemi Badenoch and also Rishi Sunak and James Cleverly. We are in unprecedented times, and I think what you're seeing is the demise of the two-party system.
How important is it for reform, though, to demonstrate to the public that they are different from other parties?
It's imperative.
OK, so when Nigel Farage accepts a £5 million gift from a billionaire backer that basically mainly funds the party and doesn't declare it, how does that make reform look?
I have answered this question all night, as you can imagine.
Well, not to me.
No, not to you, not to you. So Nigel, as you know, is probably one of the most famous politicians in this country, if not the world. There are threats on his life all the time. He was given a gift by Christopher Harborne when he was not standing as a Member of Parliament. He then changed his mind later on. He didn't declare that. We don't believe that he needs to declare that. But if there is a case to answer, then that's up to IPSA to come back.
Say, he accepted it within 12 months of becoming an MP. The rules say that if there is any doubt about the nature of that gift or the fact it could be perceived as a political donation, the benefit should be registered. Why didn't he just register it?
Yeah, you have to ask him. But I'm happy for IPSA to investigate, and if they find there's a case to answer, then so be it.
But do you worry about what I'm asking you is there's a perception issue?
Yeah, no, it's a good question. No, I don't actually, because it hasn't come up on the doorstep at all.
Well, the story hasn't been in the ether that long, has it? Only happened.
I just don't. Look, I'm probably the closest to the electorate of anyone in my party apart from Nigel, and I just don't see it having resonance.
Okay. Thanks very much. We know you've got to go. Thank you for being with us.
Thank you.
A couple more results. I just want to look at the bottom screen. You can see there Epping Forest remains no overall control. The Conservatives have just been 2 seats short of majority, but, always likely to lose ground there, not gain it. Perthshire North has been held by the Scottish National Party, of course, as well. Let's go now, shall we, to Essex, one of those places where Reform have really done very well indeed. We can talk now to our chief political correspondent, John Craig, who's in Thurrock for us. John, hopefully you're there. Excellent. How's the feeling in Thurrock?
Well, they're counting again here, and Reform are very chipper here and expected to do really well. This is a council that Nigel Farage has claimed for a few weeks now that Reform were on course to win. So all the signs are that they are going to win. Before lunch, there were 20 seats counted, and out of 47. And it was Reform UK 16, Labour 2, Conservatives 2. So Reform UK are looking at a pretty thumping win here, a big win. I wanted to talk to you, Sophie, about a claim that Mr Farage has made this lunchtime following Reform getting a majority on Essex County Council. There are 78 councillors there. They've got over 40 already. And he claimed this means that Kemi Badenoch would lose her seat. In fact, David Bull mentioned it just now. He mentioned James Cleverly, another Essex MP. So, is Mr Farage right? Well, Kemi Badenoch is MP for North West Essex, used to be called Saffron Walden. Her majority is only 2,610, pretty slender. Labour's second, but Reform got 7,500 votes. So, yes, she is vulnerable to a Reform surge. So, too, is Mr Cleverly. He's the MP for Braintree. 3,670, his majority. None of these Tories. And in Essex, there are 18 MPs, 10 of which are Conservative at the moment. 6, including Kemi Badenoch, are members of the Shadow Cabinet, and not many of them have got big majorities. Smallest is Basildon and Billericay MP Richard Holden, the Shadow Transport Secretary, his majority was only 20. Remember, he moved from northwest Durham down to Basildon and Billericay, just rather controversially, just before the general election, after saying in an interview he was loyal to the northeast. Well, he claims to be loyal to Essex now, no doubt. But to be fair, last night at Basildon, actually, the few seats that the Tories held on to in Basildon actually were in the Billericay area, which has been traditionally the Tory part of that constituency and indeed that council. Now, other vulnerable Tories in Essex, Castle Point, that's Rebecca Harris, the Chief Whip, only 3,251 majority. Alex Burghardt, close ally of the leader, a majority in Brentwood and Ongar, just under 6,000. And then you move further down, you've got a very vulnerable Bernard Jenkin in Harwich and North Essex, only just over 1,000, about 1,100 there. John Whittingdale, a bigger majority, nearly 7,000. He's Malden. And then Mark Francois, Rayleigh and Wickford, well, 5,500, not quite so vulnerable. But Priti Patel, Whittam, 5,000. So Kemi Badenoch is one of the MPs in Essex with a smaller majority, and you can see why Mr Farage is claiming that on the basis of the results throughout Essex, she would be vulnerable at the next general election. So both Mr Farage and indeed Kemi Badenoch have been doing a lot of campaigning in this county. It's been such a big battleground, and with the exception of Harlow, where the Tories did well, beat some Labour councillors, defeated some Labour councillors, you can see councils like this, Thurrock, well, the Reform are very much on the march. No doubt, no wonder Mr Farage is claiming that Kemi Badenoch could be vulnerable at the next general election.
Thank you very much indeed. I just want to bring your attention to one of those results that just popped up at the bottom of our screen there. It is the Scottish parliamentary constituency of Aberdeen, Deeside and North Kincareen. It says SNP Defence, so we're always going to keep it, right? But the interesting thing is one Stephen Flynn, the candidate there, which means he is heading for Holyrood and he is the current SNP leader in Westminster, Beth. So potential First Minister one day?
Well, there you have it. So there's going to be a by-election there. And isn't this interesting? Because, you know, the SNP was a big force in Westminster for a couple of parliaments, but dropped down to 9 MPs in the last general election. And Stephen Flynn now clearly is more focused on trying to become the First Minister in Holyrood in the Scottish Parliament. So he is winning a seat into Holyrood. John Swinney, of course, the current leader, but really in a way a caretaker leader after Sturgeon stepped down. Hamza Yousaf became the leader. He forced to resign and Swinney has been the leader ever since. So Stephen Flynn there triggering a by-election up there in Aberdeen South as he makes his way back to Holyrood.
Let's just look at those results a bit more closely, because its majority actually, I think, are slightly down on last time. Hopefully we should be able to bring you the vote share. There we go, 34% share of the vote. And let's have a look at the change there. Yeah, you can see there that it's actually down. So he's down 8.2%, the SNP. Conservatives down as well. And look, you can see the story. Reform gaining in Aberdeen, as they have done in many other seats in Scotland. And yes, the SNP is still winning. I think it's important to say. They're not losing to Reform. But there is something going on, perhaps, under the surface as well. So Stephen Flynn there is going to Holyrood. Could he be First Minister? We'll have to see. Right, let's bring in a panel at this point. Shall we? We've got a new panel for you. We're joined now by the former Conservative Minister, David Gauke, and Dawn Butler, the Labour MP for Brent Central. Great to have you both here. Dawn, I'm going to come to you first. How worried are you by the results?
Well, the results are still trickling in, aren't they? It's not looking great and amazing in a lot of areas. But I must just say, like, every minus sign is a person. And sometimes I forget when we're getting all het up in all of this, we forget that these are people who've dedicated their lives to local local policies, local public service. And so for every single one of those people who have lost, I just want to thank them for their service because there's a lot of people who've worked very, very hard in this campaign.
And people who must feel at the moment very let down by the Labour leadership.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think anybody's worked as hard as me around London. I've knocked on doors in every corner of London. And there was a lot of times where people talked about national issues. But I would say to that, these are local elections. So it's trying to get people sort of focused on the local elections. I mean, but all politics is local, right? And ultimately, we need to make sure that our politics and our policies match what people are feeling and understand that we're there to help them as a Labour government. And that has to come through. And, you know, I don't think it came through strong enough.
Do you feel let down?
Do I feel let down? I feel frustrated. I feel frustrated. But I feel more compassion and sadness for my local councillors all around London. We had over 2,000 councillors. I don't know what that number will look like at the end of this process, and I just feel for them.
Is it time for a change of leader?
I feel this. I feel that almost is a distraction of a conversation. We have to look at who we are as a Labour Party, who we are as a Labour government. The public vote in a political party. We haven't got a presidential style here like they have in the US. We have political parties that are voted in. And I feel that we need to have our best players on the pitch. And that means that has to happen. And it also means, as lots of people have said, you know, if Andy Burnham wants to stand, he should be allowed to stand. He's doing a great job as the Mayor of Manchester. You know, our mayors are doing a good job. Sadiq Khan in London doing a great job. We need to make sure we bring all of those people in.
Should Andy Burnham stand even if it means Reform might win the mayoralty? Is that a price worth paying?
I don't think that you can prejudge how people will vote. If you look at
a lot of signs in Greater Manchester, haven't you, these elections?
Yeah, but a lot of the vote, the Reform vote, it wasn't people that are wedded to Reform ideology or can tell you their policies. It was people who are angry for one reason or another and wants to send a message. And I've knocked on thousands and thousands of doors. So I wouldn't kind of superimpose the results in that way.
Dawn, seriously though, if you look at what's happening in Greater Manchester, Reform are taking chunks out of Labour in parts of the capital, the city and the environs around in Greater Manchester from Labour. To bring Andy Burnham back, you have to trigger a by-election somewhere and then you have to have a mayoralty race in Manchester, all to bring Burnham back. I mean, many of your colleagues would say that is reckless and risky, no?
I mean, what I'm saying to you is, and you have to ask yourself, why? Why are people voting the way they're voting? We haven't had that analysis yet. We're still very much in the early days in the throw of it. So why are people voting the way they're voting? But what I'm saying, ultimately, I mean, I'm not planning out a strategic plan on how it all should work. What I'm saying is, as a Labour government, as a Labour Party, we need to have our best players on the pitch. And we need to understand our policies and what we're selling to the public. And make, you know, I've knocked on thousands of doors and people are talking about cost of living crisis. You know, they want to be able to work and make sure they can afford to eat. They want to make sure that they can pay their bills. Some people want to buy their own home. We've got to do that for them as a Labour government.
Let's just trot through a couple of results. We will bring you in. A lot to talk about for Labour at the minute. But just to trot through a few results while we have you there. Let's start off with rugby, shall we? Council of Rugby remaining under no overall control. Hopefully we should be able to bring you that. Here we go. Rugby under no overall control. No change in the Conservative vote. Labour are down 3, Reform are up 3. The story in rugby, a story replicated across so many other parts of England as well. Right, let's have a look at some Scottish results, shall we? We've got Mid Lothian North to bring you here. That has been held by the SNP with a majority of 2,496. Hopefully we can take you to the vote share, the change of vote share as well. Because I think this has been the interesting thing in Scotland. Let's just swing straight through to the change in vote share. And again, the picture replicated. Reform up, SNP holding on, but they have reduced their vote share there as well. Let's have a look at Edinburgh Eastern, shall we? This is Edinburgh Eastern, Musselburgh and Trinents. Another SNP hold. We can have a look at the change in vote share again. So that is the vote share. And the change, once again, it is Reform picking up. Labour actually losing vote share there, which I think perhaps is reflected in the comments we heard just a moment ago from Anna Sarwar saying it had been a very disappointing night for Labour. Really, I think the Labour Party in Scotland hoping to try and capitalise on the dominance of the SNP, to position themselves as the opposition to the SNP. Well, that, if you look at results like we've seen in Edinburgh, is a role that is being performed by Reform. Right, let's just bring in David Gauke, shall we? But before we get into the results, I just want to hear this row that you've been having with Kemi Badenoch over this potential knighthood. What's going on there?
Well, I haven't been having a row.
No, she said that she's, according to a Conservative source, she's absolutely livid that Labour nominated you for a knighthood. She wouldn't have him anywhere near the list. I mean, what do you think of that? Why is she so angry with you?
Well, I've had more positive responses, it would be fair to say. But I obviously can't talk about the speculation about an honour. But look, I assume that this is a sort of rather overexcited junior member of her team. I would have thought on an election day she's probably got bigger things to worry about than that particular issue. And there is a sort of, I assume they were worried that the suggestion that I'd been nominated by the Conservative Party or something, and that might upset the Reform type, worried about the online. Right, I think it's a bit of a silly story.
She hasn't got in touch with you or anything. When was the last time you spoke to her?
A while ago. So no, I haven't had a message one way or the other. But I wouldn't particularly expect it. I mean, look, I think the bigger issue, in all honesty, which is related to this, is that the Conservative Party has to win back people like me who thought the Conservative Party had taken the wrong turn in 2019 and moved in a more populist direction. And there are plenty of people who didn't vote Conservative in 2019 or did vote in 2019 holding their nose and rather regretted it and didn't vote in 2024 for the Conservatives. And I do think if the Conservative Party wants to recover, the sort of that group of the electorate needs to be wooed. And I think there's more that needs to be done on that front.
David, some people, I know that the Conservatives are saying today, this is the beginning of the fight back, but there's a lot of people in your party that I talk to, and they are genuinely concerned that the Conservative Party really becomes not even a party of England after these results, but actually a party of the rich commuter belt and pockets of the rich commuter belt, and it really is traduced to an English party and concentrated in the south. I mean,
well, I think there's a problem.
Does that fill you with horror, or do you think that is that a fair description of what is going on here?
I'm not sure it is a fair description. In part, let's be honest, the Conservatives aren't dominating the rich commuter belts. I mean, we're going to get the results from Surrey, and they might not be as bad as some had predicted, I don't know, but it's not great. I think the issue for the Conservative Party is that they need, as a party, and I'm a Conservative Party member, decide who they are for, who they are trying to represent. And I think there's an attempt to kind of go back and win the 2019 coalition, and that isn't going to work. Those votes have gone. They're not going to be the party of the most sort of angry, pro-Brexit, anti-immigration voters. And they need to accept that.
I just want to jump in because we've got a result which I think is actually quite relevant to the discussion we've been having. So this is Huntingdonshire. No overall control, but look, this used to be a Conservative stronghold, right? I think this is the thing to say here. They had 46 years of the Conservative majority control, and now they're way down on that. The Conservatives have lost 5 seats. The Lib Dems are up 6 and Reform are up 10. So in some ways, ever since kind of 2022, if you like, the Lib Dem support has been growing here and the Conservatives waning. I mean, is this an example of the kind of place you're talking about, that, the Conservatives need to get back?
Exactly. That was John Major's constituency. I think it was once the safest Conservative seat in the country. That is exactly the type of place that the Conservatives need to get back. And as I say, I think Kemi is popular as a leader. She polls ahead of the party. There's no leadership issue here. Yeah, well, I'll let you talk about your own leader, Dawn. But in terms of where the party strategy is, to some extent, there's been an attempt to be reform light. And I don't think that's working. It's clearly not working on the basis of the results we've been getting in the last few hours. And it needs to be a party that reaches out to those people who are pro-business, want control of public spending, fiscally responsible, want a market economy. And that message, which is what most Conservatives believe in, isn't really being heard as strongly as it should be.
I mean, I guess for both of you, there's got to be a lot of soul-searching going on about, what you stand for as a party. It's kind of what you were saying before. I mean, I guess with Labour, some people will be looking at these results and seeing reform, scooping up, hoovering up support almost everywhere, and say, don't worry about the left. You guys have got to tack towards the right, if anything, to stave off reform.
No, absolutely not. Ultimately, if you understand who you are as a party and your policies, then you fight for that. And so that will probably mean that you take the fight to reform. You don't pander to them. And in fact, I've been at the count today. I'm going back to Brent to finish off the count, and there's lots of split votes all over the place. Labour, Reform, Greens. It's just a mess. There's going to be probably lots of recounts because of all the split votes. So, no, what I want is for us to focus and also talk about some of the stuff. It almost seems flippant now to talk about some of the good stuff that this Labour government has done. But Labour government has done some good stuff, but it just is not getting out there. I think, isn't
that a leadership issue?
Yeah, I mean, it is, and the whole way that it's been put together, we've renationalised the railways. We've reduced fees for parents with children and their school uniforms, free school meals. There's so much good stuff, but even in some of our party political broadcasts, we weren't talking about that, and I think that was a mistake.
We've got a few results that are catching my eye at the bottom of the screen. First, let's go to Banffshire and Buchan Coast. This is an interesting one because it's a very tight SNP majority. It's only 730. And both Reform and the Conservatives were really targeting the area in Scotland that was the highest Brexit-supporting part of Scotland. Always SNP seat, but increasingly marginal. Hoping that we could bring that one to you, but maybe we can't. It was Alex Salmond's old seat, East Coast of Scotland. SNP have held on to that, so I think they'll be happy with that one. You can also see there that Labour have gained the Western Isles in Scotland, so they'll be very, very pleased with that. As soon as we get the more detail of the Western Isle, we'll bring that result too. But in the meantime, let's look at Paisley, shall we, which is ready to bring you. This is in Scotland, of course, as well, and the SNP holding on to Paisley there, although, as Dawn was saying, it was pretty close. Let's have a look at the share of the vote. This is often where we get a real sense about what is going on under the bonnet. So they've got 42.6% share of the vote, the SNP in Paisley. But have a look at the vote share change, and woof, you can see there what's gone on. It's Reform picking up vote share. Once again, the SNP are down, but I guess the problem for Labour in Scotland, Dawn, is that, unhappiness with the SNP, the vote share's down, but Labour up less than 1%, and it's just going to Reform.
Yeah, I mean, I'd like to see the analysis of that and what people think, because Anas is an amazing Labour leader, and you were just talking about
Labour leader. He thinks he wants this down to go.
Yeah, but he's an amazing leader in Scotland. So I'd like to see the analysis of all of that.
Dawn, when you look at this, we get to the end of the day, and Labour lose control of the Senedd that you've held for 27 years, and Reform potentially becomes the official opposition in Scotland. Well, I just can't, as a Labour MP and a party member and someone, I'm sure Labour runs through you like a stick of rock. I mean, take that, what does that mean for the party? I mean, can you imagine that at the end of the day, if that is where you'll land?
It will be absolutely devastating and heartbreaking. And as I say, I think about everybody who would have lost their seat, if you like. So I think it will be absolutely heartbreaking. We have to sit down and think about what's happened, why it's happened, and what are the changes that need to happen. On my website, next week I'm going to be launching a portal for members, MPs, councillors to have their say, and I'm going to collate all of that, and I'm going to present it to number 10 and be like, let's talk this through and what needs to happen. Because ultimately, this is not what I want to see. I mean, a Labour government, a lot of our progressive legislation has always happened under a Labour government. And we've got a whole generation of young people who've never known a Labour government. And so they don't recognise what their parents told them a Labour government would be. And that's the sort of thing that we're going to have to really have some soul-searching.
Can I ask, is the reason why nobody wants Keir Starmer to go right now, no one's explicitly calling for it, because you just want to give Andy Burnham a bit more time to come back to Parliament?
That's not my reason. I want the best. I mean, as Bev said, I'm Labour, right? Under Brown and Blair, people calling for me to call for Blair to resign, and I'm like, that is not how I do things. That's not how I do my politics. I'm kind of I like to consider myself as a very sensible politician, and so no, that's not the reason. I want to get this right, not just for our party, but for the country.
OK, and Dawn, thanks very much. David, thank you very much. We'll have more from you, of course. Let's go to Barnsley, shall we, where Sky's Ali Fortescue is standing by. Oh, just seen a breaking about Lib Dem 3 Rivers. They just lost 3 Rivers, so we'll have to go to that in a minute. But in the meantime, let's go to Ali in Barnsley. What's happening where you are, Ali?
Hi, Sophie. Yeah, this is a key reform target. See, we have just had the very first results from Barnsley. This was for Barnsley Central Ward, and all 3 Labour councillors have managed to hold on. It was pretty thin margins. I mean, one of those councillors held on by about 60 votes, with Reform hot on their tails. Look, you know, I think the sense I get from the Reform sources here is they are still holding out hope. They think that they could take this historically Labour council off the party. This really is the sort of council they want to be, the kind of blueprint for what they want to achieve in the general election. You know, the traditional Labour heartlands, red wall seats. They want to march through that territory, and they have said all morning that they're feeling good about the result here. Could it be a bit tighter than we expected? We will keep giving you the results as they come in. But to give you a sense of, you know, how Labour this area is, I mean, this council has been Labour since it was first created about 50 years ago. We are in also, I should say, like, you know, cabinet territory here. We're not far away from the Defence Secretary, John Healey's seat, Ed Miliband, Doncaster not far away, Yvette Cooper not far away either. And this is Dan Jarvis's seat, the Security Minister who attends cabinet. So these are, you know, traditionally those safe Labour seats. And the council leader, I should say, has been in his job for 30 years. He says he'd be heartbroken if he lost control of the council. I spoke to him earlier. Let's have a listen.
Of course, some of this is about Keir Starmer. It's all over the doorstep. But it's become Keir Starmer because of 30 years of neglect. So he didn't create this. Successive Labour, Tory, Lib Dem coalition governments have created this. And we need to get out of it. And Labour needs to start to get out of it next week and have a rethink. Just doing more of the same, either with the current leader or a new leader, isn't going to change anything. If I don't say that, then I think we're going to lose the next general election hands down, and we're going to see more days like this in local government.
I just had a really interesting conversation with the Labour Mayor of South Yorkshire, so a senior Labour figure, Oliver Coppard, and he was speaking exclusively to Sky News, and he said that after these results, he says he expects the result here to not be good for Labour. He says the Prime Minister needs to do some soul searching. He wouldn't answer me when I asked whether the Prime Minister should take this party into the next election. He also said people are putting this government on notice, and the government needs to listen to the people of South Yorkshire. So, very interesting conversation with a senior Labour figure there. What exactly is going to happen in Barnsley Council? Well, the story of these local elections isn't fully written yet. We will keep right across it. 2:30 was when the results started. We're expecting them to come flooding through any minute now, Sophie, so we'll let you know.
Well, we'll come straight back to you once that happens. Ali, thank you very much indeed. I just want to bring you a couple of results that we've had in. Firstly, we mentioned this earlier, but we didn't have the full result to bring you. This is the Western Isles in Scotland. The Labour Party have actually gained this from the SNP, so that is a big victory for them. They're going to be really happy with that one. It's a tiny majority, just 154 votes in it. If someone says your vote doesn't count, look at what's going on in the Western Isles. That is very, very close indeed. Let's have a look at the share of the vote, shall we first? So look, you can see how close it has been between Labour and the SNP, just winning there by a whisker, and that is a change in share. So again, the SNP vote has gone down. We've seen this across lots of different Scottish parliamentary constituencies. Reform up 13%. So a very good night for Reform, but Labour are up 10%, and that was enough to take control of the Western Isles and to send that MSP to Holyrood. One other result to bring you now, this is Three Rivers. So the Lib Dems have actually lost control of Three Rivers. This is the council in southwest Hertfordshire. The Lib Dems lost 2 seats there. The Conservatives up 3, Labour down 1. So I think there, this is going to be music to Kemi Badenoch's ears. Any kind of slithers of green shoots the Conservatives are really clinging on to. But let's bring in, shall we, someone who might have a few things to say about this one. The Lib Dem education spokesperson, Munira Wilson. Sorry, you've just come at the wrong point when the Lib Dems have just lost a council.
Well, actually, as I understand it, was already no overall control, and we were the largest party. We're still the largest party.
I think that's probably because that's what's happened since the last results. Yeah. So the way that we do it is we look back to what happened the last time these elections were held. There's often changes in between that. But, I mean, you know, should you not be doing a bit better, Lib Dems?
Well, can we just look at what's happened overnight since polls closed at 10 o'clock? Look, once again, 8th year in a row, we're set to be making gains and winning more councillors than both Labour and the Conservatives, which was a record last year, which we're matching again this year. We've taken the fight to Reform in Portsmouth, where we've won for overall control. We've taken the fight to both Reform and Labour in Stockport, where we've won control. We've wiped out the Conservatives in Sutton, where we've run the council for 30 years and people want more Liberal Democrats. In my backyard of Richmond, we've wiped out the Greens, and we've now about to take overall control of the new unitary authority in West Surrey. That's Jeremy Hunt's backyard, True Blue Surrey. And I've just heard as well that we've become the largest party in Huntingdonshire, that's John Major's old stomping ground, where we've gained 6 seats, and we've got 43 out of 45 councillors in South Cambridgeshire. So we've made some whopping gains. Yes, there are a couple of other spots, as you've pointed out, but on the whole, we've had a pretty good night, and there's still more great results to come.
I absolutely don't want to say it's not. It is clearly a pretty good night for the Lib Dems, right? But it probably isn't exactly where you need to be if you were going to be like taking swathes of seats and really punching through. I mean, you mentioned Huntingdonshire, right? It's a good example. So classic True Blue stomping ground. The Liberal Democrats. I'm going to just lost my notes. But you needed 2 seats to become the larger party, 11 seats to get a majority. So it's kind of like, you're doing well, but you're not doing really well. You're not doing Reform-style levels of well.
Well, look, Reform are capitalising on the fact that there is a real anti-politics feeling across the country. They're playing into populist extremes, offering very simple solutions and divisive politics, where we've got some very complex, both domestic and international challenges. They want to burn the system down. We as Liberal Democrats are saying we roll up our sleeves and we build up our communities. And where we have Liberal Democrat councillors, Liberal Democrat MPs and Lib Dem run councils, people on the whole are saying we want more of it. And so we're consolidating and growing from that base.
But I guess my point is, when the traditional two parties, Labour and the Conservatives are doing so badly, shouldn't the Lib Dems be doing a bit better?
Well, I'm not going to reach for, as I said, simple solutions and divisive rhetoric that you're getting both from the Greens as well as from Reform. And we're trying to come forward with sensible solutions, as I say, to difficult challenges, whether that's on the cost of living, whether that's on the care and NHS and care crisis in our country, and keeping at bay Reform importing Trump-style politics to the UK.
You mentioned the Greens. How do you think they've been doing?
Well, as I said, we wiped them out in Richmond. They had 5 seats. We've now got 54 out of 54 seats in Richmond. Let's see what happens across the rest of the day in the afternoon and what happens across London. Clearly, they're benefiting from some of this anti-politics sentiment. But I think what you saw in Richmond and in other places where Greens have had historically a presence is people are really put off by Zach Polanski's approach, especially what's happened in the last week. I mean, the way he responded and reacted to the terrible atrocities, anti-Semitic attack in Golders Green, has played very badly and started to really show Greens' true colours. And they're not talking about the environment anymore. I mean, this is a Green Party, and they're not talking about the environment. And actually, our record on local councils shows that our Lib Dem councils are far better in terms of our environmental credentials when you look at things like recycling compared to the Greens. And after all, these are local council elections where those issues really matter to people.
OK, thank you very much. Indeed, good to have you with us. There's been a couple more results come through. SNP party have held onto Cowden Beef. Labour have held Rochdale. Labour have held onto Bury. We are, I'm told, getting a trickle of results through now from Wales. Now, the elections to the Senedd, all important, not least, of course, because this is the Welsh devolved Parliament, so whoever runs it, of course, really, really matters to voters. But also because, you know, Wales was traditionally Labour territory, right? You know, it's the kind of Keir Hardie birthplace of the NHS with Nye Bevan, and it has this historical importance to the Labour Party, but they are coming under increasing pressure there. Plaid Cymru and also Reform expected to do well. We're going to go to Newport, thank you. That's the information that I needed. This is Newport in Wales.
Diolch yn fawr. Diolch yn fawr iawn, thank you very much. And I now invite the elected members to speak in order of seat allocation. It would be helpful that if there are multiple seats within one party, that the successful members come to the stage at the same time. But diolch yn fawr iawn and llongyfarchiadau, congratulations.
Good afternoon, everybody. I'd like to thank the returning officer and all those involved in the election at the polling stations, the postal vote verification and the count today for ensuring that the machinery of democracy works as it should. Thank you very much. I'd like to thank my colleagues in Reform across Wales and also in my local branch for their commitment, their unwavering commitment to our movement. And special thanks as well to my election agent Kevin and my fellow Reform candidates in the Newport Casnewydd, Newport Isloin constituency for flying the flag whilst I led the campaign in the rest of Wales. My final and most important thank you is to the people of Newport and Isloin who have overwhelmingly placed their faith in Reform. You have given us a huge responsibility, and we will not let you down. I offer my congratulations to all 6 Senedd members elected today who are to serve Newport and Isloin, especially my colleague in Reform. And Art played a huge role in my local campaign. Thank you, Art. For decades, the Welsh valleys and cities such as Isloin and Newport have been ignored, let down and forgotten by the old parties of Wales. Today, the people have spoken, and now in Reform, they finally have a voice. You will not be ignored, you will not be sidelined, you will not be called named. From now on, you will be represented by Reform. We will focus on real issues, the day-to-day issues that matter to you. And we will put common sense over ideology. And Reform Senedd members elected across Wales will fight for your interests, and we will put the people of Wales first. And in just 5 years, Reform has gone from winning 1% of the vote in these Senedd elections to being the main contender for government, smashing Labour in the process. It has taken Plaid Cymru decades to come anywhere near to the same. The momentum is with Reform because we are the people's army. We will remember the people who elected us and what they've told us during this campaign. And whether you voted for us or not, we will serve all our constituents equally and with dedication. Labour's historic demise in their heartland is a lesson for all politicians to never forget the people who elected you. We must always work for the people, not against them. And we don't know yet what will happen across Wales, but I can promise the people of Newport and Islwyn and communities like ours, we will once again have our voices heard. Thank you.
There we have the results from the Cas Newydd Islwyn constituency area in Wales. The result for that is that Reform have gained 2 members of the Senedd. Plaid Cymru have also gained 2 members of the Senedd. The Conservatives have 1 and Labour has 1. The man you just heard speaking there was Dan Thomas, who is a Reform UK Wales leader, the first Reform member of the Senedd who has been elected. And this is an area that has been historically Labour. Neil Kinnock's old seat, which I think tells you everything there. Let's bring in Beth Rigby, shall we? Just seeing there that Labour have also lost control of Preston, but really let's just start on that Wales result, shall we? The Reform march continues.
The Reform march continues, and they've changed the voting system in Wales now. So Wales is a number of different regions, and they return 6 members to the Senedd. They're increasing the number of members of the Senedd, the Welsh Parliament, from I think it's about 60, is it to 96?
96, yeah.
Yeah. And so, there you have the leader of Welsh Reform. He's in, and this is just the beginning, I think, of a number of Reform Welsh Assembly or Welsh Parliament members. I mean, Nigel Farage told me in an interview about a month ago that his hope was that Reform become the largest party in Wales. That was the ambition. I think it's pretty clear that Labour are going to lose control of the Senedd. And then the question is whether Plaid Cymru are the largest party, Reform the largest party. But even if Reform become the largest party, if you look at on your screen at all the different parties contesting seats in Wales, there's no one there really that's going to do a deal with Reform. And so it might end up in Wales, it might end up that you've got a situation where Plaid is the biggest party and then they lead in a minority administration propped up by other more progressive parties. So, you could have a situation where Reform comes first in terms of being the most votes or the largest party, but they can't actually govern. So it's going to be absolutely fascinating. But I think for Welsh Labour, the Labour movement was born in Wales. It was born in Wales, and I think psychologically to lose the Senedd, to lose the First Minister after nearly 3 decades in power, when that actually lands, I think that's going to be very, very painful for Labour, and I think there might be a lot of anger.
And just look at the seat here, right? So this is Neil Kinnock's old seat was in this region of Wales. It's an area that's been, shaped by the industrial legacy of the steel industry, the coal industry. This is as red as it used to be, right?
Yeah.
And look at the result there.
Yeah.
Reform 2, Plaid 2. Dawn, what's your reaction?
I'm heartbroken to see that result, and also Reform, which has a lot of ex-Tories, ex-UKIP. You do wonder what their priorities will be, but it is heartbreaking. There's not much you can say about that, really, apart from, I think we've lost, is it over 400 seats? So you've got over 400 Labour people who've done phenomenally good job, and this is going to be very hard to take.
Yeah.
We are having a look at some of this bottom of your screen as well. You probably noticed a couple of those council results coming through. Labour have lost control of Preston as well. They've lost Preston to no overall control. We can bring you that result there. You can see Labour down 5 seats, the Lib Dems up 2, Reform up 4, the Conservatives down 3, and the Greens up 2.
Can I just... What I think is going to be really fascinating about these results, and I think this is something that we perhaps will begin to discuss more in the coming days, is what you're seeing there is Labour dropping seats, but can you see where some of the seats, so the Lib Dems are getting a couple and the Greens are getting a couple, and then Reform Conservative... Reform gaining 4. And I think there's going to be a real question and discussion about whether or not, as this reform surge takes England, whether or not progressive parties closer to a general election actually begin to club together to try and stop reform. And we did some work on whether or not in the battle for the right would the Conservatives and Reform team up in order to basically form the next government if Reform can't do it on its own. And what we found was when you poll Reform and Conservative voters, they don't like the other party. They don't want a deal. If they do a deal, Reform voters won't vote for Reform because they really don't want to vote for the Conservatives, and likewise. But what I think is, what's interesting is whether or not progressive parties and progressive voters in the end, begin to vote tactically in order to try and keep Reform out. And I think that's going to be a bigger debate as we go forward, right?
Yeah, look, I think there's no way. If you put together Reform and the Conservatives, and some people think that they're just 2 blocks, so you put them together and, that's all-powerful, I'm afraid that is not going to work because there are plenty, as you say, there are Reform voters who want to have nothing to do with the Conservatives, but I can tell you there are plenty of Conservative voters who do not want a Reform government. Actually, one of the things we have seen today in some places, we saw this in Bexley, we saw it in Broxbourne, is a lot of tactical voting by left-of-centre voters, Labour, Liberal Democrat, Green voters who've been voting Conservative to stop Reform getting in. And that's how the Conservatives have held Bexley and held Broxbourne. And the Conservatives, I think, we need to remember that. And if we are seen as being too close, if we are seen as being inevitably going into some kind of coalition with Reform, we will lose those tactical voters, and we will be much more vulnerable in those Conservative Reform fights.
And I think it would be good to analyse where Greens taken votes from Labour, and that's let Reform in through the middle. So when those numbers start getting crunched, that's going to be interesting to watch.
There's another result just coming in, which is Wolverhampton is going to remain under Labour majority control, 14 seats still to go. Labour had a 32 majority there. Reform's gained 4 seats on the new council. Labour so far lost 4. So it looks like Wolverhampton will stay Labour. I think that's Pat McFadden's patch, isn't it?
Yeah, it's and it is, isn't it? We got the result there to bring you now. So Labour down 7 seats and Reform up 8. I mean, again, it's the same story, isn't it? It really is. And like you say, a few marginal constituencies over there too that I think Labour MPs will be worried when they overlay that electoral map. The other seat that I wanted to bring you as well was Eastwood in Scotland, because the SNP have gained this and it's at the expense of the Conservatives. So this is quite an affluent area. It's to the southwest of Glasgow. Key SNP target with Kirsten Oswald, who's a former local MP. And she's done it. She's unseated Jackson Carlo, the former Scottish Conservative leader there. Let's have a little spin through that one, shall we, and have a look at the vote share and then the change in vote share, which is the one I think that tells us so much. Yeah, the Conservatives are really down, aren't they? SNP down as well. It's not like they won that seat because they piled on a load more votes than last time. They've done it because the Conservatives have lost votes to Reform, which has let the SNP in. So an awful lot going on, an awful lot to unpick, I think it's fair to say. We're starting to get those results through from Wales, of course, and I just wondered if it is worth just lingering on that a little bit more. Yeah. Beth, you've been talking, haven't you, about if it does end up with Reform being the opposition in Scotland, if Labour loses Wales, we've seen the results in England. I mean, what are you picking up when it comes to pressure on Keir Starmer's leadership?
Look, I think it's fair to say, and I think honestly, people in number 10 would say this as well, that a couple of weeks ago, certainly, it felt very, very, very hairy for Keir Starmer. It was really very live, that there were active discussions about possible challenges. I think in the past week or so, it has calmed down a little bit. And I think actually, and I know, Dawn, I'm not going to press you on it. I'm not going to, I actually couldn't get you to say something you didn't want to anyway. So, but I mean, look, what we're seeing is Dawn's here today, John McDonnell's been in earlier, and you know, Lucy Powell, I did an interview with her earlier in the week. And what you're hearing is a lot of Labour Party members, MPs on the soft left of the party are acknowledging that there is a leadership issue, but they're also talking about Andy Burnham. And I think that actually what's partly going on here is, and I'm not going to, I mean, you say, I'm not going to try and put words in your mouth, Dawn, but I think what is happening is there's a chunk of the party that think that when they talk about star players on the pitch, like want Andy Burnham to come back into Parliament potentially. If Keir Starmer cannot turn things around, can Andy Burnham give the party a better shot? And what would be the thought process of that? He's a clean skin. He's not been part of the Westminster establishment, if you like, for the past few years. He's popular as the Manchester mayor. There's a sense that he can both talk to those Labour heartlands, but also can he appeal to younger people by being a different type of leader, talking about a different type of agenda, OK? And so I think, you know, when you talk about Keir Starmer's leadership, there is a sense that, you know, it's not recoverable with the voters, with the public. It's got so bad, he's become so unpopular. Now, his team and he himself would say, give me more time, I've got to deliver the change, I've got to give a more optimistic message to the country, give me some more time and we can turn things around. But, you know, he and his team know the polls have to improve, the performance has to improve. But what's interesting is that although there is that sort of sense of gloom, there's no settlement on who might be a replacement, would it improve things, and the timing or manner with which that should happen. And that's where the Labour Party is at the moment.
Yeah. I mean, Keir's going to give a speech on Monday, and I think it's going to be important to see what is contained in that speech. Can't be all the old sort of platitudes. It's got to be really bold. We've got to talk about policies. We have to bring people in to the tent, people with experience, you know, that were in government before, not just sort of newbies and friends and this factionalism. So I do want to see what he says on Monday, and I think it's good to have that opportunity.
What policies do you want, Dawn? What do you want to hear? Because he's going to say, I need to change, or I need to deliver change further and faster. But I've heard him say that dozens of times. So what do you actually want in terms of policy? What do you want to see?
I want to see more progressive policy. So the stuff that we're doing around bringing in rail into ownership, public ownership, that's really important because that would bring the bills down. The stuff that we're doing around green energy, that's really important that Ed Miliband's doing. That will bring people's bill down, make us more sustainable as a country. So we're not just relying on gas and oil. There's loads of things that we can be doing. How we reform our high streets. You know, I want to end aim to permit so that we can stop gambling establishments. That's one of my policies. And making sure that we protect people in the NHS by protecting the nurses' titles. I mean, not that I've thought about this, but I have got a long list of things that I'd like to see a Labour government. We don't get to govern very often. And when we do, it's got to be something that people feel, you know, in their everyday lives.
Keir Starmer's sort of had a few events, hasn't he? He's had MPs into Downing Street. He's invited MPs down to Chequers. I even heard he was in the tea room the other day. Have you been invited to one of his events? And when you talk to him directly, do you think he gets it? And is he listening and hearing his MPs?
So I'm chair of the London Parliamentary Labour Party. And so we now have regular meetings with Number 10 and Keir. I mean, it is new, very new, and it has changed since Morgan has departed. So there has been a change in regards to reaching out. And that's why I think, Beth, you're finding that there's a little more leeway in terms of, OK, this is... It's a start, But, we've kind of wasted a lot of time. We should have been in this position in the beginning. So there has been a lot more engagement.
Interesting to see after that meeting, after the London results come in. Let's look at a couple of results that we can bring you the details of now. The first one is St Albans, so leafy Hertfordshire, kind of well-off commuter belt. Lib Dems hold this. I mean, they couldn't lose their majority, so that's not a surprise. But it's interesting to see there that actually a seat has been gained by the Conservatives at the expense of the Lib Dems, perhaps some of those kind of green shoots in kind of classic Tory commuter belt that some people are expecting to see. So the Lib Dems do hold on, though, to St Albans. The next one I think we can bring you is in Scotland, Galloway and Dumfries West. Now, this was a Conservative defence that was thought to be vulnerable to the SNP, South Scotland. And you can see there the Conservatives have held on. Their majority is 1,599. Let's have a look at the vote share first. So you can see the Conservatives, they're holding on to Galloway and Dumfries West. And this is the change in share of the vote. Interesting. So they are down. Conservatives are down 8.7%. But the SNP are down as well. And again, it's Reform that is picking up the votes there. So look, again, we're seeing Reform cannibalising the votes of the Conservatives north of the border, just as they have south of the border. But it's not enough in Galloway. The Conservatives have held on. And I think, the SNP were their main challengers there. And the SNP's votes down as well. So I think perhaps a bit of a breath of relief for the Conservatives there. What would you make of that one?
Yeah, no, that's a relief, yes, as those sort of southern border seats, the Conservatives really need, we need to hold on to those. Can I also come back to the St Albans one? Want a seat. Those are the sorts of seats, not that long ago, St Albans was a very safe Conservative seat. It used to be a Conservative council. Somewhere like Hertfordshire, which I used to represent, we should be doing much better. And I do think we need to be speaking to those voters. And I'm involved in an organisation, Prosper UK, that is trying to sort of connect more widely with the electorate. But particularly those seats are ones that the Conservatives need to revive.
Do you think that this is a sign? I know it's only one seat. Is it a sign that that's happening, or is it a case of not enough is being done?
Not enough yet, and I do think we need to sort of speak to those voters. Very often, somewhere like St Albans, a lot of people who've moved out of London, younger, aspirational voters, we're not connecting with those voters as well as we should. I'm pleased we've won a seat in St Albans, but it's a pretty small step.
Problem is, though, if you go out to voters in St Albans, right, speak to them, you might put off voters where you are absolutely hemorrhaging support to Reform in other parts of the country. I mean, there's not enough St Albans voters, are there, is, I guess, my point.
I think there are a lot of voters that we know who will consider themselves to be on the centre ground of politics, who are prepared to vote for parties of the left or the right, depending upon the arguments. They're frankly not very impressed by the Labour government. I don't think they're hugely enthused by the Liberal Democrats either. Those voters are up for grabs. And if the Conservative Party is going to recover, we have got to reconnect with those voters. It used to be the bedrock of the Conservative support, and we have somewhat ignored them for some years. That's not Kemi Badenoch's fault. That's the situation that she inherited. But if we are to succeed at the next election, we have got to talk to those voters to a greater extent than we are at the moment.
Can I also say, I think the Reform strategy was to target non-voters as well. So their target there was to motivate non-voters to come out and vote. They had a lot of money, more money than any other party. So they did a lot of direct mails and things like that. And I think the new kind of polling and understanding how people are voting, there's, have you seen the bomb polling? That's really quite interesting because they use machine learning models to analyse how people are voting. And that's very transient, so it's very flexible in terms of people might be upset about one policy or one thing, and like you were saying, in terms of they might vote Labour, they might vote Tory, they're very interchangeable. But that's where I think the next set of how we look at how people vote and why will be delivered, looking at the machine learning.
We can talk now to the Conservative peer and former Scottish Conservative leader, Ruth Davidson, who's in East Lothian for us today, of course. Great to have you here with us, Ruth. What do you make of the results so far?
Yeah, so Scotland, a bit like other parts of the country, there's a lot of individual kind of seats. We've got just about enough data now to start extrapolating. Our vote is down, probably down around 10 points. The SNP vote is down. The disruptor in there is Reform. It's coming up through the ranks. It's affected both of our polling. Labour's not doing as well as they might have hoped to do maybe sort of 18 months ago. But because of that extra disruption, because we've gone from 5 parties competing in some seats to 6, we're now looking at the SNP have done very well in terms of wins, even though their vote share is significantly down on last time around.
Ruth, it's Beth here.
Hi, Beth.
I don't know why you're on Sky News, not on electoral dysfunction, or why am I on Sky News?
Well, I think we're doing both. And if people want to, we weren't in their feed this morning for their usual sort of 6 a.m. hit of electoral dysfunction podcast, wherever you get your podcasts. But they can listen to us tonight because we're going to do an election special.
Oh, I love that plug, Ruth. Just in terms of the Conservative result, I mean, some of the shadow cabinet have been saying that this is the sort of green shoots of a Conservative revival. But when you look at Reform's performance and where the Conservative Party are, I mean, you might be the official opposition now, but the real opposition around the country is Reform. How depressing do you find that?
Yeah, so I think David was talking a lot of sense there. Obviously, we took an absolute cuffing at the general election in 2024. Kemi's come in, she's tried to pick the party up off the canvas. She's trying to sort of rebuild us. Now, I think there are green shoots of recovery around the country. I think we are doing better than we were doing 2 years ago. But I think that if we're going to get back on the pitch and be a proper player and in contention to form a government again anytime soon, we have to speak to more people than we're doing. And we have to add constituencies of purpose as well as just target constituencies of place. So, what is our offer to young people? What is our offer to public sector workers? What is our offer to business owners? We have to start putting that sort of stuff together. Now, the work started, but it's also about not just chasing people we've lost to Reform, which was the focus that the party has had for some time. And again, David's right. That's something that Kemi inherited. It's not something that's necessarily of her own making. But we as a party do our best when we speak to a really broad part of the country. That's why an organisation like Prosper UK that's been set up within the Conservative Party is trying to also target those people that have left us to vote Labour or Lib Dem. So it's about how do we get ourselves back on the pitch? And, maybe this election, it sounds harsh. We've lost a lot of good colleagues, a lot of good councillors across the country. But I think at the moment we're returning better than the polls had us at. We can see the progress that is being made. We're going to stick with a leader which is more popular than any of the other party leaders in any of the polls that you have. And we need to sort of kick on from here.
Did you get it wrong then on Kemi Badenoch? Do you think you made the wrong call on her?
Well, my criticism at the beginning was that she wasn't being seen to kind of get round the country enough, and she wasn't being seen to kind of have the tempo that you need. You work so incredibly hard when you're in opposition because it's so much harder to get a hearing. The government always has a microphone. It always does. What we've seen in recent weeks and months is the fact that she has been getting out of London. She has been getting to different parts of the country. She has been starting that really, really hard work of, the listening tours, sitting down with people. And we need to see more of it. That's what we want. And we also want people to rally around the economic message because that's where we can tie the most people in. Because so many people across our country have really felt the pinch, the cost of living crisis, the fact that it hasn't got better, their relative incomes don't seem to be covering the cost of their shopping, their petrol, all of these other sort of daily needs for a good few years now. And there doesn't seem to be much hope of economic growth at the end of it. So we can unite around these economic messages. We can give people this hope. Then we've got a future that we can really get back in the game by the time of that 2029 general election.
Ruth, I know, it's definitely not your job to give any advice to the Labour Party. It's safe again, by the way.
Yeah.
But, you've got experience of chopping and changing between leaders. What's your assessment about what Labour should actually do? Is it time to kind of stick or twist when it comes to Keir Starmer?
Well, I think they have to make that decision, but they have to probably make it quite quickly. I think the absolute worst of all possible options would be to have an enormous navel-gazing exercise when you've got a prime minister that's in office but not in power, because everybody's just waiting for the first challenger over the top. And then you've squandered another 6 months in government of not having the delivery that the country is desperate for. And if there's going to be one sort of message that comes out of this election, it is the fact that people are voting for parties that want to blow everything up because they think they've not had delivery, either from my party when we were in power or from the Labour Party who's in power now. So the worst thing they could do is not make a decision and just basically talk amongst themselves about at some point having a leadership challenge and then just never doing it. So either they have to get rid of Keir Starmer or they have to get behind him. I mean, his personal ratings on the door are terrible. And I've done a lot of campaigning in this election. And I don't know if it's confined to Scotland because that's where I was doing most of my door chapping. But his personal ratings are really bad. So, you know, the decision they can make as a Labour Party is he the man to lead them forward? Can he bounce back? If they can't, they should get rid of him quickly and not spend months and months and months talking to themselves instead of delivering for the country.
Ruth, thank you very much indeed. Looking forward to hearing you and Beth on electoral dysfunction a bit later as well. We've got a few results to bring you now. The first one is Cambridge. So this is Cambridge District Council, and Labour have lost control of that. They were vulnerable. Just losing 2 seats would mean that they lost their majority, but you can see there they lost 6, and it's the Greens who were the beneficiaries there. Interesting to see. It's the Greens and not the Lib Dems who were actually picking up there on Cambridge District Council. So Labour losing to no overall control in Cambridge. And again, I think this is the kind of worst nightmare scenario for Labour, really, where you're losing votes to Reform on the right and the Greens on the left. We've had a whole host of results from Scotland coming in too. The one I did want to bring you was Dumfriesshire, because that was one, a Conservative defence. They have held on to it, but the reason I want to bring you is that it was thought to have been vulnerable to the SNP, but the Conservatives holding on to Dumfriesshire. So again, one of those areas in the south of Scotland being held on by the Conservative Party. The SNP have also kept a couple of seats, including Aberdeenshire East. They held on to there. They've also held on to Glasgow, Easterhouse and Springbourne there. Oh, look, I can see there a Welsh area coming in too. Perhaps we should have a little bit of a closer look at that. Again, it looks like that is Plaid and Reform who were picking up there in the Welsh constituency area of, let me try and get that, Pennybontbro Monagweg. I've got to get my pronunciation guide, I'll be honest, that was said so badly.
I thought you did.
Right, here we go. Pennybontbro Monagweg is the correct pronunciation of that. So this is Bridgend, this is south, this is the Vale of Glamorgan, coastal, rural area as well. The kind of place that normally swings between Labour and the Conservatives. Well, they're not swinging between Labour and the Conservatives now, are they? They're swinging towards Plaid and towards Reform. I mean, it's an identical result to the one we saw in Newport there. Plaid, the most votes there, 27,000, Reform, 24,000. So again, it is a changing patchwork in Wales, Beth.
Yeah, look, Wales, I mean, yeah, I find Wales, because Wales, like that kind of, it was the birthplace really of the Labour movement, the Labour Party. I think for Welsh Labour to be in this situation where they are being pushed potentially into third place behind Plaid and Reform it's still quite astonishing, even though it has been trailed for a while to see that happening. And as I said, they've changed the voting system in Wales, and there's now 96 seats contested. But as it stands, it looks like the first Minister, Eleanor Morgan, is going to be out of power. She could potentially even lose her seat. We haven't heard from her yet. There was lots of discussion when Anas Sarwar went over the top in February and called for the Prime Minister to go. And lots of people at the time were seeing that as his attempt to distance, because it was going so badly in Scotland for him that he really had to distance from the national leadership in Westminster. That Eleanor Morgan would also call for Keir Starmer's resignation. She weighed in behind him. I'm going to be very interested to hear what she's going to say. I mean, some of the sources on the ground in Wales are suggesting she's not going to make a comment on Keir Starmer, but I imagine she's going to be asked about it repeatedly if anyone can get to her.
Yeah, well, let's continue with Wales, shall we? We can go to Dan Whitehead for us, who's in Llandudno. Dan, another area of Wales coming in, another seat in the Senedd. and it's gone
Yeah,
Plaid, and it's gone Reform.
Yeah, it's gone to Plaid and Reform. We've had 2 of the 16 results so far, 16 new big constituencies in Wales, and they so far are in South Wales. They are in Labour heartlands previously at the last Senedd election. This election is completely different, as Beth was system, a whole new system, new constituencies, an increased number of members of the Senedd. But they have gone Casneath with Isloin and Penabont Bro Morganwg. They have had the same result: 2 members for Plaid, 2 members for Reform, 1 Labour and 1 Conservative. They were Labour strongholds previously. And talking about the demise of Labour, we've only had 2 of the 16, but it looks like it's going that way, an end to Labour dominance for the last century, and certainly since devolution began. An hour or so ago, Labour sent out a note saying that they admitted it had been a very difficult evening. They were expecting perhaps 10 members of the Senedd out of 96. Sky sources believing in one briefing that our news editor Hannah has been at, thinking that it could be 9 members of the Senedd, even worse than they had predicted. I just want to touch on something that Beth mentioned earlier about the new system and thoughts of coalitions and so forth. A party has got to get 49 seats in the Senedd to have a majority. Now, this new system of how they decide on the 6 seats per constituency makes it very difficult for a party to gain a majority. There is talk that maybe Plaid could get a majority, we'll see, and that would be a huge result if so. If it isn't the case, and we have, say, 40 seats for Plaid, and who knows about Reform as well, there's going to be difficult talks in the hours, days, who knows how long it could go on for in Wales, because a lot of the parties have said outright that they don't want to work with Reform. And so who, for instance, would Plaid work with? Will Labour even have enough seats to potentially work with Plaid? Will they have to be the Greens in if they get their first seat in the Senedd? So there's going to be some complicated potential coalition and discussion talks about who they can work with. There's lots of different ways that could happen, and that's certainly something for the weekend to watch on. But it looks like in Wales it is going, as the polls have suggested over the last 6 to 12 months, really, that it's been a 2-horse race between Plaid Cymru, the Welsh Nationalist, and Reform UK, and at the minute they're neck and neck in terms of seats in the Senedd, and those results are expected thick and fast, really, within the next hour. I think we'll be in a much different situation in the next hour with a lot more results in Wales, but it's looking at a minute in that red belly of Wales, in the valleys, in the south, in those steelwork, in those mining areas, that they're going to Plaid, they're going to Reform, and the makeup of this country we should know hopefully by 5-6 o'clock, all being well, and then the talks may take place, and that could take days, if not a week or so.
Dan, thank you very much indeed. I mean, it is such a seismic result that we're seeing in Wales. Of course, only 2 of the areas coming in at the minute, but the story very, very clear already. I think from those 2 seats, Plaid, Reform picking up votes, and this area that, of course, was the historic kind of birthplace in many ways of the Labour Party. Kind of, if you look at Keir Hardie, if you look at Nye Bevan, the man who founded the NHS, so rooted in Wales. It's a very, very surprising thing, I think, or a very pointed thing to look at the reality of what's happening now on the ground in Wales. I want to bring you the state of the parties now, if I may. We haven't done this for a while. Let's take a breath, shall we? Take a pause and have a look at the state of the parties currently, which I think we should be able to bring you now. We haven't got them, but we will bring you them as soon as we can. So this is in England that I think we can bring you, and it really does say the full picture there. So you see, this is Reform. So Reform are up 716 seats in total. They're up 4 councils, so it is pretty clear that Reform are the big winners of the night so far. The Lib Dems have put on 45 seats. They've also taken control of an extra council. The Greens are up 92 seats, no change in the number of councils they run as well. So look, for the smaller parties, I mean, I don't know if you can even call Reform a smaller party now, but for the smaller parties, it is pretty clear that it's been a great night. The Conservatives are down 340 councillors, and they're down 3 councils as well. And Labour, look at that, they are currently down 498 councillors, and they've also lost control of an additional 13 councils. One more result to bring you. They're coming in thick and fast from all corners of the United Kingdom now. This is Aberdeen, Donside, that I think we should be able to bring you. It's an SNP hold in Aberdeen. So this is, Port City, one of the biggest cities in Scotland, the third biggest city in Scotland. Jackie Dunbar has held on there for the Scottish National Party. Let's have a look, shall we, at the change of share. So the SNP got 38.6% of the share there in Aberdeen Donside, and the change is on your screens now. So once again, in Scotland, it is a story of the SNP losing vote share, but in the main, holding on to the seats because of the size of their majorities. But again, it's Reform who are picking up more than any of the other parties as well. In Aberdeen Donside, they're cannibalising votes from the SNP and also the Conservative Party as well. That trend really continuing. Right, let's go to England now. We can go to Guildford, where Ed Davey, the leader of the Lib Dems, is speaking. Let's listen.
Do not want to go back to a party that took them for granted and failed them so badly. They don't want more of Labour. Labour has let them down deeply. But they have turned in some parts of the country to populist parties. Congratulations to them. But I don't think the change that the populists are offering, wild promises and division, is the change that our country needs, or the change that millions of people actually want. And that success of those parties has left the Liberal Democrats as the only non-populist party.
Right, we're going to Inverclyde now in Scotland. These results coming in thick and fast. This is the SNP defence, but the leader of the Scottish Reform, Malcolm Offord, also running. Let's listen.
Head, Scottish Conservative and Unionist Party, 1,351. Macmillan Stewart, Scottish National Party, SNP, 14,193. Green, Jamie Gillan, Scottish Liberal Democrats, 1,954. Therefore, I give public notice that Stuart Macmillan is duly elected as the Member of the Scottish Parliament for the Inverclyde constituency. I'd like to congratulate Stuart on his election, and I will now give Stuart and the unsuccessful candidates the opportunity to say a few words. But first of all, can we please note that we will be immediately commencing the West of Scotland regional count at the counting tables, where our next step is to sort ballot papers into votes for parties or individual regional candidates, identify and again adjudicate on doubtful ballot papers, and establish how many votes each party or individual regional candidate has. I will also be communicating these totals to the regional returning officer to aid his duties. The adjudication of doubtful ballot papers will commence shortly after the counting of votes has started and will be an ongoing process. Candidates and agents wishing to observe this process should make their way to the adjudication area immediately after I give the announcement that the adjudication will commence. Now, let me ask Stuart and thereafter the unsuccessful candidates to say a few words.
Thank you very much. The Returning Officer, I do want to thank the Returning Officer, all the polling staff, all the counting staff, Police Scotland and everyone else who was involved in the election for the efficient running of this election. I do want to thank all the candidates and the election teams for the campaign. I do want to pay a particular thank you to Francesca and her team, because I know that the Labour Party locally campaigned tremendously for quite a long time, and I want to pay tribute to you for that, for your campaign. I want to thank the Inverclyde electorate for the support and also their endorsement for electing me as their MSP for the next 5 years.
So that's the Inverclyde constituency on the west coast of Scotland. It was an SNP defence. Stuart McMillan of the SNP has held on, and the challenge, of course, for the reason it's significant, is because the leader of Scottish Reform, Malcolm Offord, was also running. It's not his only chance to get into the Scottish Parliament, should we say. He's also first on the regional list for West Scotland too, but the SNP holding off a Reform challenge there. Let's just take you to Stevenage as well. I think we can bring you the result for Stevenage. It is a Labour Party hold in Hertfordshire. And you can see there that the Labour Party have held on, but they've lost 9 seats and they've lost them all to Reform. Now, they were never going to lose their majority here. It was mathematically impossible for them to lose control of Stevenage Council because not enough seats were up. But Reform were always like to make gains, and they have made gains. They've made gains at the expense of the Labour Party. So another area, another council area where we're seeing that Reform vote really doing very well indeed. Right, let's talk now, shall we, to John Swinney, the leader of the Scottish National Party, who's just held on to his own seat of Perthshire North. Good to have you with us. What do you make of the results so far?
I'm delighted with the results so far in Scotland. The conclusion that I think is emerging is that after 19 years in office, the SNP is going to emerge as the leading party in Scottish politics and the leading party by a very significant margin into the bargain. So I'm delighted that we are performing as well throughout the country as we are, and I look forward to having the opportunity to continue to serve the people of Scotland after this election.
Look, it's pretty clear that you are winning an awful lot of seats. You're getting an awful lot of MSPs returned to the Scottish Parliament. But the change in the vote share, if you kind of look under the bonnet, if you like, is telling a slightly different story. So far, of the 35 seats declared, the SNP's vote share is down 7.9%. It's Reform, it feels like, who are the big winners so far. What would you say to that?
Well, what I would say is that we're now in a 6-party political system here in Scotland, and the parties are contesting vigorously. And in a six-party system, the SNP is commanding 40% of the vote so far, and we're the incumbents. Now, I think when you look at that in the contrast to the situation for the incumbents, for the Labour Party in England, for example, they will not be able to command 40% of a vote share. So we're in a much more competitive electoral system here in Scotland with 6 parties, but the SNP, the incumbents who've been in office for 19 years, are commanding just over 40% of the vote so far. And if you look at that in a European context, no other European incumbent party is commanding 40% of the vote in a highly contested system. So I'm very pleased at how the SNP has managed to stand up to the threat from Reform. And how we've managed to do that is by making it clear we will in no way, shape or form collaborate with Reform, and perhaps the Labour Party might have prospered better in the rest of the United Kingdom if they had learnt the same lesson.
Can I ask, given you say that you're going to be the largest party, I mean, it looks a given, doesn't it? How quickly are you going to push for another independence referendum?
We have to see what the outcome of the election is and the make-up of the Parliament, but I made clear that I thought there was an irrefutable argument that if the SNP won a majority in the Scottish Parliament, that there should be a referendum on Scottish independence, which is what happened in 2011. Now, I don't know if we're going to be able to win a majority. There is still a pathway to doing that that's available to us, and we work very hard to try to ensure that's the case in the aftermath of this election. But nobody should doubt that the Scottish National Party is committed at the earliest possible opportunity to taking forward the argument on independence and giving the people of Scotland a choice about their future.
John Swinney, it's Sam Coates. Quite a lot of other party leaders in the last few days have called for Keir Starmer to go. Looking at Labour's share of the vote in Scotland, it's only down 1.1%. Do you think that the Prime Minister should be considering his position? Do you want to be dealing with a different individual in number 10, and do you think that would be best for the United Kingdom?
Well, it's up to the Labour Party to decide who their leadership are, but the leader of the Labour Party in Scotland has called for Keir Starmer to resign. He called for him to resign some time ago, and I think looking at the electoral implications of the elections south of the border, and from what I understand is beginning to emerge from some of the speculation about Wales, it's clear the Labour Party is in a very bad place under the leadership of Keir Starmer, and I don't think he can govern or lead effectively in such a weakened position.
For Keir Starmer to stay in place, you've got to work together with him in order to ensure the best governance of Scotland. Is having somebody who other leaders say isn't up to the job in number 10, is that an issue?
Obviously, I've got to work with whoever is chosen as the UK Prime Minister, and I would like the UK Prime Minister to operate more effectively so that we could make more progress on behalf of the people of Scotland. And I've seen in the course of the last 6 to 9 months or so a sharp deterioration in the interaction between the Scottish Government and the UK Government, where the UK Government has been very hostile to the Scottish Government and what we want to achieve. So I hope these election results, where there is going to be a re-elected SNP government in Scotland, might give the Labour Party and the UK Government something to think about in improving the way in which they interact with us to deliver much better engagement and better prospects for the people of Scotland. I'm interested in delivering that type of cooperation, but the Labour Party has been disinterested in doing it for some considerable time.
It's Sophie again.
Turnout, low
Stephen
turnout.
Flynn has been elected. He's heading to Holyrood.
Very low turnout, yeah.
Seems like quite an ambitious guy. Do you think he would be a good future First Minister?
Well, I'm very pleased that Stephen Flynn has been elected to the Scottish Parliament. He's an immensely talented individual, and I know he'll make a significant contribution to the work of the Scottish National Party in the next Parliament, and I look forward very much to that being the case.
Very much. Always good to speak to you. Great to have you on the programme today. Thank you. Well, as we've been talking, some results have been coming through. The one that did catch my eye was Edinburgh Northern, which I believe has been taken by the Lib Dems. I got that one. Can't see. Perhaps not. Let's go through some of the other ones, shall we? So we've got Glasgow, Bellaston and Shettleston. That's an SNP hold. We've got Armand Valley, another SNP hold. Cunningham North, SNP hold. Here is Glasgow, Anniesland, and you can see there that's another SNP hold. Again, look, SNP holding on to an awful lot of these constituencies, but once you get under the bonnet and look at the vote share and the change in vote share, this is when you find out what's been going on. So look, that's a good result for the SNP in Glasgow. They're at 44.7% of the vote. Let's have a look at the change, though. And once again, it is the story we're seeing reflected across Scotland. The SNP vote share down, and it is Reform who are really picking up there. Right, let's bring in Sam Coates, shall we? Sam, it's the first time we've we've got you here. You kind of properly settled down. There's been so many threads to pull. I mean, look, it's rare, I think, you get a set of election results where there's just so much going on. There's so many stories. But what stood out to you?
Look, I did the overnight shift. I just had 3 hours sleep, come back to look at the kind of the almost wasteland of British politics, certainly in England. And one of the things that this set of elections is doing, undoubtedly, is acting as a little bit of a barometer on Keir Starmer's, or quite a big barometer on Keir Starmer's leadership. And whichever way you cut it, I think not only is it incredibly bad, but Labour MPs that I've been talking to are surprised by just how bad it feels and how badly they're taking it, right? I think a lot of people have been anticipating this moment for some time, but they are shocked, saddened and upset and angry about what they've seen. And it's because the results pose so many challenges for the Labour Party. So you look at places all across what we once called the Red Wall, whether it's Hartlepool or Greater Manchester, that Wigan seat where Andy Burnham's halo is meant to slightly carry Labour and improve Labour's brand, or other parts of even Worcestershire, all across Northern England, you are seeing seats that were Labour in large numbers, sometimes in entire councils, going over to Reform. You're looking at vote shares that are collapsing. You're looking at Reform UK establishing itself in what I think the sort of progressive movement would have thought of as progressive parts of the country, like Scotland. And Sophie, you were just reading through lots of different Scottish Holyrood results that suggested like reform making proper inroads there. And there is a conversation going on right now about what to do about it. Right now, you've had quite clearly nobody going over the top in terms of MPs or cabinet ministers in the last few hours. That was discussed. Even this week, there were cabinet ministers discussing maybe doing something this morning. They've held back. Ed Miliband kind of had a little nibble. There was a story in the Times a couple of weeks ago. He was suggesting to Keir Starmer maybe set out a timetable. That didn't really seem to go anywhere, and cabinet ministers distanced themselves. I think people are nervous, but let's see how it goes. I think not only are people looking at the results, they're looking at the response of Keir Starmer, and that did not necessarily allay concerns. He has a sort of a mode. The words say, "I'm listening, I feel your pain," but the body language and the plan that he set out, I think Labour MPs felt was quite limited. And the question for everybody in the Labour movement is, can he turn it around? In the last few minutes, Louise Haigh, former Transport Secretary, pretty pivotal MP, has just said he can't take us into the next election unless there's significant change. She said that on ITV. And I think everybody is just on the cusp of going a bit further. Nobody's pulled the trigger yet, but there are lots of moments in the coming days where they might.
It's so interesting, isn't it? I have to say, it does feel to me as well like there's another kind of group of Labour MPs who are in the kind of yes but not now camp, perhaps because they want a little bit more time for Andy Burnham to slip back in. It's kind of like no one wants to kind of make any rash decisions, but that doesn't mean the danger's gone.
I think we'll be in the yes but not quite now camp for a while. I think that is the steady state of the Labour Party. I think it might take a bit of a crisis and then it'll all kind of descend. There'll always be a reason not to do it until, bang, we see a crisis of the sort that we saw with the sacking of the senior official Ollie Robbins or, something like that. And at that point, I think that will precipitate now action because the fundamentals are clearly so bad. It's just such a big thing to wrench your leader from office, like the Tories did if you're a Labour MP.
Ed's chomping to get in, but I just want to squeeze in one result before. Sorry. This is Wales. Very close. This is Caerdydd Penarth. So the leader of the Green Party in Wales, standing here, Anthony Slaughter. It's a traditional Labour stronghold, and you can see the result there. Plaid have come out on top with Reform in second place, the Greens in third. And look at that, Labour now fourth in an area where, look, they used to be dominant. So this is one of two seats covering Cardiff, the West and South. It's elected Labour consistently since the 1980s. It's the seat of Cardiff University, so it's got a young population. And look at that, Labour in fourth place. It really is quite something.
It's something. I'm going to do something, actually. We'll have some charts on Wales and Scotland in a moment. Interesting to see the turnout quite low there. And turnout, low as well in Scotland as well. So this is not like a moment of great enthusiasm for the SNP, or to some extent maybe for Plaid. But anyway, can I be quick? Because I know that...
Let's do it. No, you
have to make the most of these windows when you've got them, and you're not here for my chat, you're here for my charts, aren't you?
We're here for your charts,
No, I know. We all know what's going on here, which is... let's do some of these charts. OK, the big picture, and it's clear. I barely need to say anything here. Don't I? Look, this is 779. So Reform just ticking up and up and up and up. Tories down there, 407 down. Labour down 535. Green Party, we're waiting to get more numbers from London. But I'll show you in a moment, if we have time, just kind of whether that's, the extent to which this is kind of bad, good, kind of moderate or terrible. We'll look at that in a moment, obviously. Pretty good for Reform. But let's just zoom in on Manchester in particular. I mean, this historically incredibly strong Labour area. But this time around... just look at what's happened. In fact, actually, I think there's a better way of showing this. So there's the big numbers, OK? And here's the seats that were elected this time around. And you can see, part of this picture is that Labour, they're in third place behind the Greens and Reform. But you get even more of a sense of it. But Labour's still in control, it's worth just saying. because it was just statistically impossible for them not to be, given it's a third of the seats are up this time around. So still in control. But this time, which is this column, just look at that. And here's a kind of, a handy way of looking at this. And we've shown you a few of these maps before. I think they're really handy in terms of just giving you a sense of the change in the political geography that we're looking at right now. 2023, so the last time these seats were all up. Look at the map. Look at the map of Manchester, ward by ward. And now look this time around. Just look at how much that's shifted. Look at how much green there is. Look at how much turquoise there is for Reform. And there's still some pockets of Labour, but just the change here. And obviously this is happening gradually with these local elections. It depends on different parts of the country. In London, it's all of the members being voted for this. But this time around, it's just a third. But even so, the shift here in the area, obviously Andy Burnham's stronghold. Is it a stronghold? And have a look at this too. This is we're going to look not just at the kind of map, but at how the vote share, and I know there's a lot of bars here, but how the share has changed. And the thing to focus on here in particular is look at in Manchester. This is specifically Manchester. Look at the blue and the red. Look at Labour and the Conservatives since 1973 and the extent to which they used to dominate. And then you have a period in the kind of 90s where the Lib Dems and through to the early 2000s where the Lib Dems are coming in there. But now look in recent years at how Labour and the Conservatives have been shifted out gradually by other parties, to the extent that now we're in the situation where really they are so small in comparison with the rest of the parties. It's that point that we're seeing across England, in particular, about the changing nature of the party system. I mentioned that we were going to try and give you this sense of, to what extent it's been, a good election, bad election, terrible election or otherwise for these different parties. And this is, it is just a kind of, to some extent, a straw in the wind thing. And it is just taking the results that we have so far and working out if they continue, here's where where it ends. And if indeed it does get to this, 1,330 seats being lost by Labour, then that would kind of take you into, well, it's certainly not good. It's certainly not OK. It's kind of in bad territory, maybe not terrible. Worth saying, this has shifted around as the numbers have come through. And to start off, it looked particularly terrible for Labour. But actually, as more recent results have come in, it's kind of down from terrible to bad. I mean, is that kind of good news or bad news? Well, it's bad news, according to this. But have a look at this. The same thing for the Conservatives. So again, how bad is this? We know, I showed you a moment ago, both those bars are down. But this is the key question, how bad is that? For the Conservatives, well, it doesn't look quite so bad. So they're not in the kind of bad camp. They're not in the terrible camp. If indeed it kind of does turn out to be kind of 560 or so losses, which we'll have to wait and see, then they would consider that to be OK. I know this seems kind of crazy, but you're talking about the comparison with when those seats were last up for election. Have I got time for one more?
Yeah, go on. We're here.
Last one, because who knows when we'll get back on again. There's so much going on. West Oxfordshire, I know this is a bit of a random leap, OK, but West Oxfordshire, I showed you a moment ago this thing for Manchester. It's really clear when you look at West Oxfordshire, and I think this is kind of interesting. I would say this, obviously. But again, look at the red and the blue, OK? Tories and Labour Party, going back to the 1970s, and to some extent the Lib Dems as well. But here's what's interesting. We're talking about kind of the end of the kind of two-party system. The interesting thing is, it wasn't just recently. It's been shifting for some time that the Tories and the Labour Party have been kind of grinding down and down. In somewhere like West Oxfordshire, which, historically is a kind of stronghold for places, for parties like the kind of two parties, but particularly the Lib Dems recently. Just interesting how that has been shifting. And that's what we're kind of tending to see. We're tending to see the evolution here of democracy, and that's basically one of the things that local elections allow us to get a sense of. It's this kind of enormous polling exercise. This, in particular, this time, the biggest polling exercise since the last general election, and we're learning stuff. But obviously, we need to talk about Scotland at some point, and we need to talk about what we're seeing in Wales.
Can I just talk about the chart on the screen behind you?
Yeah.
I'm just really interested what this chart is actually telling us about the state of politics. Look at that 2026 bar. Because I look at that and I see the Liberal Democrats being the largest chunk of that bar because the parties of the right are split. And one of the big questions for me coming out of this election is, yes, there is a reform surge, and yes, they are doing well, but how wide, in how many different parts of the country, could parties of the right do better if their forces were combined? It looks like they would have done here. It looks like Reform plus Conservatives would beat the Liberal Democrats, and so the split in the right is actually holding them back. My question, and this is one for political scientists in the weeks and months to come, is how frequently do we see that pattern replicated across the country?
We're going to go straight to Kemi Badenoch, who is talking ahead of those results. Let's have a listen.
And Bexley said no to reform. Do you know why? Because you guys are next to Kent and you saw the mess that they are making in that council. So well done, Bexley. Well done, David. Have we got, where is June? Where's June? June, you are amazing. 50 years as a councillor, her 14th election in a row, and she is there sending reform packing. Well done, June. Thank you. We had lots of great results in Westminster, in Wandsworth, in Broxport, in Harlow, in Basildon. The Conservative Party is coming back. Thank you. Thanks for voting. But even as we're celebrating, I know that there are some candidates and councillors who didn't make it over the line. They worked so hard, and I want to say to them that I am sorry, but you are coming back. We are going to keep fighting. We need to let people know that we are renewing, we are rebuilding as a party, and this country needs us. This country needs us, and we are going to work ourselves to the bone to deliver for Bexley, to deliver for the country, to deliver for London, because we are the only party that has a plan for this country. We are the only serious party. We are the only credible alternative to Labour. You can have lots of parties who tell you whatever it is that you want to hear, but only one party is actually going to do it. We are the only party that is united. We are the only party that are a strong team. Nigel Farage is a one-man band. Keir Starmer's people don't even like him. We like each other, so thank you. We are the only party that's actually going to deliver. And this is why it matters. We have to come back because we have to come back to fix our high streets. We have to come back to support hard-working people who are getting up and not getting value from their public services. We are coming back to support farmers, to support veterans. We're coming back to stamp anti-Semitism out. The Conservative Party is coming back to deliver a stronger economy, a stronger country. We are coming back to get Britain working again. Worked so hard.
Kemi Badenoch there, quickly hot-footing it to Bexley in south-east London. One of those councils that was under an awful lot of pressure from reform, and you can see, really from the look at their face, how delighted they are to hold on to that. Well, I'm delighted to say that we have a new panel here. We have Salma Shah, former Conservative advisor, and we have our very own Adam Bolton. It always feels very weird from me talking to you on days like this, Adam, because I just feel like I've watched you performing on so many times in this seat on these election results as well. What do you make of this set?
Well, I thought actually that Ed's charts really summed it up. I mean, obviously, it's bad for the Conservatives and for the Labour Party, and, you know, Kemi Badenoch making the best of perhaps not as bad as everyone anticipated. The joke going around is, who'd have thought that the Conservatives would sit up in their coffin? I mean, it's shown there's some life in it. And equally for Labour, not quite in the disaster zone. I mean, remember, people were going into this saying maybe the Conservatives will lose 1,800, 2,000 seats. That doesn't look like it's going to happen. Similarly, I think that in the end, we may be in for some shocks in some of the London boroughs, but I think the Greens are probably going to be disappointed. What they've succeeded in doing is leeching away some votes from Labour, but they haven't succeeded in really breaking through. Reform UK have done very well, but particularly very well in those areas which voted for Brexit. And certainly they've knocked away the base that Labour used to have in the Red Wall. I mean, that's gone. And to a certain extent, Labour are now seeing the Greens challenging the new base they had with the people who were elected in the towns. But my feeling overall from this is that it's not been a decisive disaster for everyone. And it just points to the fact that, yeah, the public have treated this as an opinion poll and, you know, they really don't know which way to go.
Yeah, it's interesting with the reform thing, because I kind of remember, I feel like in the kind of early days of reform or Nigel Farage, you know, we were talking about him just taking Conservative heartland votes, and then they were like, yeah, we can take the Red Wall, we can take on Labour, and everyone was like, are you sure about that? And then they are. And then they were like, well, there's no way that reform could do well in Scotland. And now actually, hang on, they are establishing themselves in Scotland as well. It kind of feels that people are almost underpricing them until they disprove that. I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, that is, if you like, what used to be called the working class vote to a certain extent, which of course was always strong in Scotland and always used to help the Labour Party. I mean, there are those such as Lord Glassman, you know, blue Labour, saying, well, what we've got to do now is rebuild around that working class vote, anti-Europe, pro-defence, very patriotic. Trouble is, I just don't see that constituency being there to the level that it was in the heyday of you know, Labour on Clydeside and elsewhere.
Can I just jump in with a result? Labour now have no seats in Gwent Valleys, 3 Clyde, 3 Reform. This is the Nye Bevans old area, and Labour were winning there with about 50% of the vote in the general election. Adam, I feel like you're talking about parties that people want to vote for. I often think that the main driver in elections is actually people voting against things, and in this, yes, the votes have scattered all over the place, but people want to make clear their unhappiness.
Well, I would say that it's what they've lost in Wales again, which, you know, was an absolute Labour heartland with the valleys and the mining and all the rest of it, and the steel industry. What has happened is that people have lost that identity, and therefore the idea of an organised industrial working class fighting for its interest group. I mean, the kind of class pattern of the UK doesn't really add up like that. I mean, I was saying to Lord Glassman, he was saying, you know, got to go back to our working class. And I said, well, you know, who are this working class?
The metropolitan urban lawyer brand of Labour doesn't appeal to people who feel that the Labour Party is detached from the aspirations that they have, and that is a negative judgment on that.
Sorry, I will come to you, but I just want to take you to Thurrock because this is a top reform target, and they've done it. They've gained it, control of Thurrock Council. This is historically a Labour Conservative battleground with control flipping between the two of them. It's a very, very heavily Leave voting area, 72% voting Leave. UKIP obviously doing well in Thurrock before. But just look at that, a reform vote there. They're up 27 council seats, Labour down 15. I mean, the Conservatives also dropping, they're down 7 as well, but that is a pretty decisive gain, reform from the Labour Party. I mean, I guess this is the conversation we were having before about, you know, the kind of Brexit supporting, Leave supporting areas are rejecting Labour. They're going towards reform. Let's bring in John Craig, shall we, who was in Thurrock for us at that council result. John, are you there?
Well, Sophie, you can hear an announcement being made now. They're up from 27, probably going up to 29 or 30. I remember on St George's Day in Parliament wearing a Union Jack waistcoat, Nigel Farage said to me, we will definitely win Thurrock. Well, they haven't just won here, they're on course for a landslide, because when they got to 25 seats, they had enough for a majority. There are 49 seats on the council. And so, with this declaration that we're hearing now, they are well up towards 30, and there's only 2 Conservatives, two Labour as well. So you can hear the cheers. That is the Reform supporters, and this is possibly Reform's best result on any local authority today. Just before this election, going into this election, Labour had 26 councillors here, Conservatives 12, Independents 8 and Reform just 3. Well, Reform now are 29 or 30. They've absolutely swept the board. It looks like a landslide. The Tory leader, Lynn Worrell, has lost her seat. And, it's turning into an absolute rout here. Mr Farage's prediction has come true. And I predict, I may be wrong, Sophie, but I think this is possibly Reform UK's most thumping victory. They look like they're going to absolutely achieve a landslide here. A number of councillors, well into the 30s probably, on a council of 49, and it's, I would say, probably the best result for Reform UK in any local election so far. Correct me if I'm wrong.
A thumping victory, no doubt. John Craig, thank you very much indeed. Another really interesting result to bring you now. This is in Wales. This is Pontypridd, Cynon, Merthyr. And it's the heart of the Labour Party, right, you should say. This is Keir Hardie's old seat of Merthyr Tydfil, so really it is Labour historically as it gets. And you can see there Plaid topping the polls. They've won 3 seats in the Senedd. Reform are taking 2 seats in the Senedd. Labour are pushed into 3rd place. They take just 1 seat there. And again, you know, Reform have been targeting this. They had their 2024 campaign launch here. It contains Brecon, it contains the University of South Wales. And once again, we're seeing this battle between Plaid and Reform. So that's a share of the vote. This is the change in share, which is really interesting. I mean, just look at that. You know, Reform absolutely up when it comes to the change in share. So applied. And just look at that red line there in the negative territory. Labour absolutely shedding votes in places in Wales that used to be some of their key heartlands.
One thing to watch out, there are 2 Greens in Wales, one's Plaid and the other is the Green Party. They really aren't doing very well, the Green Party in Wales. It's just something as they cycle through is quite striking.
Yeah, and also the Lib Dems. I mean, nowhere. The alternative vote has all gone to Plaid.
Mm-hmm. Sam, are the Conservatives not doing great there, you know, down 11? Just zooming out, what's your reading on how the Conservatives have performed so far? Are you sitting up in the coffin?
I mean, I'm afraid so. We do look like we've been slightly resurrected from the dead. However, what's interesting about this is that whilst we're defending, all we're doing is really arresting the decline. Now, for Conservative activists and members, actually that's probably enough to keep Kemi, to keep a plan going for the foreseeable, because this is about showing that there's hope there and that we're not totally done. I think, Sam, your point was really interesting about bringing Reform and the Conservatives together. I mean, is that practical? Probably not, because there'll be a tussle over who is the senior partner in that relationship, and certainly Nigel Farage would think that he is in that case. But there's another element to this, which is how does this actually impact the wider strategy? And is it that actually we try and push towards the centre ground and take back where the Conservative Lib Dem interactions used to be? I mean, you just had David Gauke on. He was thrown out of the party by Boris Johnson. So there are 2 ways that you could potentially take this strategy. I doubt that Kemi would want to take a more centrist view, but there is a pathway for Conservative revival. It is very dependent on how Reform feels, or if there's enough of a groundswell to say we need to go to the centre.
One of the places that it looked to me like the Tories did quite well was London, because you had Westminster, which they took off Labour, and you had Wandsworth, which went to no overall control, but a straight switch from Labour wards to Tory wards. I just wonder whether actually the Tory brand isn't suffering a bit of what Labour have got and actually becoming an urban, metropolitan, slightly liberal elite brand. Against the direction that Kemi Badenoch would want to take it.
But what's interesting about it is that these are classic Tory areas that sort of fell into Labour completely unexpectedly. Westminster hadn't been any other party for a long time, and so it switched back. I think what that actually shows you is that there's still a core Conservative voter and there's still a core Conservative person. It's just how you build out from that. It's not necessarily metropolitan elite. There's still, you know, there's elements of faith, family, flag. I mean, Jacob Rees-Mogg used to be a central London Conservative. So I think it's really important that actually we try and take the right lessons from this, and we're not sort of pushed into sort of immediate media analysis.
We're looking at Glasgow, Cathcart and Pollock on our screens. right now. And I think just looking at what's happening there, you can see the SNP winning. There is a new constituency. What's interesting about this is that Anasawa was standing for Labour. He wasn't expected to win. The SNP look like they have won as expected. He has got another route in because he's number 1 on the Glasgow regional list as well. But I think, again, just showing perhaps Labour just struggling to cut through in Scotland. I mean, Scotland's so interesting as well, isn't it, Adam?
Yeah, it is. And the rise of Reform UK and Scotland into second place is clearly, again, shows what we've been talking about, which is a disillusion with the mainstream alternatives and people going to Reform UK. I mean, remember, not so long ago, that Nigel Farage was sort of had to be held in a pub because of angry crowds outside. And Scotland, of course, also voted heavily for Remain. So this is one area, I think, where, again, we're seeing that split of where you stand. If you voted for Remain, then you're probably going to go with the SNP, who've always made that as a big criticism of Brexit. But there was a sizable minority who didn't, and they've gone to Reform.
As we were speaking there, I think we've just seen that the Greens have actually gained the Edinburgh Central seat from the SNP. I mean, this is a really, really fiercely contested seat. Lorna Slater was running for the Scottish Greens. It's got a big student vote that it looks like she's really capitalised on as well. So the Greens got a big win there in Edinburgh Central.
And you can see the name of the SNP potential MSP that she's defeated, which is Angus Robertson.
Yeah, SNP Culture Secretary, so they got a scalp there as well, a current minister in the government, former Westminster MP as well, of course, and SNP leader in the Commons. So that's a big win there.
But that is your classic progressive, university-educated seat, which has changed hands.
And the irony, of course, being Angus Robertson was their campaign director.
Yeah, well, he'll probably get back in on the list as well, I would have thought.
Let's have a look at the change in chair there, because it looks like an interesting one. We can have a look at the change in chair, hopefully, in Edinburgh Central, where it's, again, one of these places that is so fiercely fought. And there we go, there's a change in share. So 36% voting for the Greens. Let's have a look at the change, because this is the interesting one there. I mean, look, they really are up an awful lot there. It's a great win there for the Green Party. Most other people down, Labour down, SNP down, Conservatives down, and it is the Greens who have come through and taken that seat there in Edinburgh. Let's have a quick look, shall we, at the state of the parties. It's been a little while since we've done that. Time to take a breath and have a quick look at how things are looking as we kind of reach that later afternoon points. So Reform, the big winners of the night in England, they're up 827 seats. They're up 5 councils. The Lib Dems are up 46 seats. They've gained 1 council. And the Greens are also up as well. They've gained a total of 105 council seats in England. And then just look at the red and the blue, you know, the two that we're so used to seeing at the top of the screens. They are very much pushed down towards the bottom. So the Conservatives have lost 380 seats and control of 3 councils, but just look at that Labour, minus 583, down 14 councils. Sam, where does this leave Keir Starmer's leadership? What are you picking up?
I think Labour MPs are pretty horrified. Some that didn't think that they'd have a particularly strong reaction to the results overnight contacted me the early hours this morning to say this is incredibly painful. We've had the first MP, ex-Cabinet Minister Lou Haig, come out and say, really, if things don't improve, Keir Starmer needs to set out a timetable to make sure that he isn't the Prime Minister at the next election. But nobody's going over the top at the moment because there are no easy answers right now for the Labour Party. It has managed to navigate itself into a position where it's quite stuck. People are, you know, I think there's a widespread belief that it's extremely unlikely that Keir Starmer takes them into the next election, but there are no answers, there are no easy alternatives, but much more importantly, there is no easy policy direction that can be, there's no answer to the question, what should the party do? Because we are where we are with borrowing, we are where we are with our relationship with Europe and the red lines that were set down in the Labour manifesto, and it seems hard for the party to do something big and bold, partway through a parliament, even with a new face at the helm, that could change its fortunes. Now, maybe simply personality is the answer, but it's not clear to me that will change people's lives. Over the next few months, the brutal truth is that everybody in the country's life is going to get much more difficult because of inflation. The cost of borrowing has gone up. It's going to feed through into mortgages. We've got quite a grim few months ahead, and things are going to get worse, not better economically. The room for manoeuvre, therefore, for the Labour Party, certainly when it comes to trying to spend money in a way that helps people, is even more limited. So what does the party do?
I also think there's a personality issue here, which is that the party, prior to these elections, was moving towards a position of saying we've got to bring Andy Burnham in, and he clearly, in opinion polls, was the most popular, and that was one of the things which both Angela Rayner and Wes Streeting were discovering, that even if they sparked a contest, they couldn't be certain of winning because people were looking towards Andy Burnham. Now, these results are really bad for Andy Burnham because it shows that in Greater Manchester there's no Andy Burnham effect. It also shows that on Merseyside, where he came from formerly, there's no Andy Burnham effect.
I guess what is
so
there...
even if he tried to get back into Parliament, he might not win the by-election, and Labour, as we saw from Ed Conway, certainly wouldn't win the mayoralty. So,
is there an argument, though, just to play devil's advocate, because I spent quite a lot of time in Tameside this election cycle, and people hated Keir Starmer, they hated Labour, but they kind of like Andy Burnham. So is there an argument that actually strengthens his case, that, look, we're losing these places because of the leadership, but if I was leader, I could change it?
Well,
but the fundamentals don't change. I think this is the thing. You can change personality, but the fundamentals don't change. I mean, Sam's just outlined it perfectly. We don't know when the Iran conflict's going to change. The downstream impact of that on the economy is not going to change because Andy Burnham suddenly becomes Prime Minister. But there's a different personality problem for Labour. It's the same with the Tories every time we changed our Prime Minister, is that there is no perfect candidate out there. You have problems with Burnham, you have problems with Rayner, you have problems with Wes Streeting. If Andy Burnham or Angela Rayner came in, then you can see the business.
But that's my point. Andy Burnham was pulling ahead of the pack. He was the king of the north.
He's the only one
and there's no king of the north effect.
He's the only one that was sort of a net positive in terms of polling. But he has no big team. He has no policy platform, and he has no plan, it seems. And those things are.
I want to take you to Sunderland because this is a really eye-catching result here. So Labour have controlled Sunderland since 1973. Reform were expected to do well, but my goodness, they really have done well. They've gained 42 seats on Sunderland Council, just let that sink in, 42 seats. Labour are down 33, Conservatives down 6, the Lib Dems down 3, so everyone losing across the board, particularly Labour. And, I mean, look, they're going to reform, aren't they? Sunderland Central, of course, a key parliamentary target for them as well. And the size of this win shows Reform are not just taking votes for the Conservatives, they're not just taking votes from Labour, they're taking votes from both of them in places like Sunderland. I mean, Sam, it's a pretty bleak result for both the two main parties, that.
The red wall's going. I mean, that is the clear conclusion of the results that you're looking at on your screen. Labour had a pre-election majority of 33. And now they're down to 3 seats. And I think that's Bridget Phillipson's home turf. So there's a big beast cabinet minister in that council area. And Adam was just making the very astute point about Manchester. Where does the personal brand of any senior politician provide a benefit for the party's brand in that area? I mean, I can't see an area where that's true. I think in the past you did have big beast Labour figures and Tory figures who could improve the standing of a party in their locality. That's just...
It may ironically be in Camden. We haven't heard the result yet. So.
Yeah, let's watch that, see that one. Yeah. Good point. I mean, look, red wall's gone, Adam. What do you think?
Yeah, and it's exactly the same pattern. It is, a former heavy industrial heartland, where that industry has been deindustrialised, high levels of unemployment, high levels of welfare, also an area which voted for Brexit in a big way and which has now stuck with Nigel. And, you know, I think we're going to see in the neighbouring councils a very similar pattern. Perhaps one exception, maybe Newcastle, we'll have to see.
I'm just looking at there, you can see, you know, Reform gaining 3 councils from the Conservatives and 2 from Labour, 1 from no overall control. They're really hurting both the Conservatives and Labour. Do you think that we're seeing now Reform doing to what they've already done to the Conservatives?
Yeah, absolutely. But I think what's interesting is just how widespread their support is across these two parties. I mean, Nigel Farage said it this morning, you know, we are truly a national party. It's not just about Scotland and Wales, but really everything that they're touching in England. What I think is fascinating about this, though, is that where you have no overall control or where you have Reform councils, they're really going to be put under scrutiny and they're really going to be put to the test on this in terms of delivery. Where you've seen Conservative councils be defended or Labour councils be defended, there is a correlation with delivery and good service, and ultimately no amount of political sloganeering or electioneering is going to be able to change that. You actually do need to be able to deliver. So there is going to be a big disappointment, I think, coming down the track if Reform cannot get its act together when it's actually having to deliver the services, be on the front line and be accountable for some of this stuff.
Yeah, it's actually right. We can see a couple more results coming in now. Cherwell District Council remaining under no overall control. The Lib Dems needed 25 extra seats for a majority, which was always a bit of a tall order. It looks like they've just managed to duck that one. Cherwell remaining under no overall control. The Scottish National Party also holding onto the seat of East Kilbride as well. And just flashing up onto our screen as I was talking, they've also held Hamilton, Luckhall and Stonehouse as well. London, of course, I feel still to come as well. And I guess that could be, you know, a real kind of sucker punch for the Labour Party if the Greens start doing well there, Sam.
Absolutely. But also you're going to get Reform in London as well. It looks like in the final polling projections from YouGov, there was Reform majority about getting above 50% of the vote share. Another red wall area looks like it's going about half of the awards have been counted in Gateshead, Labour down 20, Reform up 18. So you're just seeing that straight switch. It's going to be quite a nerdy argument, by the way, Sophie, in the depending on what side of the Labour Party you're on, because you can see this straight switch in seats from the Labour Party to Reform UK all over the country. And those on the blue Labour side, in the red wall seats, are going to say, look, this shows we've got to be really careful about our right flank. Yeah. But those on the left of the party are going to hit back and go, aha, you're only talking about seats. If you look at votes, what's actually happening is just the Labour vote is shrinking and allowing Reform to come through. What you need to do is bolster the left of the party. So I think there's going to be quite an... We'll set Ed Conway some homework to go away and work out which side of the argument is right. Is it right to say that Labour has a problem with its right flank, or is what's really going on just there are fewer people voting for Labour because it's losing people off the left? And therefore, that goes to the question of what should Labour do? I suspect there'll just be a squabble about that and they won't really be able to...
Well, I mean, Diane Abbott, you know, is already tweeting saying, look, the last time Labour's vote has gone down steadily since 2017 when of course, the Corbynite Labour Party was standing. And that's absolutely true. In terms of share of the vote, there's been that decline, which has clearly gone in the direction of Greens. And a lot of people speculating that in Hackney, where the Greens have won the mayor, if they win that, maybe Diane Abbott, who of course has a constituency there, maybe she'll retire, and guess who might step forward there? Zach Falansky as the possible next MP.
A couple of results to bring you. I can see the result for Bangor, Conwy, Morn on our screens there, one of those regional areas in Wales. Now, this is interesting, of course, because it's where Plaid Cymru leader Rhys Iorwerth is standing, the guy likely perhaps to be the next First Minister of Wales. And you can see your results there. So it's 3 for Plaid, 2 for Reform, 1 Conservative. No red to be seen at all. They got 2 last time in the equivalent. There's been a big change to the voting system, but they would have got 2 if it'd been kind of replicated across. So that's definitely one to focus on in a little while. I think we can bring you the result, however, for Glasgow, Kelvin and Maryhill as well. This is a hold for the SNP. Doris for the SNP there, holding on with the majority of just over 2,000. Let's have a look at the vote share, shall we? Get under the bonnet of that seat. So it's a 32.8% share of the vote for the Scottish National Party. And if we look now at the change in share, well, that is quite an interesting one, isn't it, there? Because you can really see the Green Party doing very, very well in this area as well. They picked up that seat in Edinburgh too, so it may be these areas where we're seeing a larger student population, urban areas where the Greens are kind of outperforming in Scotland. Reform, of course, picking up to 10.5% up, and the SNP have held on, but as so often in Scotland, they are losing vote share to some of those other parties too. Well, let's go to Camden, shall we, in North London, where we can talk to our very own Rob Powell. Rob, all eyes are going to be on Camden today, aren't they? What's the latest you can tell us?
Yeah, we've had the first big shock result from here in Camden. The leader, or who was the leader of Camden Council, the Labour leader, has failed to win a seat. Richard Olszewski had actually swapped seats. He'd done what critics and even some in his own party called a chicken run by abandoning his seat in Fortune Green in sort of the West Hampstead area, the kind of north of the patch. And he'd come down to stand in Holborn and Covent Garden because that was seen as a safer bet. Now, he hasn't lost to the Lib Dems, but he has lost to the Greens. The Greens have taken all 3 seats in that ward, and it means that now former leader of Camden Council hasn't got a seat. So there's a sort of cruel irony here that he had justified leaving Fortune Green, his old seat, by saying that he didn't have time to fight a marginal battle with the Liberal Democrats because they had been increasing their presence around there. He said he didn't have time to fight that electoral battle whilst at the same time running the council and overseeing the council. So he went to an area that everyone said Labour would definitely hold. I was talking to someone that was out on the doorsteps there over this campaign, and they said they hadn't seen much of a Green presence actually around Holborn and Covent Garden, the more central southern end of this constituency. But he has lost. The Greens have taken all 3 of those seats, and he is out and will not have a seat anymore, will not be in the council anymore, and will not be the council leader anymore. He's promised he'll come back and talk to us a little later when the results become a little bit more clear. But I think that is the biggest Green upset we've had here so far. Actually, until then, it had looked like Labour were holding on pretty well. In some of the wards that were declared, they were pretty consistently getting sort of 4th place, 5th place, 6th place, with then Labour taking the 3 seats in each ward, sometimes coming behind Labour by 40 or so votes. But in that one, where it was thought it was safe, the council leader is out.
Well, there you go, you can hear the applause behind you there, Rob, very well timed end to your live. Noisy, I can tell where you are. We'll go back to Rob, of course, because obviously, as Rob was saying, all eyes will be on Camden later on, but that is a pretty big upset there. You can see the kind of Green Party taking a scalp. Sam, what's your kind of reaction to that? How much damage could the Greens do?
The Greens tug at the emotional heart of the Labour Party. I think Labour MPs hate having a challenge to the left where, for a lot of Labour MPs, they want to adopt tougher positions against Israel, have more spending. That's exactly the kind of platform that the Greens are able to, unencumbered by the constraints of government, are able to do. So it's always painful. And I think the pattern I can see across councils that haven't fully declared, but Islington, 21 seats counted, Labour down 8, Greens up 8, Haringey, Greens up 6, Labour down 6. Again, you're seeing this shift. You're just seeing this argument for Labour that, it's push me, pull you. Where do we go? How do we deal with this? And there are no easy answers here, which I think just leaves this sense of people of being stuck and uncertain in the Labour Party. But I would caution that paralysis is exactly the problem that has got Keir Starmer to where he is at the moment. It's going to take quite some smart politics for him to wiggle his way out. I suspect that the fundamentals are fairly rotted where we are because there isn't a clear idea, and it's not clear who around Keir Starmer is clearly taking him on a journey to somewhere where he can fight this.
I mean, we're going to have to see what happens, but, Sam was saying that the reform are going to be significant in London. I think in East London they're going to be significant, but a lot of places they're just not at the races at all. And I think the reason for that, one of the reasons for that, is that London does have a high immigrant or not born in the UK population, that the more prosperous residents tend to be liberal, and this, I think, is a problem for reform. I don't think it's universal, and I think that victory for the Conservatives in Bexley also shows that there is a resistance to. It's not a total
Can
sweep.
jump in and take you directly to Glasgow at Central? Let's listen into the declaration.
29,173. The total number of votes cast was 26,535. The turnout was 44.84%. There were 271 rejected ballots in total, with the reasons for rejection as follows: 36 voting for more than one candidate, 2 writing or mark by which the voter could be identified, 233 unmarked or void for uncertainty. The total number of votes for each candidate was as follows: Naveed Askar, Scottish Conservative and Unionist Party, 835. Paul Benny, Reform UK, 3,988. Paul Donald Kennedy, Scottish Liberal Democrats, 1,262. Bonnie Sandlin, Scottish Labour Party, 5,094. Alison Thewlis, Scottish National Party, 15,085. And I, Suzanne Miller, declare that Alison Thewlis is elected to serve in the Scottish Parliament as a member for the Glasgow Central constituency.
So the SNP there holding at Glasgow Central, no real surprise, but the really perhaps significant thing that has come through in the last few moments is that, according to Sky News analysis, the SNP are now likely to fall short of a majority in the Scottish Parliament. So they'll be the largest party, but they won't get that majority. And the reason is a seat that we just brought you just a few moments ago, the loss of Edinburgh Central to the Greens. Sam, you're kind of nodding along here. I mean, I guess it's always hard to get a majority in the Scottish Parliament, right? That's the whole kind of point of it, right? But there was hopes the SNP would do it, and it looks like that's going to be too much of a tall order for them.
Yeah, if you look at the polling over the campaign, the SNP looked like they were on the march, and about 10 days ago, so the YouGov projections were that they were going to get a majority. And at that point, John Swinney started talking really tough, doubled down on the idea that there was a big conversation to be had about independence if they got a majority. And he was specifically tying it, as he has done for some months, but he was doubling down right at the critical point of the campaign on the need for there to be a majority in order to restart that conversation about an independence referendum. And now, well, as he said in his interview with you, they're on course to miss out on that. It's still incredible that the SNP got its first minister in the form of Alex Salmond into Butte House in 2007, and here we are in 2026, and they are still about to prepare for another full term of SNP government. Just consider all of the turmoil that they had with Nicola Sturgeon, then cycling through a handful of first ministers. Even though they've missed out on an overall majority in a system that was designed by Gordon Brown and Tony Blair to lock them out, it is sensational. I can't think of a precedent where a party has won 5 consecutive terms. Maybe Adam can think of one. No, I just don't. When we looked at this for the Tories in
we got Wales, I suppose. Wales for Labour.
Well, I suppose yes, Wales for Labour, but. I think that...
But structurally, the SNP was supposed to be locked out of having this, but also the turmoil, as you rightly say, that they faced. It just goes to show that things like Westminster politics still has a big impact, especially the way that Anna Sawar has waded into the leadership contest in Westminster.
100%.
But it is significant because it does take away the SNP argument they're preparing to make, which if they had a majority, then Scottish people wanted another referendum. That position has been weakened, although I suspect the argument will now shift to whether if you put the Greens and the SNP together, they've got a majority, even if they're not in coalition, because they both support independence.
They would do, but John Swinney was quite clear it had to be an SNP majority to automatically start that conversation. But still an amazing result, really, for the party.
I want to take to Wales now. We talked a lot about Scotland, which is, so many interesting results being thrown up there, but something pretty dramatic is going on in Wales. And I think we can bring you some of the Welsh Senedd constituencies and the results that we've been getting through from there. We're going to start with Bangor. Let's have a look at Bangor first, shall we? So this is Bangor Conwy Môn. Plaid Cymru leader Rhun ap Iorwerth standing there, the guy likely to be Wales's First Minister. And you can see there Plaid kind of romping home with 44.9% share of the vote. They've got 3 seats there in the Bangor area. In second place is Reform, who have got 2 seats to the Welsh Senedd, the Conservatives on 1. Now, this is a rural coastal area. It's in North Wales, so it is kind of like Plaid heartlands meeting kind of Conservative coastal areas. Labour really kind of not in the game there at all. I think we can give you a couple more places in Wales as well. In particular, let's see if we can bring you Rhondda. Let's have a quick look to see if we can go there. So this is Avanog or Rhondda. So this is an area that includes Bridgend, Rhondda. It's a kind of area of kind of Tata Steel and Port Talbot. Should be a Labour stronghold. They've been pushed into 3rd place there, you can see. So Plaid taking 3 of those seats up for grabs, Reform 2, Labour just 1. We might be able to show you the change in share of the vote here, which I think could be potentially quite dramatic as well. Let's have a look to see if we can scroll onto that change in share. It's one of the highest areas of deprivation in Wales, and you can really see that, this is the story in Wales. The Labour vote just plummeting, and it is Reform in particular who are doing well here, but also Plaid, of course, picking up an awful lot of votes there too. So we can see the story there in Torfaen at the bottom of your screen. I'm not sure if we got the actual result to bring you there as well. But once again, this is an area which, again, kind of Newport East, Monmouth. It's the seat of Nick Thomas-Symonds here, who was the Labour MP for the area. And it is an area where Labour have really been squeezed by Reform and Plaid in particular. I mean, there's something about Wales, isn't there, kind of symbolically for Labour as well?
One of the birthplaces of the Labour movement. More than one place that claims that mantle, but very...
one of them.
Can I just bring you up to date with something that's starting to bubble right now?
Definitely.
Which is the reaction of Labour MPs. Now, I told you about 20 minutes ago, one very significant Labour MP is Lou Hay. She's significant because she's sort of the head of the Tribune group, as a caucus of quite a lot of soft-left Labour MPs, and she'd started to ask whether or not the Prime Minister should set out a timetable for his departure in public. Now, a second Labour MP, who I would argue is also very well connected, viewers might not recognise the name, but I'll explain why she's so significant. She's called Annalise Midgley. She's the Labour MP for Knowsley. Let me tell you what she said. She actually said it's The Guardian, but she says, the results here are beyond our worst expectations, truly devastating. Unless that changes significantly, and it's quickly it's clear the PM can't lead us into another election. It was a mistake to block Andy Burnham in Gorton and Denton. And if that situation arises, he should not be blocked again. So we have a second important Labour MP. Why is she important? She worked in Keir Starmer's office. She worked at Unite, the union. She worked at Labour HQ. She is a mover and shaker at the heart of the Labour movement with an awful lot of connections and the ability to bring people with her. She's one of the big beasts behind the Hillsborough law, for instance. And so when somebody like that, not a big public profile, not somebody who comes on the TV a great deal, but behind the scenes is one of those traditional old-style Labour fixers, is going, we want a timetable, and Lou Haig, from the same wing of the party, is doing the same. I'm sniffing these leaders within the Labour Party breaking cover actually matters.
Yeah, but it's actually also worth pointing out that what she says is not right. I mean, these results are not within the worst expectations before this started, as we saw from Ed Conway's chart, that they're bad, but they're not, in terms of loss of seats, they're not catastrophic. So you're beginning to see the elements within the Labour Party.
But Sam is right in that, behind the scenes, you know that there would have been some kind of plan whether it was in the catastrophic sort of barometer or not, that they would hit a certain number of seats and then there would be momentum behind a move.
I mean, the Ed Miliband plan, apparently.
Right.
What we're seeing is the Andy Burnham name, I think, kind of ding, 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 ding.
Yeah.
So you're hearing that from the sources you're talking to. We've had on this programme this morning, both John McDonnell and Dawn Butler saying, no, we shouldn't have a move, but we should definitely let Andy Burnham, run and join the Westminster.
Of course, they let him run by-election for Mayor of Manchester, which they wouldn't win, according to the...
And I've just had an update from my colleague Lucy McDade, who thinks that we're going to get another Labour MP saying exactly the same about the need for a transition and the need not to reject, which just smacks of some coordination that I didn't think was happening.
Yeah.
And just to end on Adam's point about the facts, when have the facts really mattered in this kind of situation? The facts are secondary. The MPs in the governing party, the judge, jury and executioner, and it is emotion and it is the accelerant of moments like this that result in challenges or not, and raw numbers, for as much as we can scientifically present them to His Majesty's MPs, aren't the be-all and
and to that, we have to remember that the Parliamentary Party, the Labour Party, is fantastically inexperienced. I mean, more than half of them first-time MPs. They've only been there for a year or so, so perhaps their resilience or their ability to override the bumps is not what it might be.
Emotion over rationality is something that I think we're all very used to in politics at these high-octane moments.
Post-Brexit, post-social media age, that's just the culture that we're in.
Yeah.
There we go. One result to bring you. Let's go to Hillingdon, shall we? This has been a Conservative majority since 2006. There you are. Good to find you there. Hillingdon has been held by the Conservative Party, so no perhaps real surprise there. But they gained 2 seats. Labour down to, Labour was last in power here back in the 90s. When New Labour made its breakthrough. It's a kind of ward of Heathrow Airport, so lots of people working there, perhaps a bit unhappy with Labour's third runway plans. I wonder if that could be part of the reason behind that slight downticking of results now. Well, as you've been listening to us, someone has magically joined our table. This is Rachel Millward, who is the Deputy Leader of the Green Party. Good to have you with us. Well, what's your take on the results so far?
Well, we're really pleased. I mean, we're kind of exceeding expectations with... I mean, you've heard that we've got our first directly elected mayor in Hackney, the brilliant Zoe Garbett, so that's really great. I think to be breaking through in London is huge for us. We only had 18 councillors in London before, so this is a big gear change. But we're also doing way better than we expected, even in Manchester, Sheffield, Newcastle, Birmingham. These are places where we haven't had that much presence before, so we're really breaking through, but then also holding in rural areas with sort of the second largest party in Suffolk. So showing that we've got this range of places where we're performing really, really well. I think what we're seeing overnight is obviously a collapse of the Labour vote. People are sick to the back teeth of, I think, the status quo and just the fact that they're running so fast to stand still. And we're offering a real hopeful change.
Stay where you are. I just want to take